Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to take a look at Alicia Andrews' trial. She has a hearing tomorrow for a new trial. So today we're going to kind of look back at her previous trial and to see if we can find points in time where she actually maybe did she get a fair trial or not? So let's take a look at that. So get comfortable, settle in. We've got a full day of reviewing her first trial for you guys. So let's get started.
Ready, I'ma pass you the phone, say a damn line. Is it just me or the vibe been steady going down? When with you, I'ma save mine. Took me so long, figure out what you want. Every time you with me, it's a great time. Only way you reach out is with your hand in my pants. You unbuckling, so I gotta go. See what I move from my basement. Saga so full, you got chills. Not what you used to, I'm different. You ain't getting in my feels. You should know with me, only got one chance. One behind my back and blew it. Shit is not my style, keep it so low-key. What I do don't need to prove it. One thing about me that I know for sure, you will never see me lose it. Never see me lose it. Never, no. I'm better. It was never that deep, you a stretcher. I'm not hearing you out the recital. You and me when I'm missing the title. Hope somebody been checking your vitals. Spin back to me when you go down a spiral. You should know with me, only got one chance. One behind my back and blew it. Shit is not my style, keep it so low-key. What I do don't need to prove it. One thing about me that I know for sure, you will never see.
All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Hope everybody is doing okay today on a Thursday, May 21st, 2026. And let's welcome in some people. Horse Welfare and the Pretty Chick. Good morning to you both. Crazy Mary Fitz, Aussie Gardner. Good to see you. Hey, Barry. Linda, good morning to you. Kimbers, good morning, early risers. Welcome in. Good vibes only. Good to see you. YT Hazel. Hello, hello. Hey, Brat. Good to see you. Eva Renee, good morning. Good morning. Hell Rider, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Sherry and Elsie, good morning. Good morning. You're making your mushroom coffee. Sounds good. You think it's Thursday, not Friday? Yeah. One more day. Well, we have to get through today. I took Riker to the vet to get her spay. So she's at the vet right now. I'll be leaving in about 6 hours to go pick her up. Yeah, I'll go pick her up in about 6 hours. Hey, Renee, how are you? Good morning. Debbie, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, did I get everybody? Elspeth, good to see you. The McCormick family. Heidi, Iowa Backyard Cam, good to see you. Hey, Siggy, Stella, good morning. Good morning. Jazzy Dax, welcome in. Kathy, good to see you. For Baby's mom, good to see you. Cody, R.I.P. Foolio, they took a good one. Hola, good to see you. Lori, welcome in. Elaine, good morning to you. Marcia, good morning, watching from New Orleans. Awesome. All right. Little Lulu, hello and welcome in. All right. So today is basically just kind of getting ready for tomorrow, right? So Alicia has a motion for a new trial starting tomorrow. She had it, was it last Friday? I think 2 Fridays. Yeah. Yeah. So it was initially set for 2 Fridays ago. That got kicked to today. So if you guys are not familiar with this trial, Charles Jones, who goes by the rap name performance name of Julio Foolio. He was taken out in Tampa on June 23rd, 2024, after traveling from Jacksonville for his birthday. He had a couple shows, and he performed. Alicia, along with 4 other co-conspirators, were all found guilty. The 4 were found guilty of and convicted of, and their sentencing will be coming up. They're facing life without parole. They were up for the DP, but the jury came back with life without parole. Alicia Andrews, the jury came back with manslaughter. So after her trial, her defense team, the day of, before the jury even came back. So jury came back on October 31st, 2025. So the defense team put out a motion to disqualify Judge Sisco. So Judge Sisco responded that same day saying, "Yep, nope, I'm gonna deny that." So then she was supposed to be sentenced on December 4th, I believe, or 8th. 8th, yeah, December 8th, she was going to be sentenced. So this was all last year. So on December 4th, her defense filed a motion to stay the proceedings. And the judges agreed. They agreed with that. They paused everything and they acknowledged that. So then the District Court of Appeals on January 27th acknowledged that Judge Sisco was going to be removed from the case for sentencing. And Debbie, thank you so much for that $4. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Very kind of you, getting us started with $4. Appreciate that, Debbie. So then February 4th, there was a notice of a hearing. So the new judge is now Kimberly Fernandez. So now she's the new judge that's going to be hearing this motion for a new trial. And then February 26th, February 11th, there was a notice of hearing via Zoom. February 26th, there was a motion for reconsideration. April 3rd, the state responded. April 10th, the defense responded. We went through all these 2 weeks ago. I read through all of these, so if you guys want to go check that out, I would suggest you go take the time and look through that. It was a good 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours for me to read through all of those, but we read through all the motions. So now today basically is we're going to review her trial. We're going to look at moments in her trial where Judge Sisco, I tried to find as many as I could. I'm sure there were some that I missed because I didn't watch the entire trial and I didn't take notes as to, and there was a lot of times where a defense would be, the defense would be objecting and Judge Sisco would be like, okay, that kind of thing. So I wasn't going to clip 10 seconds, so I'm trying to show broad strokes, and there are definitely some moments. There's definitely some moments. So let's get comfortable. Let's settle in, and let's check out. I'm going to start us with the very end of the state's opening statement because we've already seen that. We've seen that a couple times. They show the incident. They show all the shooting and the guns and all that stuff. Not going to show that. So we're going to start just the very, very tail end of the state's opening. We're going to get to the defense opening. And I just want you guys, today is just about paying attention to how Judge Sisco reacted to the defense, talked back to the defense, reacted to the state. There's definitely some moments where she gets after the defense. So just keep an eye out for that. And hopefully this will lead us into tomorrow when we watch through this lens, did she actually get a fair trial or not? Because as I was reading their motions, and if you guys are really interested, I would say definitely go back and check that out. It was from 2 weeks ago. But as we were reading those motions, I think she's got a pretty good case. I don't think she will, but as I'm reading those, I'm reading the motions with you guys, and I'm like, that's a good point. That's a good point. And the defense was polling chat. They were polling chat from, I think, Law and Crime and Court TV. And as I was going through last night polling clips, I was looking at their replay chat, and they're like, judge is biased. This judge is biased. I can't believe this. This judge is biased. So just keep that in mind. That's the lens that we're going to be looking through today as we spend a day looking at Alicia's trial. So once again, this is the end of the state's opening, going into the defense's opening. And I ask you just look through this through the lens of, was Judge Sisco fair? Was she biased? So with that, let's continue.
There will be no Uber drivers waiting to whisk Miss Andrews away to avoid your verdict when you find her guilty. Guilty of conspiring with these 4 men and guilty as a principal to first-degree murder. And folks, the state's evidence will let every single one of you know deep in your hearts that that is the truth, that she conspired in this wicked and despicably evil, cold-blooded murder. That she followed this man, watched him, encouraged her co-defendants by her actions and words, tried to find lodging, that she assisted in every way, and then, after the fact, did everything she could to defend this conspiracy. At the end of this case, there will be no doubts in your minds. There were discussions in the last couple of days about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The state's case will prove to you clearly, beyond any doubt, that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, as she sits over here in this courtroom right now, is guilty of conspiring and committing first-degree murder.
There are a few things that you should keep in mind throughout this trial. 1, on the weekend Charles Jones was killed, Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend. 2, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. 4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene. 5, Alicia Andrews did not have any physical evidence on any weapon displayed by the state. You would not find DNA, fingerprints, no physical evidence whatsoever linking Alicia Andrews to this case. 6, Alicia Andrews did not have a motive. In other words, there is no evidence whatsoever to support this case of conspiracy or first-degree murder against Alicia Andrews. And I'm sure you're wondering, if there's no evidence against Alicia Andrews, then why are we here? We're here because of the perception of the facts of one man, Detective Juan Ramos. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, perception is not reality. Detective Juan Ramos is the lead detective on this case. Let me tell you a bit about him. Detective Juan Ramos had only worked homicide for about 4 months when he got this case. Became a homicide detective in February, This murder happened in June. His first time as a lead detective on the case, and he lands perhaps one of the biggest homicide cases that the Tampa Police Department has seen in a while. Not by any merit, not by something he did to deserve it, simply luck of the draw. The Tampa Police Department handles 40 to 60 homicides a year, and they put their detectives in rotation. And so, luck of the draw, Detective Ramos gets this case. He shows up to the scene, speaks to a couple of his fellow officers, and begins to talk to witnesses, gathers some information about evidence and what have you, but his first big break in the case came when he got some intel from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office advised him that perhaps a man named Rashad Murphy and a man named Isaiah Chance might have something to do with this homicide. His second big break came when he ran a bullet through, and I say a bullet, the ATF gathered 30 of the 31 bullets left. He had one bullet, luck of the draw. Ran this one bullet through their system that kind of, and it's a shell casing, not a bullet, a shell casing. It has a fingerprint, once the firing pin strikes the casing, it leaves like a fingerprint, a distinct marking. And he gets a hit that alerts him to the fact that there were other fingerprints matching 5 shootings in Jacksonville prior. So now he has the idea that the shooters might have come from Jacksonville. After that, he proceeds to gather intel like information from license plate readers. Then he starts looking at cell phone data records. Then he uses that information to piece some other things together that leads him to a few spots in town. An Airbnb, a McDonald's, a strip club called Teasers, and a club called Truth 18. And you saw some of the video footage. When Detective Ramos first gets this Airbnb video, he sees Alicia Andrews at the front door and surmises that because he sees no one else go in, Alicia Andrews must have let them in the back door. But perception is not reality. He sees Alicia Andrews at the McDonald's with no mask, and then sees her at the club, in the parking lot of the club Teasers with the mask, and surmises that she must have had the mask on to cover her face at Teasers because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's. But perception is not reality. Again, he sees Alicia Andrews with her boyfriend at Club Truth 18 walking with the mask on, surmising once again because she didn't have a mask on at McDonald's, but did have a mask on as she walked towards the club. She attempted to conceal her identity with that mask at Truth 18. Ladies and gentlemen, perception is not reality. It's just some human decision. Reality, however, is immovable. And we're going to talk about Alicia's reality in just a moment when I tell you what really happened. But with all of this intelligence, all of this assumption, all of this surmise, Detective Juan Ramos goes and gets Alicia Andrews and brings her into an interrogation room. And he begins to present to her what he calls evidence and tell her what his perception of the evidence is, as if it is reality. Well, it's simply not. What really happened in this case is Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. But before we talk about the trip, let me tell you a little bit about Alicia. Alicia, high school graduate, did really well in school, well enough to apply to college and get accepted at Bethune-Cookman University.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, come on up.
All right, so that's number one. Who's going to keep track at home? That's number one. And again, we're not going to watch the full trial. We just don't have time. But that's number one, where it's like, what is the state objecting to in the middle of this? Alicia's attending college? Why object to that? That's just weird, but all right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alicia's reality. High school graduate, good student. Applied to and was accepted to Bethune-Cookman University, right there in Daytona, not too far from home. But chose not to go, to stay close to home, and instead went to tech school, become an esthetician, does hair, not hair, but eyelashes, makeup, nails, skincare, that kind of thing. She was a substitute teacher whom parents trusted with their children, even children who had some special needs and disabilities. This was Alicia. While in school, Alicia Andrews. The state reminded me that I have to use her first and last name.
Objection, improper.
Yeah, I must sustain the objection. So that's the general rule in court, last names only, okay, for everybody. All right, thank you, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Alicia Andrews.
Okay, so that's what he objected to, was Alicia. He objected to him saying Alicia versus Miss Andrews, or yeah. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. That's why he objected.
While in school, befriended the sister of Isaiah Chance. They ran in the same social circles in high school, and through that process, Isaiah Chance became familiar with her, and she with him. And he reached out to her via direct message, and they developed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And, I mean, you know, Isaiah Chance, tall, slender, handsome fella, captivating, charismatic. Alicia liked him. And he liked her. So she thought. She would learn through their tumultuous, on-again, off-again relationship that perception is not always reality, and Isaiah Chance just really wasn't the guy she thought he was. You heard about the tattoos, sure. Young lady, liking a boy in high school who, to her, was just a rapper. Not a gangster, not some street code name. Gutter was Isaiah's rap name. So Alicia Andrews got her boyfriend's rap name tattooed on her. A tattoo that she wasn't supposed to have, just like the relationship with Isaiah Chance. But it happened. As time moves on, Alicia Andrews learns that not only is Isaiah Chance more than not nice, sometimes he could be threatening, controlling. Sometimes she'd have to suffer serious consequences if she upset him. She learned that in the most serious ways. So, fast forward to 2023, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance on again, off again, on again, off again. Now, could be that Alicia's pregnant. This is during that on again, off again time period. They decide to take this trip. There's a big fight, a lot of fuss right before, and there's this makeup time. Isaiah says, hey, let's go to Atlanta. She didn't want to go that far away from home. Then he says, let's go to Tampa.
Your Honor, I object and ask to approach.
Okay, what's the legal basis for the objection?
Lack of good faith basis to make this statement, and he said,
Come on up.
So that's the second objection now in the defense's opening. How many times do we see one objection in an opening? Generally, we don't see objections in openings or closings. Now this is two objections we've seen in the opening, and it's only been, how long? 10 minutes? So, and if he has grounds, he has grounds. I think the first time he said, has to use her last name. So that has merit.
So Tampa it is. Isaiah doesn't follow this young lady on Instagram. I'm not sure if you know how the Instagram thing works with direct messages, but when you DM somebody, if you're not a follower, direct message someone, if you're not a follower, the message just sits in the request, kind of waiting for the person to approve the message you intend to send. So Isaiah Chance doesn't follow this woman who does have.
So yeah, Renee, she gave birth in February. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that means 9 months was May, and this happened June. So to me, she was at least a month. I don't know if the baby was, premature or whatever. I don't know anything about that. But yeah, she was at least a couple weeks, if not a month or more, pregnant when this happened. So that's another thing to think about.
Half-offs for Airbnbs and asks Miss Andrews to reach out to the woman whom Miss Andrews does follow and ask her to see if she can hook up an Airbnb for the weekend. Miss Andrews gets on Instagram and says, hey, half-offs, ask for availability in response. She says, or ask for a time in response, and she says, let's do it this weekend. She says, how many rooms? She says 2. Now, there's some assumption on Mr. or Detective Ramos' side that because Alicia Andrews asked for 2 rooms for this romantic getaway, as he claims it to be, was some indication that she intended for this other group of guys to come to the Airbnb with them. In reality, Miss Andrews and Isaiah Chance were kind of on the outs. Didn't know if they were going to be on the in or the outs. So they got 2 rooms, bigger, more comfortable, some space for this trip that was to be a trip of reckoning and maybe reconciliation. Ultimately, though, Alicia Andrews and the friend or follower does not book the Airbnb. Somebody else does. Alicia Andrews did not know that somebody else books the Airbnb. She was out of the loop. Nonetheless, Airbnb booked on the way to Tampa. Isaiah Chance, and you saw the video, before he picks up Alicia Andrews, stops by Sean Gaithwright's house, where he packs up all of these bags. Alicia Andrews never sees what goes into the Impala. She's not a part of that packing process, not in the loop. Isaiah Chance goes and then picks up Miss Andrews, brings her back to where they pack the bags, and then they head down to Tampa. Miss Andrews believes that they're about to hit the road, come straight from Jacksonville to Tampa, but they make a stop at this gas station. As Alicia Andrews sees her boyfriend get out and dap up some people and what have you, and the next thing you know, they're on the road again. Now, mind you, Sean Gaithwright's in the driver's seat. Isaiah Chance is in the front passenger seat, and Alicia Andrews is in the back seat, on her phone, TikToking, FaceTiming, or whatever it is they do on a road trip. Once arriving in Tampa, get to the Airbnb, just her, Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithwright. While the two men in front get out of the car, Miss Andrews is in the back still on her phone. The gentlemen get out of the car, go inside the Airbnb. Miss Andrews then later gets out the car a few minutes after, goes to the front door. You saw it in the video. Knocks on the door and waits for someone to let her in. Now, when Detective Juan Ramos sees the video of Miss Andrews at the door, he perceives that Miss Andrews must have been the one who let the people who let her in the Airbnb because they don't see anybody else go in before her. Not the case. And the evidence will show you that. Alicia Andrews knocked on the door for the first time ever, approaching the Airbnb for the first time ever, let in by someone who was already in the Airbnb. She did not walk in the Airbnb and unlock a back door to let people come in to avoid being captured by the Ring camera. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Once inside the Airbnb, Miss Andrews goes upstairs, takes the laundry off the bed, the linen off the bed, puts it in the washing machine downstairs, and goes back upstairs. And so she's washing the bed linen and upstairs on her TikTok, on her phone, TikToking or whatever it is, talking to her sister via text message and talking to Mr. Chance's mother about how to operate the washing machine. And so she's upstairs the entire time before they leave to go to McDonald's. Alicia Andrews does not know who's coming in and out downstairs, doesn't know that there's a Rashad Murphy coming by, a Davion Murphy showing up, no clue. When it's time to go to McDonald's, though, she finds out. When it's time to go to McDonald's, she comes downstairs, and Mr. Chance gives her the keys and says, hey, go get in the car. And of course she does. She goes and gets in the passenger seat of the silver Cruise that you saw in the video, expecting that Mr. Chance would join her in the driver's seat and take her to get food. However, that's not what happens. Mr. Davion Murphy, big guy, listed at about 5'9", 215 pounds, burly looking fella, a little gruff. comes outside and makes Mr. Chance get in the back seat, and he hops in the front seat, and he drives the cruise to the McDonald's. And you see Davion Murphy in the driver's seat, Alicia Andrews in the passenger seat, and Isaiah Chance is in the back. Now, in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos tells Alicia Andrews that she must not be wearing a mask at the clubs to conceal, she must be wearing the masks at the club to conceal her identity because she's not wearing a mask at the McDonald's. But the reality is, Alicia Andrews thought that it was just going to be her and her boyfriend. No reason to wear the health mask, the medical mask. Then, she didn't know that Davion Murphy was going to bum rush the ride and take control of the driver's seat, let alone did she expect Isaiah Chance to let him do so. So she's caught without her mask unexpectedly. Davion's in the video, you see him smoking and puffing, and Alicia wants to say something, but she can't. Because she's afraid to say something to this guy who just bogarted the cruise, made her man get in the back seat, and took over. She won't say anything. Not because she was trying to hide herself. She didn't say anything because she was scared. Not because she wanted the guy to smoke in her face, because she was scared. They get back to the Airbnb, and a few hours later, they head out again. Go to Club Teasers. Now they're in the cruise again, and Isaiah Chance is driving. Now the state asserts that because Isaiah Chance is driving and Alicia Andrews is right next to him while Isaiah Chance is on her phone, Alicia must have heard everything Isaiah said. They got that from Juan Ramos. But that's a bad assumption. Because there's...
Objection to that comment, Your Honor. It's improper.
Anyway, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this are just the opening statements. The attorneys are telling you what they believe the evidence will be. That's all that it is, their belief. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's a bad assumption. Because there's no way of knowing. Although the cell phone data shows that that line was open and there was communication between the two phones, there's no way of knowing whether Isaiah Chance was the talker or the listener. And even if Isaiah Chance was the talker, there's no way to know whether he was using explicit language that Alicia Andrews could understand. So, when in the interrogation room, Detective Ramos asks Alicia Andrews what Isaiah Chance was saying, and she says, "I don't know." It was the truth. She didn't know. And there is no evidence whatsoever to the contrary. When they get to the club and they get out, Detective Ramos assumes that Alicia Andrews allows Isaiah Chance to use her phone. That's not the case. When Isaiah Chance says, "Give me the phone," she knows it's in her best interest to give him the phone. And so she does. Isaiah Chance uses Miss Andrews' phone all the time, whenever he wants. Nothing new, nothing strange whatsoever to Miss Andrews. "Give me your phone, here's the phone." So he asks for the code to unlock the phone, and Miss Andrews gives him the code to unlock the phone. Nothing new, nothing strange, nothing suspicious about this at all. And you see them walking, and conspicuously you'll note that though there's an assertion that all the defendants in this murder conspired together coordinated together, one stands out. When you see them in the video at Truth 18 and teasers, you see that Isaiah Chance is dressed in all black, face covered with the health mask, hoodie on. You see Alicia Andrews not dressed in all black, mask on, face completely exposed. When you see the video of the shooters at the hotel, all dressed in black, from head to toe, Rashad Murphy and Sean Gaithright. Everybody's coordinated, dressed in black, covered from head to toe. Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Sean Gaithright. All of them except Alicia. She wasn't in the loop. Then they walk up to the club. You see them go out of camera, then go back to the car, and they leave. Now, the state says that everywhere they went, they were following Charles Jones. As a matter of fact, the state even said Alicia was driving. Said that twice. Alicia Andrews doesn't even have a driver's license. Doesn't even know how to drive. Never drove. Was never in control of the situation. She was a passenger in a car. Her boyfriend drove, in her mind, to get some food and to go to a few clubs in Tampa. She had one agenda, to be with her boyfriend. No mission to do anything to Mr. Charles Jones. Be with the boyfriend. But the state says, and Detective Ramos said it too, that Alicia Andrews, if she wasn't a part of the conspiracy, should have stayed in the car. Could have stayed in the car. But at the same time, the state tells you that Mr. Jones died in the car, caged. He was a sitting duck in a car. So of course, when Isaiah Chance gets out of the car in the middle of the night, Alicia Andrews knows better than to just stay in the car. She came with her boyfriend, intends to be with her boyfriend, gets out with her boyfriend, and walks to the club with her boyfriend. She didn't stay in the car like a sitting duck, because bad things can happen to you when you sit in the car in the parking lot. That's it. That's all. No evidence whatsoever suggesting that Alicia Andrews was on some surveillance mission. As a matter of fact, there's no indication that Isaiah Chance needed her help to survey anything. When walking, you'll see Alicia Andrews is farthest away from the club. Both clubs. No indication whatsoever that Alicia Andrews was on some kind of surveillance team, surveillance mission. She wasn't even dressed like the rest of the alleged conspirators. Alicia Andrews tells Detective Ramos this, but he says, no, what are you doing there? You must be stalking. You must be surveying. And she tells him that that's just not the case. I'm with my boyfriend. She says it over and over again, I'm just with my boyfriend. As a matter of fact, in that interrogation room, every time Detective Ramos asks her questions about herself, she's forthcoming and truthful. He tells her she has the right to remain silent. She doesn't exercise that right. She tells him exactly what he wants to know when he asks her questions about her. For example, in the interview, Detective Ramos asks, is that you in the car? Without hesitation. She says, yeah, that's me. Another truthful statement. Do you know the guy who drove you to McDonald's? No, she doesn't know him. Just showed up at the Airbnb that night. You guys went to some clubs? Yeah. Couldn't get in though. And the reason why they didn't go in is because they didn't like the price. They asked the bouncer how much, didn't like the price, didn't go in. Do you remember the clubs that you went to? Not really. Is that you and Zay as they walk through the parking lot? Isaiah, they call him Zay. Is that you and Zay? Yeah. Is he using your phone? Yeah. Who is he talking to on the phone? I don't know. At the McDonald's, was Isaiah in the back seat? Yeah. Every time Detective Ramos asks Miss Andrews a question, she's honest, forthcoming, not trying to hide anything. It's just the truth. However, Detective Ramos doesn't like the truth. He gets upset, starts yelling at Alicia, starts cussing at Alicia, starts telling Alicia that she's going to die in jail, starts telling Alicia that her parents are going to die and she'll never get to see them, tell Alicia Andrews that she'll never be able to see her baby again, all because his perception doesn't fit her reality, and he won't let her reality change his perception. But the reality is Alicia Andrews had one agenda, and this group had an entirely different agenda. You'll see. You'll see that there was no instance in time where Alicia Andrews did anything to contribute to this conspiracy. As the state spoke to you, it spoke quite a while. Never once did they say that Alicia Andrews did anything like touch a gun, touch an extended clip, touch a brass catcher. None of that. You won't find any physical evidence, no DNA, no fingerprints. You think that being a part of this big conspiracy, at least one time, ex-boyfriend or somebody in the group said, hey, hold this gun. Hey, give me that magazine. Hey, what about the brass catcher? Not one time. No physical evidence, no DNA supporting any assertion that Alicia Andrews had anything to do with this conspiracy. It's almost as if Alicia Andrews was not necessary for the trip. Plain as day. It's true. These guys did not need Alicia Andrews to commit murder. No. Alicia Andrews did not know these guys intended to commit murder. No. No evidence whatsoever. Except for Alicia Andrews came to Tampa to be with her boyfriend. The group, all of them in the group, made their phones go ghost, except Alicia Andrews. All of them wore all black attire. Not Alicia Andrews. If the state's right, all of them went in the back door of the Airbnb. Not Alicia Andrews. All of them brought guns to the party, except Alicia Andrews. It was Alicia Andrews the entire time who had one agenda and one alone, that to be with her boyfriend, never in a group of guys who conspired to kill Charles Jones, if the state is right. I want you to stay focused throughout this trial. While the state spoke, it talked a lot about Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, Isaiah Chance, Seth Gaithright, or Sean Gaithright, whichever one. But the styling of this case is the state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews. Stay focused. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there is not one single shred of evidence that supports the state's claim that Alicia Andrews conspired to kill Charles Jones, let alone did anything to further such conspiracy. You'll listen to the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look for it. You'll look to see the action that Alicia took to further this conspiracy. You'll hear the evidence in this case, and you'll look for it. You'll look to see evidence that Alicia Andrews knew something about this conspiracy to kill Charles Jones. But you won't see it. What you will learn is that Alicia Andrews had absolutely no knowledge that these 4 boys conspired to kill Charles Jones. And the reason she had no knowledge is because she was not in that group. She was never in the loop because she was never in the group. Despite all of the evidence, all of the technology, cell phone records, license plate readers, DNA catchers, fingerprints, agencies like JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Gwinnett County Police, Tampa Police Department, ATF, all of these agencies, all of this technology, none of it will render one shred of evidence to prove that case. It's kind of like what Isaac Asimov said when he said that the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to the evidence in this case. Be the wisdom, right the wrong, and render the only verdict that the facts and the law in this case supports. That Alicia Andrews, not only beyond a reasonable doubt, is not guilty. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. Alicia Andrews is innocent. And render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
All right, he quotes Isaac Asimov. I'm like, all right, I'll give you points for that. So the one thing that popped out of there for me was that he said Alicia Andrews didn't have a driver's license. Of course, that doesn't mean she couldn't be driving. We all know people, or, well, I don't know if you do, but people do drive without driver's licenses all the time, especially in Florida. So that just throwing it out there, this may have been a point that if the jury said, well, she didn't have a driver's license, that must mean she wasn't driving. I mean, of course she could still be driving. Doesn't mean doesn't mean she's not going to drive. And if she gets pulled over, whatever, she'll spend the night in jail. Who cares? But that could have been a point where they said, hey, if she was a good girl and she was following the law and she wasn't, she was just truly tagging along with her boyfriend, anyway, that could have been, because I didn't know that. I always thought she was the driver. I always thought that actually, no, I didn't think she was the driver. No, I don't think she was the driver. I think it was always Sean that was the driver, right? Did we always think Sean was the driver? Now I'm confusing myself. I've talked myself into confusion. We know that Sean had her phone, and that Isaiah was the driver. Sean was sharing locations with her phone, and Isaiah had the phone. So she was the navigator. Yeah, I'm talking myself into into confusion here. Isaiah was the driver. She was the navigator. She was talking with Sean on the phone. So she was the co-pilot. She was the co-pilot. I think that's okay. It's I'm like I said, I'm talking myself into confusion. I think I'm overthinking this. I'm overthinking this. I know Isaiah. It's Isaiah. Yeah. I'm talking myself into. I'm talking too much. I'm talking myself into confusion. Isaiah was the driver. She was the passenger. She was connected with Sean's phone. She was sharing locations with Sean's phone. Isaiah would take her phone occasionally and talk. We saw that. So she didn't need. Okay, so throw that whole theory out. Who cares if she didn't have a driver's license? Yeah, of course she's not going to be driving. She doesn't have a driver's license. She's going to be the navigator. All right. Now we're going to go to some points throughout the trial. Okay, let's see, 450 in. I want to go to some points throughout the trial that show some sparring, if you will, or talking between the parties and the judge. So I picked out like 5 or 6 little moments here and there. This one's about 15 minutes. So let's check this out. And again, let's see how the whole point of this exercise today is to see how the defense, really to see how Judge Sisco reacted to and treated the defense. I got to let Raf in. Let me get this going. So the whole point of this exercise today is we're getting ready for tomorrow's hearing for a new trial. I just want you guys to look at it through the lens of, did Judge Sisco treat the defense properly, ethically, professionally, within the realms of law? Because an appellate court thought otherwise. All right, so I'm going to go let Raf in.
Okay. While we're waiting on her, do you have State's Exhibit 75?
I do. I think there's 3 parts of it, 75, 2, 3, and 10 that we intend, I think that is the subject of their motion.
Are you guys objecting to all of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
One of them is the new one, so I just did what she wanted to. That's what
Yeah, black to this one as well.
Okay.
I have sticky. You can see them.
Yeah, let's take a look at the exhibits. All right. Okay, so on 75, defense is objecting to which subparts?
Your Honor, so there are, I believe, 3. There's subsection A, B, or I guess 1, 2, and 3. And
What's A through C, and then C has subparts.
correct, so 75C is where we are.
Okay, and what subparts under 75C?
So starting with the most important, the most relevant ones are going to be 2, which are the ones between
Okay.
injuries and the next witness.
So that's text messages, and it just has on the exhibit list area code 904-993-5797.
That would be Jewel Jordan, Judge. That's her phone number.
Okay. So C1. All right, I don't have C1, I have C2. Oh, C2, here it is, Okay. All right, these are, what I'm looking at on this exhibit, it looks like a text message chain beginning January 9th of 2021 through January 21st,
January 19th, Judge, through this one first.
yeah, through the 22nd, 2021. Okay, and your objection is?
Yes, so I just like to start with the court's prior order. I'm just going to read the court's order, a piece of the transcript from the hearing. Your Honor specifically said, I don't want this jury to get bogged down in in the history between the two gangs going back to 2018. I don't have a problem with the gang expert identifying the gangs, that there's been violence committed between these gangs for a number of years, and in 2023 is when, from what I can tell, really began ramping up with a series of back and forth revenge murders leading to the attempted murder of Mr. Jones, and then ultimately the successful murder of Mr. Jones in 2024. So the court has already laid out the parameters of what is going to be relevant and what is related to this actual incident, and that is limited at the attempted murder of Mr. Jones back in 2023. These messages are essentially just chatter between Ms. Andrews and the next witness about things that they're hearing on social media related to the back and forth between the two. That's ultimately what it ramps up to. It's not relevant at all to the actual incident at hand. It doesn't stand to prove or disprove any particular relevant issue in this case. And quite frankly, what it would do is sour the jury towards Ms. Andrews, and just based on conversation that has nothing to do with the actual incident. And I don't know if the court wants the opportunity to just kind of finish reading through them.
Sure. State, go ahead. What's your response to that?
Judge, first of all, your order having to do with the gangs, we are limited to our experts to that time period.
For collateral evidence.
Collateral evidence.
And I'm assuming
correct,
you're going to
Judge.
say this is direct evidence.
Yes, but also part of the collateral evidence, Judge, that you also allowed us to go into not just the October incident of 2023, all of 2023, and you also said that that was further extended because we mentioned the song and the lyrics, that there could be explanation to them, and certainly within those song lyrics, there are definitely people that are mentioned in those lyrics that are mentioned in this text. But this is direct evidence.
So note that guy sitting there, all right? Note that guy sitting there. Keep that in your mind. Take a screenshot if you need to. I'm going to take a screenshot of him because I think he plays a part down the road. I think that's the same guy that we're going to see down the road. I got a clip. Keep that guy in mind, all right? Take a screenshot if you need to. I just took a screenshot. But keep that guy in mind for another day down the road.
Of the defendant's knowledge, and moreover, Judge, she gives an interview to law enforcement that goes directly to her knowledge as well as consciousness of guilt, because law enforcement asked her about gang activity, about the big rapper in Jacksonville, and she claims ignorance, like she doesn't know any of it, including her boyfriend's rap gang nickname Gutta. When they say Gutta and they're talking about Gutta, she's like, why do you call him that? So she is trying to feign like she has no knowledge of any of the gang activity, which these messaging that she has with one of her best friends growing up in 2021 directly relate to her knowledge of our victim. Not only her knowledge of her victim, that he's in a gang, other gang members that one of them is K Shorty, a gang member, is 6th Block, a fellow gang member of our victim that she is communicating with, where they talk about facts of some of the cases and some of the rival gang war that is going on in Jacksonville. The one to her best friend, there is definitely personal animosity towards Julio Foolio. She mentions Foolio multiple times. There's even a statement in there saying she hopes he should die. So that is direct knowledge of her specific knowledge as to not only the gang rival, the gang history, that is consciousness of guilt evidence in this specific case where she is confronted by law enforcement officers when they are trying to question her about the murder of a high-profile rapper in Jacksonville and gang activity, and she feigns ignorance of all of it. So that is highly probative and outweighs any sort of prejudicial effect.
Well, and didn't you all get up in your opening statement and say that Ms. Andrews didn't know any of the people involved, didn't know why She was just going to Tampa to be with her boyfriend. She didn't know anything that was going on in the gangs, right?
That's not accurate, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what was stated was that she doesn't know the individuals specifically involved in this. None of those individuals are mentioned in these messages. And to be clear, what Ms. Dowdy said is a mischaracterization of what the interview actually says. She doesn't say, to start with the name Gutter, what she says is, why are you calling him that? That's his rap name. So she doesn't pretend to not know that that is a nickname of his. What she challenges is whether or not it's a gang name as opposed to a stage name. So she absolutely said it. Maybe they couldn't understand it, but she absolutely said it. I believe we have a timestamp. But ultimately, Your Honor, these messages are released. These messages are from, I believe, before any of the songs that the state is attempting to introduce into evidence. Even the most popular ones that everyone talks about, Who I See You, When I See You, Who I Smoke, these messages are from before that. None of the individuals that are mentioned in these messages by name are involved in this case. And there's nothing in here indicating that any of this information that they're discussing is from firsthand knowledge. Quite frankly, it's the opposite. You can tell if you read them, they're responding to some social media post that some girl posted, and they're just chitter-chattering back and forth like most people are doing in the comments probably right now as we speak. There's nothing to suggest that this is personal knowledge, which I might add is very different. I'm having a conversation with a girlfriend about gossip and sitting in front of murder detectives and telling them that you know what is going on. It is not the same thing. It does not show a consciousness of guilt. It does not show any intent of anything. And quite literally, the fact that these messages are from 2021 and there's nothing after that before this murder goes against what the state is saying, right? Like there's not even any further information discussed about this in any text messages or Instagram posts or anything like that. It's no secret that Ms. Andrews was born and raised in Jacksonville. She has significant proximity. They called 3 witnesses, if I'm not mistaken, that said some of the similar things. They know, some of the people. They've listened to the music. They've heard some of the information back and forth. It does not mean that she has personal knowledge about it. And so I would completely disagree with what the way the state is characterizing it. And quite frankly, the specific message about him wanting to die, which I don't believe that is the actual quote. The court could review it. I'll point specifically to where it is.
Do you need the exhibit?
Judge, I didn't have the exhibit, so I was paraphrasing, so I apologize if I didn't quote it correctly. Judge, what she texts is, she says, girl, I don't like Julio, LMAFAOOO, ugly ass bitch, he need to die, and SHID, that was, oh, my friend, FUCK, that code shit, bitch, he shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing my outfit, who did it? I'm pointing out who did it, I'm sorry.
Right, and so, Your Honor, that is a comment on what they're seeing on social media. It's literally a third person, comment on what they're seeing on social media. If this were me, I would point him out. That this is conjecture, hyperbole between 2 girls, literally just chatting. There's nothing in here to suggest that she personally knows him, that she personally has had any kind of conflict with him, or personally wants something bad to happen to him. It's just not there. And I think the gap in time between this incident and these messages and the incident go to show that. And there's literally, I don't believe, any purpose to put these before the jury other than to sour them, to inflame their passions, to paint her as a violent, negative person, because it's not related to this incident at all. It's not connected to any personal act of violence that she's committed to him. She has not threatened him. And if Your Honor has reviewed the cases already, I can go into those.
No, I've reviewed them.
Okay. But Your Honor, if you in those cases, the statements that are let in, the prior statements of those defendants are statements that are a direct threat to the individual that was ultimately killed. They reveal a specific animosity, a specific intent, a specific want of that person based on a personal issue that they have with them to be harmed. And then that they later on go to do that. And I believe remoteness is very relevant in both of those cases. Those statements are certainly not 4 years before the incident occurs. Remoteness is relevant, the fact that they are isolated is relevant, and the fact that there is no way for the state to even establish that this is based on personal knowledge. And I think that the statements show that they are not based on personal knowledge. They're no different than anybody else's DMs that has conversations about,
Other than showing knowledge, right?
Why I don't think knowledge of the gang issue in general is relevant to
You
whether
don't
or
think
not
so? If she's purported to be a member of a conspiracy to kill a rival or a gang member?
that her knowing about the gangs
Yeah.
is I don't believe that's relevant to prove that she committed this crime. That she's aware that it exists, Your Honor.
Okay, I know, but she knows who Charles Jones is, and she knows about the violence
She doesn't-
between the two.
She's admitted that in her interview. She admits that she follows him on social media. That's not a secret, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is not what the interview says.
Okay, so anyway, listen, I'm going to find that it is probative and it outweighs any potential prejudicial impact. So 75C2 will be admitted. What's the next one? C3? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when is this witness testifying? These are going to come in.
Judge, those are not witnesses that we are calling, but we are going to put them in after we call Detective Benjamin Boers and put in her Apple iCloud account. Jewel Jordan is supposed to testify. She's only the subject of 75C later this afternoon.
Okay.
And when the state mentions putting in her Apple iCloud account, you're referring to her entire account?
No, just these exhibits that we pulled out.
Okay, so the person that's 75C 1 through 11, are those all coming in through witness today?
No.
Okay, just C what?
C2.
Okay, so then we C3 is coming in through someone else and C10 is coming in through someone else?
Correct, Judge.
Okay, so let's I'm going to reserve ruling on those.
Okay,
because
that's fine.
it's
I'm related with different arguments. I also like to add something that I left out, Your Honor. Related to C2, Your Honor.
Yep.
The state has very specifically defined the conspiracy period in this case. That is from June 22nd to June 23rd. 21st through the 23rd of 2024. So this is not some situation where this relates to the conspiracy in any way. If it were, they would have defined the conspiracy period bigger. They did not. They specified it to those days. So this information is not connected to that at all in its actuality, or as it relates to the state's theory and motive, which is that this happened in retaliation to or connected with the shooting from 2023, which was even then 2 years after these messages. And I'd also like to add that I believe it will come out at some point that at the time of these messages, Ms. Andrews had not even met Mr. Chance.
okay. Okay. That, I don't know if that helps or hurts you, but okay, so it's admissible. And hold on to C3 and C10, and we'll discuss that before that witness. And I'm just looking, and I'm not ruling yet, but I'm just looking, like an email message on C3 dated October 4th of 2020 from K Shorty, which is Miss Andrews' account, correct?
No,
No, that's someone else. Okay, because then that is talking about whoever they are.
It's a member of 6 Block, Judge.
Okay, very good. Gotcha. Now,
Allegedly, Your Honor, not admittedly, based on these messages.
okay, all right. Well, we'll cross C3 and C10
Understood.
at a later time. Okay, let's get going. Is our jury here?
All right, so that was to bring in text messages, and her text messages, if you guys remember, were pretty bombastic, where she was going back and forth with one of her friends. I think that was Jules or Jewel. Was that her name? All right, so that's one little exchange. Didn't seem too contentious. But we're not going to jump into the worst of the worst right off the bat. We're going to kind of do a slow burn, a slow climb. All right, here's the next one. So that was from day 2. This is from day 3. So first we saw defense openings day 1. Then we saw a little exchange there, day 2. Now we're jumping forward to day 3. All right, so this is day 3. And again, we're doing this so that tomorrow is her hearing for a new trial. And I just want us to look through today's, it's like an exercise. I just want to see if we can find moments where the judge was unfair or moments where the judge was fair, you know. And I just want us to kind of look through this. We're kind of combing through bits and pieces of Alicia's trial to find moments when people thought that she was being biased, because chat in Law and Crime and Court TV were pulled up from the defense and used successfully to have Judge Sisco removed.
Okay.
All jurors, all judges.
Very good. Do we need, I think there is an exhibit that's still in dispute, correct?
Yes.
75, and remind me again which.
C3.
C3. Is that the only one, 3 and 10?
Judge, yes, it is 3 and 10.
Okay, so can someone show me again 75C3?
Yes, Judge, I have both of them.
Well, you probably turn up the lights now.
Need the lights up there?
Might as well.
I'll work on it after.
Okay, sure.
Put it in.
Okay, so tell me, what am I looking at here?
Say, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, they're not.
Sorry, Your Honor. I have to say this one, but you're good.
Okay.
Sure.
What is this?
The messages, which are to what appears to be an iCloud, Your Honor, are iMessages back and forth with this defendant and a 6-block member, so a member of the opposing side of her current boyfriend from back in 2020. That 6-block member is explaining to her some of the issues that he is having with Charles Jones. These are the messages during which or in which the defendant specifically talks about the witness. Mr. Howard specifically talks about his involvement in his activity that's occurring in Jacksonville, and about the death of Bibby, another source of what we expect some of the testimony to be. These messages with this individual also discuss J. Ja'Cory Rivers is the true name of Mr. J. And he is associated in this case in that he funded or sent the money for the Airbnb to the defendant's boyfriend, Mr. Chance, in advance of his using his Airbnb or his Cash App account to book the room with Mr. Murphy. So that's why we are seeking to admit these. Number one, for the defendant's knowledge of, again, this ongoing issue between the two groups, but additionally the link to the other individuals associated to this case.
Okay, so where it says, who is K Shorty 335 at iCloud.com?
His street name is K Shorty. His real government name is Therese Powell.
Therese Powell. Okay, and so when I'm looking at this, for example, the first line says, you don't even sleep that hard, so you gotta be OTP. Who's sending and who's receiving?
The email that's above those messages on the left side are from K Shorty's account. So that's the email associated essentially with, for example, iMessage, right? So those would be from him.
Okay.
And if you look to the other side, how it looks like it's tabs, that would be from the defendant in response to him.
Okay, so then, for example, the response to that, and you're telling me this is from the defendant, okay, I get that. I wasn't saying you can't post her. I just feel like you're not ready to talk to nobody. That's all. That would be from Miss Andrews.
Correct. This is an extraction from Ms. Andrews' device.
It's under her iCloud.
Okay. And so there's some then, so I guess just preliminarily looking at this, there appears to be a lot of extraneous conversation about a lot of other stuff that may not be relevant to this trial. That's kind of my initial first thought at looking at this.
If the court looks to looking at the 10/4/2020 message, that is the message in which I'm specifically referencing the defendant speaking about
or the case shorty, excuse me, messaging to the defendant specifically about the witness that we were discussing earlier.
So I just noticed that guy in the gallery again, the guy looking at his phone. So that's 2 days now. He was in day 2 and day 3. I didn't notice him. I didn't notice him when I was going through and grabbing these clips. But now that I'm noticing him, so he was there day 2 and day 1. I'm sorry, day 2 and day 3. Not sure if he was there in day 1, but day 2 and day 3. I'm pretty sure he comes into play later down the road, so we'll get there.
Mr. Howard and Bibby, the person that was with Mr. Howard during the murder of Spaz, or the person that was referenced yesterday, also the co-defendant's younger brother and cousin.
Okay, and this would be the message. You said 1020, which from Case Shorty begins, all I want you to do is protect me and make sure nothing happened to me because I'm gone. Do the same. Don't let nobody know we talked that you think gone, get around to somebody else because you never know what other people. Anyway, it's a very long run-on sentence. So is that?
Yes, it's a very long run-on paragraph. It actually starts at the 11:36 message from that same date, Your Honor. So on 10/4 of 2020 at 11:36 a.m., there's a very long run-on. It's just not able to be captured on the same page.
Okay, and so defense, what's your objection?
Several, Judge. I'll start with first just the date of the messages. They are even earlier than the messages that we objected to move on yesterday. These messages are from October of 2020. The second issue is knowledge, Ms. Andrews' knowledge of what is happening in the city, connected to people, some of them that she knows, some of them that she doesn't know. None of them that she has a specific personal relationship with, is not a material issue in this case. It is a collateral issue. Whether or not she knows what's happening, every witness that's come up here has some idea about what's happening. It's not a material issue. The issue is whether or not she had the intent, whether or not she agreed to be involved in this conspiracy for a specific murder. There's no discussion about this murder that would happen 4 years later, or any intent of hers to be involved in it. It's completely not relevant. Also, the way that the state characterizes these messages is very different than what it actually is. This is a man, a young guy at this point, and a young woman having a conversation about whether or not they're going to be in a relationship. This gentleman seems to be possibly suffering maybe from PTSD, or I don't even know what the messages are. It's just very long. Him talking about somebody accusing him of something that he didn't do, and pouring his heart out, hoping that he can live a normal life. He adamantly even denies being a part of it, so he's not an admitted member of any gang. And I haven't heard any testimony from any officer that he's a part of a gang, and I don't expect to, because it's not a relevant matter to this specific case. This is another attempt to, quite frankly, reach and stretch the idea that she is somehow involved in this particular murder, because 4 years ago she had a conversation with a guy who was romantically interested in her, who was really talking about wanting to live a normal life and be away from all of this, and how he's warning people to stay away from it. So it's not even it is not actually the way that they're framing it. But even if it were, the fact that she knows these people, she lives in Jacksonville, Your Honor. She is from Jacksonville. It is inevitable that she's going to know people or have communication with these people. Her association, and I don't mean association with the gang, I mean knowing these people or coming into contact with them, is not a material issue in this case. It is another attempt by the state to put this before the jury to make it appear as though she is associated with the gang, when their own expert officers, detectives, are going to testify that she's not associated with the gang. It's really just an attempt to saddle the jury, to inflame their passions, and to make it appear as though she spent her entire life being, cozying up to gang members. It's not relevant at all to what this case is about, and Your Honor has already limited the scope of what they're allowed to discuss outside of the actual murder. It's supposed to be limited to this 2023 shooting, and here we are again attempting to elicit, this person is not going to testify. There's a hearsay issue as well, but this is just not relevant information. It's confusing to the jury. It's not relevant to what they need to decide, and I don't see any probative value to any issue in this case. Her messages back to him are not discussing, it's not even connected to what she discussed, to what was discussed yesterday in the text messages. She's talking about not being romantically involved or being romantically involved with this guy, him being a good person, her being a good person. This is not relevant at all to what we have. It's just an attempt to paint her, as a bad person who likes to be around gang members. It has nothing to do with the actual allegations in this case.
Okay, so again, I view this as direct evidence, not collateral evidence, and I did limit the collateral evidence as you indicated, but her statements, or her knowledge of the gang involvement and Julio Foolio and then the beef between the gangs is relevant to the case. But my biggest issue with this, these are just really long, run-on, nonsensical there's parts of it in here, for example, where there's talk about Julio Foolio specifically. Again, the second page of this exhibit.
Your Honor, I'd be happy to work with the exhibit and highlight more relevant portions, provide an updated copy of that to the defense. My only concern was the defense wanting the evidence surrounding those statements, but in the event that a more redacted version where it's just specifically talking about the parties related to this case and the individuals that were actually present with the decedent, I am happy to do that.
And Your Honor, if I can add, first, if the court is going to ultimately allow the man, I would like the opportunity to parse through, what we would.
Sure.
But also, Your Honor, based on the information that they introduced yesterday, the state has already established that she is knowledge. And it goes back to my point. What is the actual purpose of this outside of attempting to paint her in a particular manner? And I don't believe it's relevant. I understand the court's ruling, but outside of it already being established, it becomes cumulative. It becomes confusing. These are more names of people that are not involved in this particular incident. And additionally, Your Honor, it's prejudicial. It's significantly prejudicial. And I will also add this. If knowledge of the gangs, because the way the state is painting it is though she has some kind of specialized knowledge of these incidents and these people. I don't expect objections when we question their witnesses about how common this information is, right? When we question them about the comments on, social media, the things that people seem to be aware of, the people that make videos and appear to have intimate knowledge about what's going on. If knowledge is, if they're painting her to have some sort of specialized knowledge, then I don't expect there to be any sort of objections or limiting to us establishing this is actually not specialized knowledge. This is information that anybody in proximity or with a phone could get access to because everyone is talking about it everywhere.
Okay, well that sounds like your cross or closing argument, right?
Maybe both.
Okay, so you do need, I want you, State, to attempt to redact this just to, like pertinent parts. Like I can make out in here, for example, the conversation, because there is an actual, start talking about Julio Foolio and 6 Block and ATK and who's involved and who's not involved, and so that kind of thing is going to be more relevant than a lot of this other stuff that's almost to me indecipherable.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, anyway, so try and pare it down, run it by the defense, and then see if you guys, I know you don't agree to this coming in, but just take a look at their redactions, and if you are going to argue for further redactions, or if you want stuff left in for the rule of completeness, then let them know as well. So I'd rather have them start being conservative with their redactions and go from there, okay? Then.
And Your Honor, just to sort of add, again, there were 370,000 artifacts on this iPod device. I don't know if, the court, I don't know if this is something we need to address now, but I don't want this to continue to be an issue where we're continuing every time that Julio Foolio's name is mentioned that it's going to be admitted because my client, was in a conversation about it.
Well, they've only, let me put it this way. So as far as the exhibits for the state's case in chief, they've identified 75C3 and 75C10. So that's what we're discussing. So I don't know if the defendant testifies, if there's going to be something else that they're going to want to use to impeach her. I have no idea, but we're just talking about state's case in chief.
Correct, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Right?
Okay, well, as far as I know, this is the only exhibits that they've produced to you that you're objecting to. It, not the only exhibits, but the two we're discussing.
Yes.
Okay, so then what is, so I'm going to overrule the objection to 75C3, but with the caveat, I want the state attempt to redact this to the truly pertinent portions of the message exchange.
And for the record, because I don't believe I said this, we also would object on the basis of hearsay.
Okay.
As it's related to the other person's statements, and based on what the state is saying, it appears as though they are attempting to elicit this for the truth of the matter, that she was aware of what was actually occurring and that what he's saying is actually true. So we object on that basis as well.
Well, I think they're attempting just to show what her knowledge is, not that any of this is factually accurate per se. It's certainly not grammatically accurate, I can tell you that. Okay, so 75C10, what am I looking at?
Your Honor, 75.
These are messages from 2023?
Do you want to see? Sure.
Or
Is it maybe C1?
it's marked as C10.
It's C10. We already discussed.
Oh, yes, that's correct. It's
The
just
only
for
other
another
one we did
number.
was C2, which was yesterday, and the other one was C10.
Yes, the exhibit list lists the defendant's number and can also include the co-defendant's number, but the messages for C10 are those between this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance.
No. Okay, what's the objection?
Let me just confirm.
Do you want to see the exhibit?
Yes,
Sure.
what I have looks like it's C1.
Come on up.
Okay, now I got it. I'm looking at C1.
Okay. Sure.
I'll put both on the exhibit list just so it's clear for everyone in the court. Here you go.
So,
Judge, we'd object for all the same reasons.
okay. And what's the relevance of this, Mrs.
Your Honor, as it relates to the messages in C10, the communications between these two devices are both, again, the same basis, the knowledge, but specifically in the instance of the April 10th of 2023 messages, the defendant's co-defendant, Mr. Chance, is referencing 23. That person will be one of the individuals that was shot and killed at the town center that was referenced and will be ultimately referenced by our gang units as well in this case. It again goes to her knowledge of not only her knowledge of those killings in the dispute, but the defendant's boyfriend, or Mr. Chance, the co-defendant, actually explaining to her what occurred there and why he will not return there, and essentially providing her with additional information about his problems with the other gang. Lastly, the first page, did you include this? I'm not sure. Does the court have that also? How many pages does the court have?
2.
Pending inquire? Okay, that's it. Those are the only ones.
What's the TikTok hyperlink in here? What's that for? Do you know?
I do not. It would not reopen. The town center shooting that they're speaking about was the shooting in which 4 individuals were shot up, 3 of them died, 1 survived, that first music video was about. And again, that the When I See You music video by our victim was published regarding. Their photos are preserved in that music video. That was primarily what kicked off both sides.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection. All right, here you go. Okay.
Did I understand the defense to make an additional objection to 75C1?
I didn't hear it. I think when we first discussed this, we already discussed the 3 items. So on 75C1 is a text now chat dated June 17th of 2024.
Yes, and Your Honor, just to be clear, those are the 2 messages, the blue messages to,
Does the court have a copy of that?
I don't.
it's the 1 page, just 1 paragraph. Okay, yes, I don't have an objection to that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
There you go. Okay. Okay, anything else we need to discuss before we break for the day? All right, so it looks like, State, you might rest on Tuesday, maybe?
Judge, I know that Detective Ramos's examination is going to be rather lengthy, and I anticipate his cross will be as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys, whenever it is state rest, you all just need to be ready to go with if you've got any witnesses other than your client. Okay? So if you need Mr. Howard transported, you just need to make sure that you let me know so that way we can request him to be transported the day before.
But if they are going to conclude on Tuesday, which I don't know if that's...
Yeah,
We may go into Wednesday. I
That's
think
fine.
Ron Ramos is going to be pretty lengthy.
I guess I'm just trying to tell you guys, you need to be ready to roll into your case, assuming you're going to put one on. That's all I'm saying.
So, yes, I'm trying to figure out the logistics. So if they're going to end Tuesday, then we would want Robert Howard Wednesday. If they're going to end Wednesday, I guess depending on the time, we would want Robert Howard Wednesday still, but it's going to follow Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. So it maybe sounds that most likely would be Wednesday for Mr. Howard. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
I think so, because we saw the medical examiner, the ballistic expert, and some witnesses from Jacksonville.
Sure. Okay. All right. So maybe possibly closings Thursday. Okay.
Well,
Key. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Very good. You guys enjoy your weekend too. All right. See you all Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All right, so Judge actually ruled kind of in favor of the defense with these redactions. You know, she said the state's going to redact some items, but they're going to be conservative and then meet with the defense. And then if you guys need more redactions, then go ahead and do it. So in that little exchange, I didn't see anything untowards there. I thought that I thought she was pretty fair. All right, so that was day 3. Now we're going to go to day 4. Now we're going to go to day 4, an exchange on day 4. 252 in. Let's see here. And that guy that was in the gallery, he was there day 2 and day 3. Let's see if he's here in day 4. I know he pops up at some point. All right, so this is day 4.
Yes, Your Honor, so PowerPoint. Copy it.
I do.
Okay. So the first objection would just be to the actual statutes being listed, things that appropriate for the witness to advise the jury of the law. That would be Your Honor's purview.
What's your response to that?
The detective is listed as an expert, Your Honor.
No, but expert on the law?
As an expert in gang evidence, and what is presented is the criminal gang statute.
Okay, but Why is that admissible? Just the statute itself?
If there's no objection from the defense as it relates to his qualifications as an expert, then I can skip right past those slides. But if they are objecting as it relates to his qualifications, we'll be discussing the statute itself.
So there is an objection, Your Honor, but he's not going to testify that he has some sort of expertise in the law. He's just going to say that he uses it to qualify him.
Yeah.
But even if Your Honor decides to qualify him as an expert, that does not make the actual statutes admissible as evidence in the trial.
Okay. Well, I tend to agree, so at this point I'll sustain the objection just as to the language of the statutes themselves, and that would be Criminal Gang Florida Statute 874.031, 874.032, and 874.033. Okay.
Next, Your Honor, we have a general objection to the videos coming in as hearsay.
Okay. State what's your response to that.
Certified business records provided for those, Your Honor, and the witnesses testifying not as it relates to the truth of the matter asserted of the content of those videos, but only as it relates to the intent and knowledge of the defendant based on the history of the criminal gangs.
Okay. Overrule the objection.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
I don't find that to be, not personally, but as a general response, just based on the fact that they have specific lyrics highlighted. None of those, I believe, related to any of the text messages that Your Honor has admitted thus far, where the state claims that they go to the defendant's knowledge. So it might go to maybe some of the co-defendants, their knowledge of what has happened, but not specifically to Ms. Andrews' knowledge. Let me see, just to make sure. So I believe there's maybe 3 or 4 different videos that the state is intending to admit, and I didn't count, but there are multiple murders or shootings that are addressed according to the state in here that are not going to be discussed in this case. Specific names, specific people that are unrelated to the charges in this particular case. So we reject. And again, more collateral issues that serve to not help the jury understand the issues in this case, but to confuse them and pile on more unrelated gang information.
All right. What's your response?
Your Honor, the same response that we provided in our earlier motion as it relates to the gang evidence. These videos, at least the first 2 videos, are posted back to back, one from each side of the gang, to explicitly explain the history of the gang, as well as being provided to describe the events that have occurred. The defendant's messages absolutely encapsulate several of the lines that are related in these songs, specifically talking about some of the people who have died. The names that are listed in these songs are also in her messages. So as it relates to that representation, not directly linked to the messages from Ms. Andrews, they in fact are. As it relates to these videos, there are 2 videos each, back to back, one posted a month apart, and the others posted close in time together. And again, it's for the detective to testify about the background of the gangs and the issues as it relates to the back and forth between the 2 groups.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of time talking about, well, first I dispute the fact that in the messages that have been admitted thus far that the court is allowing in, I believe there's discussion maybe of one person from Ms. Andrews. There's a name of one person that was murdered. There's not some sort of drawn out discussion where she is dropping names of, all of these people. So I dispute that. But beyond that, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of the jury's time, and everyone else's time, the court's time, discussing the drawn out details of what has happened back and forth between these gangs.
Well, no evidence has come in yet regarding the back and forth between the gangs. This is the first evidence that the jury's going to hear.
I disagree, Your Honor. The first, I believe, 3 or 4 witnesses testified about the back and forth, who was who has done what, et cetera, et cetera. There has been.
Anyway, go ahead, make your record.
Well, yes, ultimately, beyond that, the fact that this is now becoming a feature of the trial, we'd also object to just prejudicial nature. This is substantially prejudicial, much more than it is probative to the actual elements of this crime and my client's, the allegations against my client. It is cumulative, again, at this point. We're going to hear more discussion about the gang war as opposed to the actual murder that is charged in this crime. So we object on all those bases. Hearsay, it's cumulative, it's more prejudicial than it is probative, it's not relevant, it is a collateral matter, not relevant to any material issue or element in this crime, the crime that we are here to have a trial on.
Okay, overrule the objection. All right, that's as to the videos. Anything else?
Yes, we would object to the lyrics, Your Honor. I'm not sure who wrote these lyrics, but it does not, it just appears that they're typed based on someone's interpretation of what is being said. That is invading the process of the jury. The jury is to decide what these lyrics say. And even if the court were to decide to let them in, we would also object to the highlighting.
Okay, what's your response?
Your Honor, these, the defense can address any issues as it relates to the lyrics or the accuracy of the lyrics on redirect. I have case law support needing
on cross.
Translation. I mean, on cross, excuse me. As it relates to the translation, if there's an issue as it relates to the content of the messages themselves. But we discussed this previously in referencing these videos and lyrics being provided with these videos. The highlighting itself is in an attempt to limit what we are questioning the witness himself about as we go through the videos and to highlight specifically what would be related to this case or specifically related to the evidence that we intend to present of the war between the two groups.
Overrule the objection. Any other objections as to the PowerPoint?
Your Honor, we'd object to the charts, the organizational charts as hearsay as well.
I don't see those. I just see the PowerPoint. Are those on your...
In the first couple pages after the case law.
Look. Oh, I see that. The members and associates of ATK and 1200, right? So you're referring to in 6 block?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm assuming they're coming in or an attempt to come in through your gang expert?
That is correct, Your Honor. The detectives from the gangs presented and each of them have been listed as experts.
Okay. All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just for the record, our objection related to hearsay is just to the idea that, look, this is testimony that can be given without these actual charts, but specifically the labeling of these individuals as gang members are objections to hearsay based on that.
Okay, same ruling, overruled.
And then finally, Your Honor, there is a slide, or there's one slide relating to an August 16th and 17th, 2023 shooting. We would object vehemently to any additional shooting outside of the one from October 2023 being discussed in this case.
Your Honor, we have relied on the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the gang evidence that's admissible in this case. And that ruling was that the evidence is limited to 2023. We've actually significantly cut down the incidents in early 2023 and included only those which occurred at or around the time. So we've included the prior attempted murder of the victim in this case, in which there are casings that match, and the murder which occurs the day before that attempted murder, as well as the murder that occurs in August, which would have been 2 months before, another rivalry issue where, again, someone is killed on the 16th and someone is killed on the 17th. We have narrowed it to the fall of 2023, just for purposes of being as concise as possible, but we have relied heavily on the earlier ruling that we've already had on this issue, which is that the events from 2023 would be relevant as it's what really kicked off this gang war.
Well, I recall that the court's order was that it would be limited to October of 2023, very specifically October 2023. And I'd also dispute the idea that this is what kicked off the gang war. Their expert is about to testify very differently about what kicked off the gang war. But I believe the court's order was October 2023 specifically.
Okay. Overrule the objection.
And we'd also...
Interesting. They're saying that in this trial, they only brought back October of 2023, which was Julio's attempt. That was the attempt. Remember this? I hope I still have these. So they are only, so in this trial, they're only bringing back October of 2023, which was Charles's. But in the 4, they go back to Jake Jidd, Tilly, little Kobe, as well as Bibby. They go back to Bibby. And Joe Rod. Well, Joe Rod was nephew. I think that was nephew of the Murphys. I think it was Rashad's nephew. I think Joe Rod was Rashad's nephew. So they do not go back this far in Alicia's trial, but they do in the other 4. So interesting. All right, let's get back to. So she seems kind of fair. I mean, again, I remember watching bits and pieces of this, and chat was like, not our chat, but I was in other chats. I was just being aware, and people were like, oh, she's biased. I know their words will come. There's definitely moments where she talks, she dresses down some of these attorneys, and we'll get there. But right now, it seems like she's being somewhat fair.
Subject on the basis that it's not relevant.
Okay, very good. Same ruling. All right.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
may I take a quick comfort break before we
Sure.
enter that?
This is Mark. Here's your PowerPoint back. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so that's it for that little exchange. All right, so that was day 4. All right, so far we've done days 1 through day 4. So let's go now to day 5, and let's see what this one brings us. I know there's at least 2 incidences where something happens where she talks to the defense, and then there's another time where she talks to some people in the gallery. So again, I'm taking like just real high level, real like little snapshots, just to see if we can kind of get some kind of read on why the defense felt that she was biased. And I know people in law and crime and court TV, they thought that they're like, oh, judge is biased. So I'm just trying to find any kind of evidence. So that's what we're kind of just looking through the lens of. For those that are coming in new, Alicia's hearing for a new trial is tomorrow in front of a new judge. So today we're just kind of picking little pieces here and there just to see if we can spot moments where Judge Sisco may have had some whiff of being biased. All right, let me see. All right, here's another little clip. Let's see if we can find anything here. All right, so this is day 5.
Us 3 and credit for a copy of the proposed actions and the original, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. White, are you arguing this issue?
Yes, Your Honor. So we obviously review our objections and just honestly highlight a couple things about the fact that this is just character evidence. Specifically, there's conversations where Ms. Andrews is saying, I won't do this to you, I wouldn't do that to you. And that's kind of what this goes back and forth. Any conversation that is, I believe maybe what the state is suggesting is related to gangs is not on behalf of Ms. Andrews. It's on behalf of someone else who again is not charged in this case. and outside of being alleged to have been a gang member, is not connected to this case at all, specifically these charges. So we object again based on that information. But if the court is going to allow it in, we believe for context purposes, everything should come in. Everything about the romance and I just want to be a good person and I don't want to be involved in this, all that information should come in before the jury as well, even though we believe it's not relevant.
Okay.
Improper character evidence.
So, sounds like they want the whole thing to come in.
Okay, Your Honor.
We don't want to.
No, I know, absent your objections, but if you're forced to choose between a redacted version or a complete version, you would opt for a complete, correct?
Correct. We don't believe that the state should be allowed to cherry pick information.
Well, they weren't cherry picking, they were doing what I asked them to do.
Well, I mean, as far as the redaction,
Right.
they shouldn't be allowed to place only into evidence the information that appears to be negative towards Ms. Andrews.
Sure, okay, so then I'll overrule the objection, the whole thing can come in.
Your Honor, I just need a few seconds to run outside and let the witness know about that.
Sure.
Feedback. But if we can please, if there's any objection to the other items, address that first.
Okay, what
Yes.
other item?
So there is 75C12.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to write it down
Through
or you just going
16.
through 16.
That are being added, Your Honor.
wait, 75C
12
12 and 13.
through 16.
12 through 16, okay, what are these?
Would y'all like to hear from the defense first?
Well, state, just tell me what they are, and then I'll hear what the objection is.
Additional instructions from Ms. Andrews' devices.
Okay. Can I look at them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the objections? Okay, let's start with C12. And let the jury know, we just had something come up and I'll be with them shortly.
Your Honor, may I stand up the bench so I can see what's here first?
Sure. Okay, C12 is, looks like photographs, thumbnail.
Correct, Your Honor.
So those are screenshots, I believe, or maybe photos of Ms. Andrews and two individuals that I don't even believe the state will be able to establish who they are. I don't know how they're going to establish that. I will let them, talk about why they want to get them in. But from our perspective, again, they have absolutely nothing to do with this case. And you're going to see a pattern between 13 or 12 to 16 that this is, again, an attempt to introduce improper character evidence by the state to, I don't know, I guess the argument is that alleged that she has knowledge, and I just don't know how far this is going to go, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know, I'm guessing, I'll let the state answer, but it has something to do with the alleged gang sign? Is that what this is
That is
relevant
correct,
to?
Your Honor, and the date at which that photo was taken or was retrieved from Ms. Andrews' device as having been captured on that device predates when she gave her statement of when she knew this co-defendant, Mr. Chance, and several questions were asked on cross-examination yesterday regarding whether they knew whether Ms. Andrews had the phone when the photos or screenshots were taken that were introduced versus her co-defendant. These would have been before the co-defendant's involvement.
I don't think that's an accurate characterization of what we were asking. There were specific photos that the state was referencing, and the question was whether or not that witness could testify as to whether Ms. Andrews had the phone at the time those screenshots were taken. So it's not about every phone that was backed up, every picture that was backed up on her iCloud device. That's not what the question was about. There were, I believe, 3 specific photos that we asked the question about whether or not that witness could say Ms. Andrews took these screenshots or she was the person who did it.
Well, Detective Grayback, he was questioned about, because the phone, I guess her phone, I don't know, I heard this, that it disappeared, was no longer available, something along those lines.
That device has not ever been recovered.
Never been recovered. So then she gets a new phone on, I think it was June the 26th. Correct? And then the download happens on the 26th, correct?
Correct, from iCloud to
From
device.
iCloud
which is
to
the device that disappeared,
Right.
Your Honor. This would have been information that would the iCloud was taken.
Right.
So, yeah.
Detective Grayback was questioned about his knowledge and if he knew who downloaded those photos originally and when they would have been downloaded. And there were specific questions on cross-examination noting the date of June the 26th, and definitely the implication was, and I think actually Mr. McGlymet asked the detective if he knew if there was any evidence that Ms. Andrews at times lent her phone to Mr. Chance.
That was asked.
That was asked.
which has been testified to by the state's witnesses. That's a known fact.
Okay.
Nobody's disputing that. It was the state who implied that because she had only had the phone for a day or so, that somehow that meant information was missing, even though they have the entire iCloud with 370,000 different artifacts. So I guess the implication was that there was some information missing. The point is, the information is from the iCloud, it's not the device. I can throw my phone in the river and download my entire iCloud and get the exact same things on my new iPhone that I had on my old iPhone. But the bigger issue is the questions that were asked specifically about the photos that were attempted to be entered into evidence yesterday. They were not about every photo that exists in her iCloud. But I think the even bigger issue is, Your Honor, where does this end? At what point are they not allowed to just keep introducing irrelevant information about, the 50 different gang members that she lives, within a 5-mile radius of that she's come across? They can't even tell us who this person is. They won't even be able to establish who that person is. Whether or not she slapped him in the face and said, "Why did you throw that sign up?" They can't, none of that matters though, because it's not relevant to the allegations in this case. This is becoming a please find her guilty because she knows gang members case. That 70% of what we discussed about Ms. Andrews is about who she knows and not how she's connected to this murder. And at some point it has to stop, Your Honor.
Okay, let me take a look at the other ones real quick. So that is C12, C13. It looks like these are photographs again.
It's actually a video, but there's only one still from the video. If Your Honor can see, the last page is the still from the video.
Right.
Extracted.
Okay. And what's the significance of that?
The individual depicted in this image is the individual that Ms. Andrews is messaging with from the messages that we've just looked at that the state was providing potential redactions to. He is a member of the opposing group, and those messages are pretty clear as to what it relates to their conversation. This is them in a relationship prior to her involvement with ATK and 1200 members.
So this is a picture.
Is this the K Shorty or is this someone? This is K Shorty. Okay.
And if I recall, Your Honor, I believe the point of this entire text thread was not to show that they were in a relationship. It's to show that she had knowledge that he had some sort of gang involvement. And if that's the case, why does this photo matter? Other than to show the jury that she is cozying up with gang members. That is the entire point of all of these exhibits, Your Honor.
Well, but then she's taking photos and saving them to her phone of herself with gang members making gang signs.
My response to that is so what? Why does that matter to you guys?
Well, to me, it seems like it goes to the weight the jury is supposed to give as opposed to admissibility.
But to the weight of what, Your Honor?
Okay, first of all, you guys stood up an opening statement, okay? And you told this jury, and there is no evidence she's a gang member. Or that she's an associate of a gang member.
It's not just, it's further than that, Your Honor.
I'm not done. So you get up an opening statement and you say, this was just a romantic getaway. She thought she was going with her boyfriend somewhere. She didn't know any of these individuals involved. She had no idea that this was going to be a gang-related anything. That's what you told this jury, an opening statement.
Yeah, specifically that she didn't know the individuals involved in this murder.
Okay.
And they haven't shown you any evidence of that. They're going on a rampage about 50 people that are not involved in this case. We did not say that she didn't know any gang members. What we said was that she did not know Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy. We haven't heard anything about that. We heard Sean Gathwright's grandma testify. I've never seen her before. There's no evidence even that they even have a relationship outside of her knowing who she was. But again, Your Honor, what does that have to do with this murder? I'm sorry, counsel is like talking sideways in my ear, and it's very distracting.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next one, which is C14. And what is this?
This is a screenshot of J. Breezy's music video that was also saved to the device in 2019. there were some indications regarding the earlier, screen shares or screenshots that were taken in the case that the gang detectives talked about. But most importantly, J. Breezy is linked to this case as having provided payment to Ms. Andrews' boyfriend. Ms. Andrews had obviously testified in her interview, and we expected to come out in testimony that she was not with that boyfriend at this time, putting her having knowledge of this individual at the time of at least this screenshot, which would have been back in 2019. He's the one who provided payment to Mr. Chance for the Airbnb before Mr. Chance provides payment for the Airbnb for this day.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, so this is a screenshot of, I didn't see which one it was. This is a screenshot of a music video?
Yes. So, I'm going to sustain the objection as to C14. Okay? All right, let's move on to the next one, C15.
15 and 16 are both screenshots from what was discussed by the detectives yesterday relating to the cell phone evidence that they had seen or observed with this defendant's communication with ATK Keese or Marquise Worthy.
And what is it? What is it I'm looking at exactly?
These are both 15 and 16 are screenshots that were saved to Ms. Andrews' device, and it is an Instagram chat. So when you open up your messages on Instagram, it is the chain of the messages. These messages depict her messages with an ATK Keese, which has been identified as Marquise Worthy.
And these are from 2020?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection as to these. Now, they may become relevant at some point. We'll see what the testimony is.
Yes,
and I'm going to overrule the objection as to 75C12 and 75C13. Okay?
And Your Honor, I just, so that's not done when the jury comes in, we also, like I said, don't believe they'll even be able to get testimony as to who those individuals are. And let me confirm, you allowed in, was it 13?
The screenshots that show Ms. Andrews with the other individuals as direct evidence of her knowledge.
Yeah, and so that we can avoid any potential argument. If the argument is authentication, these items were obtained from the device download that was obtained pursuant to a search warrant from law enforcement for the device. So I'm not sure what the legal objection is, but...
I mean, there's a lot of legal objections, but the biggest one is that in order for these, I guess, to become, I don't think, relevant, but who's going to establish who these individuals are? Just because they're in her phone and they got, a certification of business records.
I don't know that. I don't know the state. I don't know the state has to. Okay, so we'll see. All right.
Maybe 60 seconds, Your Honor, just to update the witnesses.
Sure.
I mean, both sides are getting closer and closer and closer. Now I understand they're passing exhibits back and forth. I get that. But both sides are getting closer and closer and closer. It's like, judge, me. All right, let me see. So that was a little moment of testiness there.
Did you need this? I don't know if you left it in there. Oh, no, that's the clerk's, not mine. Oh, it's the, sorry about that.
All right,
Okay, we're ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring it.
All right, so that's that for that one. Look at you, Aussie. Right on, 11 months. Woohoo! Look at that. Look at Moy. Look at Moy. Look at Moy. Look at Moy. Look at me. Look at me. That's really what it is, right? Look at me. Look at me. Gimme. Look at me. Look at me. Okay. Now we go to 841. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Sorry, I'm just entertaining myself over here. 841. All right. 840. Oh, this was at the end of the day, obviously. All right.
So, we will be on our evening recess. Just remember my previous admonition. Don't do any independent research. Talk to anybody about this case or listen, watch, or read any news accounts or social media accounts. All right? Great. See you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All rise. All jurors on judge.
Okay, very good. All right, so Detective, same rule since you've not yet been cross-examined. You cannot talk to anybody about anything related to this case, including the prosecutors. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let's talk about the defendant's interview with law enforcement, okay?
Yes, Judge.
So, if I'm hearing defense correctly, you want the information left in, the statements from Detective Ramos dealing with the potential penalty the defendant is facing to show what? So what is the context you're attempting to show?
So the issue is a little complete issue. What I want to show is what this detective is saying to Ms. Andrews and why she's responding the way that she's responding. It's the conversation itself, the interrogation itself. If you cut out parts of it, you're going to misinterpret what she's saying, why she's saying it, and how she's saying it. There's points in time where the detectives are yelling and screaming, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're threatening her, sometimes they're telling her things about other people's cases and whatnot to get her to do and say certain things. So if you start cutting out pieces of what they're saying, and then you say, this is what Alicia Andrews said in the interrogation room, this is why she said it, or she's lying about this, telling the truth about that.
Well, hold on, because just the only thing at this point the state wants to take out are the statements or the representations the detective makes as to any potential sentence she's facing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, there are additional things, correct, but mostly it is the references to a life sentence, what will happen to her if she's in prison.
Well, what else are you trying to cut out?
Judge, there is a series of statements by the law enforcement officer that specifically references the evidence in the case in a jury. There are points that I want to take out where they're basically saying you're going to be convicted, you're going to be found guilty. Judge, I don't know why they would want that in there.
Me either, but they do, so.
Judge, and there are certain statements along those same lines where they're specifically talking about a jury and what the jury will find and what the jury will think, which I think is completely inappropriate statements to make to the jury. The jury's going to make what they want of the evidence on their own. They shouldn't be told by a detective what to think or what to make of the evidence.
And if they do not want the detective's statements, and the statements that he made, and again, this is not just about that she was going to serve a life sentence, because there are several more statements that the state is identifying. But if they don't want the statements to come in from what the detective said, then none of it should come in.
Okay, so state, why can this not be cured like with a limited instruction, similar to what is requested? Oftentimes when this comes up, it's because law enforcement will be confronting a defendant with other evidence, and there's an instruction that can be given that the jury's not to consider the opinions of law enforcement. So why can't that cure the problem?
Judge, normally it's the defendant asking for that.
I know, but we're not normal. Listen, I know. Listen, it's not your job, okay, to do their job. And it's not their job to do your job. They say they want the whole thing in. So now my question to you is, since they've made the decision, meaning the defense, that they want the whole thing in, why can a limiting instruction not cure the problem?
Judge, because it's not relevant. What the detectives are saying is it's not appropriate for the jury to even consider what the potential sentence will be.
I know, but can't I tell the jury that?
Judge, it is several statements of the detective saying you're throwing your life away, you're going to be in prison for the rest of the life. We're talking murder 1, you are going to be in for life. And then there are several more references to prison. He says things 30 to life that she's facing. There's even context where the detectives are saying that she could do life, and all the other people in this case that really killed a person could get away with it. Like, all of that, I think, is misleading to the jury and inappropriate for the jury to hear.
And I don't understand how you take all of that out when there's more. I think the limiting instruction is just fine. If the court says to the jury, which it does in the jury instructions that are read before they go to delivery, that the jury is not to consider a sentence or anything like that.
Well, I would give a limiting instruction at the time Detective Ramos testifies about the interview.
That's fine with me as well.
So that's what I'm inclined to do.
Judge, if I can speak just briefly on
Sure.
this. Dory's handling this, but I'm pretty familiar with the case law on this. There's nothing wrong with the state redacting a statement in their case in chief. Under the rule of completeness, if we do a recording, if we redact a recording, depending on relevance and the court's ruling upon relevance, the defense can then put the remainder on in their case in chief. Normally, I think what Ms. Doherty's trying to point out is it's normally the defendant trying to exclude portions of a statement, and that's not the case here. I realize that. But there's nothing to prevent us from chopping up this recording and putting in what we deem fit to put in, as long as it's relevant and deemed to be relevant by the court. The defense then has an opportunity in their case in chief to put the remainder in if they wish, if it's also deemed to be relevant by the court.
Well, they have to wait for the defendant's case in chief? Couldn't they ask, pursuant to the rule of completeness, that it be played in its entirety at the time it's admitted?
Right, and the way that works under at least the law that I've reviewed, and I just looked at this last year on a case that I was preparing for trial on, they can present that in their case in chief.
Well, you guys need to get some case law. So I've looked at case law, okay? What I could find, both of you do. So I guess tomorrow you need to bring two versions. One that's redacted, the way you want it redacted. The second one that's not redacted. That's the whole thing. And so when it comes to sentencing, the penalty is irrelevant to the jury's sole responsibility of determining a defendant's guilt or innocence. That the jury cannot be privy to the myriad factors which must be considered in sentencing, and that the court's advising the jury of the possible penalty is wholly inconsistent with the jury's responsibility to disregard the consequences of its verdict and tends to encourage a deplorable phenomenon which has come to be referred to as, quote, jury pardon, close quote.
So I'll actually put case law on the record.
Okay.
For this rule of completeness issue, Whitfield versus State.
What's this? Tell me the site.
It's 933 Southern 2nd, 1245 is the first DCA case from 2006, which states that when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require him or her at that time to introduce any other part or any other writing or recorded statement that in fairness ought to be considered contemporaneously, and an adverse party is not bound by evidence introduced under this section.
Right, which is what I just said. The rule of completeness doesn't require the defendant have to put it on in their case in chief. It just requires that the interview or the statement has to be produced in its entirety when it's originally produced. Okay?
That's just the case law.
Right.
I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm just citing case law.
Right. You're just affirming what I just ruled, which is great. Okay, so any other cases?
No, unless there's something that the state has.
Okay. So anyway, state, honestly, you're going to need to come up with something. Okay?
Judge, we'll send you case law tonight.
Okay.
Defense counsel.
Very good. So then, assuming it stays in, I'm inclined to give a limiting instruction where we tell the jury they're to disregard any opinions by law enforcement regarding any potential sentence. As we discussed during jury selection, the province of the jury is solely to determine the guilt or innocence, and the province of the court is strictly its mind to determine the appropriate sentence. Okay? Something to that effect. Okay? Very good. See you guys tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Court's adjourned.
All right, so she seemed a little annoyed, but I didn't necessarily take that as that was directed at the defense. She's just going to make sure that law enforcement makes no comment on sentencing, because law enforcement shouldn't. That's up to the judge to determine sentencing. Everybody has to stay in their lane, right? All right, so now, so that was day 5. Now we're going to get to day 6. Let's see if day 6 brings us any more spice. All right, 39 minutes in. Let me rewind this back to 39 minutes. All right. All right, so this is now day 6. And there was only, I think there's only 8 days, so we're closing in on, I'll talk about it when we get there. All right, so day 6, here's a little snippet from day 6.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so Mr. Harmon, I did receive your case log. I've reviewed some of it. Defense, have you reviewed it?
I did. I reviewed some of it as well. It was the very first case, the 10th Circuit case. And, I mean, most of them cite the same principle. The rule of completeness is the same. There were some cases where they did not allow any defendant's statements. The defense, so there was a control call, and the defendant asked for a portion of his interrogation to come in, and the court said, no, the interrogation can't come in because that's not the purpose of the rule of completeness. The defendant's statements can't come in. Alright, so those cases were not the same, and we black letter law in those cases stands for the same thing that I cited yesterday to the court, which the court agreed with.
Okay, so Mr. Harmon, and I've reviewed half of the cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
So are any one of these cases more directly on point to what we have here, which is where the detective makes a statement to the defendant during a post-Miranda interview that they're facing life or a significant term of years, and therefore that should be excluded and not included as part of the rule of completeness? What would be the closest case to that?
Let me look at my outline here real quick, Your Honor. I believe there is one that's close, but pretty much all of these cases cite in different ways the standard for the court to take into consideration.
Right, and so the thing is, honestly, this should have been handled before trial. Because the only way for me to really know is if I watch the whole video. And I'm not going to, in the middle of trial, take a time out and watch an over an hour long video of the defendant's interrogation. So I'm flying blind here, relatively speaking. So there's no way for me to know if, in fact, the statements that the detective made are, in fact, relevant to any potential impeachment or issue. And I just want to clarify, make sure for the record, Mr. McLymont, you're not claiming that these statements made by Detective Ramos have to go to the voluntariness of your client's statement, or are you?
Not that the statements are involuntary, but they invoke certain responses from Ms. Andrews. It's not that the response...
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not talking about voluntariness. We're simply discussing context, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so then that's where the rule of completeness comes in.
So, Judge, if I can,
Yep.
First of all, yesterday my statements on the record were incorrect about the law. This law has been in flux for 2 decades now, and my reading of it last year, my memory of it was skewed, so I apologize for that. But basically, the rule of completeness is not absolute. The correct standard is whether, in the interest of fairness, the remaining portion should have been contemporaneously provided to the jury. I think the closest case in the group that I sent to the court is going to be the Dissett case, which is a 4th DCA case in 2007, in which the 4th DCA found there was no violation of the rule, where the trial court excluded irrelevant portions of his statement. The state's edited version of the tape did not create misleading impressions or take statements out of context. Additionally, it reads the state's edited version did not exclude exculpatory statements. In fact, part of what the state excluded was the defendant's admission that he had used robbery money to buy drugs, a collateral bad act. Similarly, in this case, Your Honor, the majority of what we're attempting to to exclude are not the defendant's statements, but the detective's statements to her about completely irrelevant matters that are not only irrelevant to this proceeding, but would be misleading and confusing to the jury. Specifically, he is telling her, you are going to receive a life sentence if you don't tell us what happened, if you don't give us your version, if you were dragged into this gangland war by Mr. Chance or others, you need to tell us now. You're looking at life. And he doesn't just tell her you're looking at life. He fleshes it out in long narratives where he talks about the implications of life, her life in the prison, that it's going to be her nursing home, that she's going to be woke up every morning and told what to do, what to eat, where to go. He talks to her about the fact that she'll be walked out to a yard where it's surrounded by high walls. Then he proceeds to tell her all of the things that she will miss. She'll miss Thanksgiving dinner with her parents. She'll miss all the things that other people have in their lives, while the co-defendants may be out running around living the high life. His statements about the life sentence, number one, not only is that irrelevant, it's misleading to the jury and confusing to them because it's not something for their consideration. In fact, as the court's well aware in your instructions to them, you're going to tell them they cannot consider any potential sentence. And also, as the court's aware, normally jurors never know what the potential sentence is in a case like this. Excuse me, counsel, I would like to finish my argument.
Okay, please step out, detective.
So the court has suggested a curative instruction. So basically what we would be doing is putting before the jury something that they shouldn't be hearing and then trying to cure it with a curative instruction instead of just excluding it. What her potential sentence is and what the ramifications of that potential sentence are irrelevant to these proceedings. Counsel said they put into context the defendant's statements. There are no statements by the defendant. That's what this is all about. She is not telling the detectives the truth. They also keep asking her to tell them the truth and telling her if the jury is potentially going to give you any benefit or any kind of mercy, you need to tell us the truth or they're going to see this. They're going to see what you didn't tell us. They're going to see all these things that you didn't say to us. And there's silence from her. She continues to deny or absolute silence. So it's not really putting any of this into context.
Well, then why is if she doesn't say anything inculpatory after the detective tells her these things, why is that even coming in?
I don't believe it should come in. She does make statements, and they are obvious lies, and I think that's relevant.
Is that before the Detective Ramos makes those representations?
Yes. I think the majority of her statements are made before he starts encouraging her to tell them what happened, to tell them the truth. I'd have to defer to Ms. Doherty. I don't know the statement as well as she does, but are there statements that does she continue to lie after that?
Judge, there are denials throughout, but I had originally proposed ending it a little bit earlier when she first says that she is done, which puts it, almost chops it in half, but there were still statements prior to that, but I think defense counsel wanted it all in until the very last point where she says she wants an attorney.
But this is what I understand. So that only comes in, because these are all hearsay statements by the detective, okay? So anything that she says after that, what is the relevance and why is it admissible? Because if she's not making admissions, then it's hearsay. Anything she's saying is hearsay. I'm failing to see why, if she doesn't say anything that the state's intending to introduce after the detective makes those representations to her, then why are we showing it at all to the jury?
Well, prior to him doing that, she makes several statements that are inculpatory.
Okay, well that's different.
And she makes denials in situations where a person, the state would suggest to the jury that it's innocent, would not make, and obviously are inculpatory because it's false, and obviously false, and it be proven false.
So she does make statements to the detective after he tells her all these things about prison and her sentence. Is that what you're telling me?
I'd have to ask Ms. Doherty. I reviewed more of the redactions than I did her responses once that started.
But she, like they said, she denies certain facts after that.
I know, but that in and of itself, honestly, that's hearsay, honestly. Only admissions or statements against interest come in a interview.
But it is against her interest if they're going to get on the stand, put Ramos on the stand and say, at this point she's lying, right? And they're going to present to the jury that she lied about X, Y, Z things throughout the interview. So that all of those statements are against her interest.
Okay, but again, let's just remove anything that happens before Detective Ramos makes those statements to her about the potential sentence or what's going to happen to her. That's different. Okay, we're only talking about anything she may have said, because that's the only context that would be part of this discussion.
They start talking about here, but I think most of the stuff where she's saying that she
I mean, it seems to me the easiest thing to do would just nothing that Detective Ramos says or anything she says afterwards comes in. It'd be the easiest way.
So that would be cutting the interview short, Judge.
So what? That happens all the time.
Right, but you're cutting the interview, you're showing half the jury, half the interview.
I know, but the rule of completeness is only necessary to bring in any other statements if it needs to give context to something. If the original statement from Ramos regarding the sentence and how life in prison is going to be, if the jury never hears that, then they don't need to hear the context of her responses. They don't need to hear it. So, because that's the only reason that the rule of completeness would be applicable here.
Well, Judge, so what you're saying is that the statements up front, the ones before they start to threaten and they start to tell these different things, that those statements, and they're all interwoven, so it's not like it's a clean break, as though at one point in time they made these statements and she's already said everything that she needs to say that the state wants to introduce. It's interwoven. There's some time that goes by, they start to threaten, they start to talk about the different punishments, more interviews. More statements from the detectives, more interviews. So it's hard to just cut it off at one particular point. Like you said, if this was an issue that the state saw, this is a motion that the state should have filed prior to the trial. We filed our motion to suppress last year, December, on this issue. And I was under the understanding that at 1:22, that's when the interrogation cuts off, because that is when she invokes. So outside of that, like right now, without actually going through line by line, minute by minute, and not being able to tell you, this is when they say this is when she says that, it is just piecemeal. And if the state wants it out, they should have done it beforehand. Not like right in the middle of the trial, right before the detective gets on the stand, in the middle of his testimony.
I have been, since the first trial, discussing potential redactions with them and have gotten no response. I have brought this up. No, I can show emails where I have brought it up multiple times before the first trial, and then I readdressed it before this trial, where I proposed and went line by line and sent them a highlighted version of what I believe should come out, including stopping it early. So I definitely have been waiting for their response and their communication. It has included coming into this trial where I, again, asked a couple of times that we needed to address this, or we'd have to bring it in front of the judge.
Well, then you should have brought it before the judge. If you weren't getting anywhere, you should have filed a motion in limine to address this. Because again, there's no way for me to know until I sit down and watch that video. There's no way for me to know the context. I have no way of knowing. And I'm not going to do it in the middle of trial. I'm not. So I really don't know what else I can tell you all. It doesn't seem to me, and I repeat this, if there's no admissible evidence, meaning inculpatory statements that she makes after, or anything you're going to use against her, after Detective Ramos makes his statements to her, I don't think any of that should come in at all. At all. It's not relevant.
Well, just in a review of it, apparently there is some things that she does say after he starts.
That you wish to use?
Yes.
Against
her? Yes, that we would suggest her very incriminating.
Okay. So then at this point, I'm inclined just to give a limited instruction. Just remind the jury that anything Detective Ramos says, his opinions are just that. They're not necessary. They're not true. They're not to take it as true. So at this point, I don't know what else to do other than that. Okay? And just while we're talking about it, assuming that it comes in, I give the limiting instruction. I don't want anybody getting up in front of this jury and in cross-examination or closing argument or direct or whatever it may be, and ask a witness or have the defendant testify, and are you in fact facing life in prison? No one's going to ask that question or testify to that. The only reason this is coming in is to purportedly show the context of Ms. Andrews' responses, and that's the only way it's going to be argued in front of the jury.
And just to be clear, I do not intend to ask Detective Ramos a question that would give the jury the impression that what he's saying or what Detective Campbell is saying is true, that she's actually going to face life in prison.
Okay.
Right? But the statements that he makes, not just the life in prison, but some of these other statements, I should have the ability to cross-examine him on the effect that that would have had on Ms. Andrews at the time.
Well, he can't testify to what's in her state of mind. You can question him about what he said to her, but he can't guess what effect that had on her.
So, and it's not just the effect it has on her. It also goes to our ability to cross, the wide latitude that we do have to cross on motive, bias, and credibility of any witness, especially of the detective in this case.
Well, we'll just have to play it question by question, okay? Okay.
Your Honor, unfortunately, there is one other matter. Late last night, I became aware of the fact that several of the defense witnesses had been communicating with each other and watching the trial after the rule was invoked by the defense. So I am requesting of this court, or at least notifying this court that that's occurring, and requesting the witnesses be ordered again to stop communicating with each other and stop watching this televised broadcast.
Could you say which witnesses you're referring to?
Miss Enright, Miss Lyle, and Miss Gathright or Nevea.
We're not calling Nevea Gathright.
Okay, well, Miss Enright and Miss Lyle have been communicating with each other, have been communicating with the co-defendant, getting daily updates up to yesterday as to what's happening in this trial, and speaking about their meeting together via Zoom, whether that's the truth or not, with the defense attorneys this weekend at the same time. So I'm not sure if that's accurate, but of course if they are going to be testifying, I would like now for them to be instructed again to not be watching the trial if it's being broadcast. I'd like to address it.
I just want to parse that out. I want to make sure that we're saying what's accurate. You're saying that somebody spoke to a co-defendant. Which co-defendant are you referring to?
Yeah, that was Sean. I think that was Sean's mother. Sean's mother was watching because she got up and she testified, but she also was in the other trial of the four. She gave an impact statement. Yeah, maybe there was somebody else. Anyway, yeah, so we heard about that in the trial of the four where the judge was like, hey, we know you were watching the trial and Alicia's trial, so...
Sean, watching the trial if it's being broadcast, I'd like to address it.
I just want to parse that out. I want to make sure that we're saying what's accurate. You're saying that somebody spoke to a co-defendant. Which co-defendant are you referring to?
Sean Gathright.
All right, so I have no control over whether they speak to Sean Gathright. I can tell them not to do that, but I have no control over that. And I did not know that was happening. You also said that there was a Zoom. You're talking about this coming weekend or the one before?
This past weekend. This past weekend, they indicated that they were meeting with you, your office, the defense, about their testimony for witness preps together on Zoom.
What I'm asking is, Who is the they? Who was meeting with us this evening?
I presume the callers, or at least the person on the other end of the phone. So Mrs. Enright and Miss Lyle, the co-defendant's mother, who were listed.
All right, so I don't recall meeting with them, but if I did, there is no problem with us preparing our witnesses for trial the same way that the state prepares their witnesses for trial. The same way that the state talks to their witnesses outside, whether they're grouped together, whether they're separate. They spoke to witnesses. We speak to witnesses before trial. The court will give an instruction, a jury instruction at the end of the trial, which says that it is not improper for the attorneys to talk to the witnesses.
Well, that is true.
It's improper for them to be prepped together on what their testimony is going to be, and it's improper that the defense invoked the rule of sequestration and that those witnesses have been watching the trial ever since. So as we stepped out to instruct our witnesses, I'm just asking that the same be done and that the state be permitted to cross on that issue, which is not outside of the scope of relevant material cross-examination.
Did you prep the witnesses together?
No. And the only thing I would agree with is, of course, once the rule is invoked, they should not be, I guess, paying attention to the trial, watching the trial. But I have no control of that.
I know you don't. I'm assuming you told them, right? The rules of sequestration has been invoked?
I know particularly, I told Sean Gafford's mother, Miss Locke. We told her.
So I tell you what, before these witnesses testify, I will allow, out of the presence of the jury, state you can question them on exactly what their knowledge is, who they had conversations with, what the discussion was, and then that way you'll know. And then if you deem it necessary, you can use it in cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
I would like the same opportunity for Detective Ramos. I want to know if he's watching the portion of the trial before he took the stand.
Okay. Yeah, go Freeman, ask him. Are we ready to go otherwise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, yes, and there's a, when Detective Ramos begins, I think we're getting into the testimony regarding the Uber driver.
The first question I'll ask, because we were talking about the Uber driver, is what his name is, and we do not want that broadcast. And then I will just refer to him as the Uber driver.
Okay, very good. Very good.
The last thing I'll say is you really got to be careful about phone numbers. So I'll tell you right now, there's been phone numbers that people have had to change.
Well, listen, here's the thing. There are material facts in this case regarding phone numbers and emails and physical addresses. And this is a public court, and these are material facts, and they're part of the record. And I'm not going to put the burden on the media to scrub out every single phone number and every single email for particularly material facts. Now, someone like the Uber driver who's got no connection to this case or whatever, I'm comfortable with his identity not being disclosed. So, if they are individuals with addresses and emails and phone numbers that are of material relevance to this case, I'm not going to order that they be scrubbed.
So there are people making threats to individuals whose phone numbers have been shown. And I'm not putting it on the media. I would just ask if the state knows that they're going to introduce or publish information on the screen that the media is watching, that at least we somehow talk about that beforehand, and we can either put a sticky over the number or something. It's not like they're showing the number and they're connecting it to some piece of evidence. It's just on the screen.
Okay, well, you guys have to make specific objections and then let me know ahead of time. Okay, I'm not just going to have a general blanket rule that the media can't broadcast what's happening in here. This is a public forum. Anybody in the public can come in here and watch this trial and see the evidence. So if there is specific confidential information that you don't want broadcast, you need to identify it, then we need to discuss it. But specifically with regards to the name of the Uber driver, I am going to allow the state to refer to him as the Uber driver. There's really no reason that person's identity needs to be disclosed during the course of the trial. Okay.
Judge, if I could ask, Detective Ramos is our last witness, and assuming we finish him.
All right, so I think she's starting to get, that showed a little emotion of, so if you're on the side of the defense, I can kind of understand their thinking there, right? She's Judge is kind of getting a little, let's watch that again.
It's just on the screen.
Okay, well, you guys have to make specific objections and then let me know ahead of time. Okay, I'm not just going to have a general blanket rule that the media can't broadcast what's happening in here. This is a public forum. Anybody in the public can come in here and watch this trial and see the evidence. So if there is specific confidential information that you don't want broadcast, you need to identify it and we need to discuss it. But specifically with regards to the name of the Uber driver, I am going to allow the state to refer to him as the Uber driver. There's really no reason that person's identity needs to be disclosed during the course of the trial. Okay.
Judge, if I could ask, Detective Ramos is our last witness, and assuming we finish him in the next 2 hours, what is the defendant's lineup of witnesses so we know for preparation, since we've accommodated them throughout this trial with this?
We don't have a problem doing that. We did that the other day. But you're saying your direct is going to be 2 hours, or you're talking about?
We still have probably a couple of hours, yes.
So yeah, I mean, this afternoon, we have witnesses that will be here at 1. That is.
Okay. So we have Joel Jordan, Jakayla, I'm not sure, Robinson, for sure, and
Robert Howard. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. we have Thomas Pullen.
I'm sorry,
Thomas Pullen, our cell phone expert.
Now, can I ask about Mr. Pullen? We were provided with cell phone tracking by him involving the defendant's phone. In a deposition a couple of months ago, he told us that he's been asked to do the co-defendant's phones, and we've been asking for that all the way up to the day the trial started. Counsel's one response to Ms. Doherty was she was repeating herself and that it's not important to him, and if it gets excluded, it gets excluded. So I don't know at this point, are you using anything in addition to what we've been provided? If so, I'd like to have it for his cross-examination.
It's not one response. It was several emails back and forth, and Ms. Doherty and I were on Zoom together discussing this issue, or on the phone, one of the two. So that's a misrepresentation. In addition to that, there are maps that he said he would create for the other individuals, like timing maps. So they show the trajectory of where they were at certain particular points in time during the course of this conspiracy. He didn't create the maps, and so we're not using the maps. So whatever he's testifying to comes from the evidence. It comes from the cell phone extractions.
I know, but if it's an expert opinion, specifically, is he going to testify to anything regarding the cell phones of the co-defendants?
Yes, but he doesn't have to provide a map for that.
I'm not saying that. They're saying that they asked you about that and that you didn't respond.
I just said that's not true, and he will tell you that. He didn't say that I did not respond. He said I responded one time. That's not true. I responded a few times back and forth. That conversation was just about whether I was going to produce these interactive maps. And I told him I don't have them.
Did you depose him?
I did, Your Honor, and I asked him if he had developed any further opinions or other work to let us know so we could take deposition of him. And I reserved the right to continue the deposition.
And were you ever notified after the deposition that their expert was now going to offer opinions as to the cell phone data of the co-defendants?
No.
Until today?
No.
The middle of trial?
Yes.
Well,
there's a difference between him offering an opinion.
Listen, we're not going to. Listen, we got to get going. We'll cross that bridge at a later date. State, you need to file whatever appropriate motion you deem necessary regarding that.
Your Honor, one other thing before we bring the jury in. If I understand counsel right, because they invoked the rule of sequestration, they have only advised one of their witnesses about the rule?
I don't know.
Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Okay, so I would ask that they, as they're obligated to do when they invoke the rule, advise all of your witnesses, please, not to view what's on court TV.
The way that counsel is speaking to defense, it's been happening since day one. It's very unnecessary.
I know, but here, Ms. White, this is the problem. You invoked the rule of sequestration.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm making a statement. I'm not looking for responses. Okay? You invoked the rule of sequestration. That means all witnesses. It's incumbent upon the lawyers, as the professionals that they are, to tell all of their witnesses as well. You're not to be discussing the case. You're not to be watching it on court TV. And apparently that didn't happen, right? Didn't happen. Inexcusable.
Well, Your Honor,
Inexcusable.
if I may respond, we are professionals, just like every other attorney in this courtroom. The bigger point that I was making is that the way that Mr. Harmon has been speaking to this side of the table is unprofessional, it's disrespectful, he's done it in front of the jury as well, and there has not been any attempt by the court to intervene in that. So I want to make sure that it's on the record that it's inappropriate. The rising tone is unnecessary, and it's disrespectful, and it's inappropriate.
Ms. White, everything that's happened in this trial is on the record. Everything's been videotaped. The conduct of everybody involved.
Right.
Okay? And the failure of the defense to tell their own witnesses not to talk about the case is inexcusable. And that's a matter of record.
Well, also,
we don't want to discuss it any further. I know.
What doesn't
We're done.
The record that they've had witnesses outside the courtroom discussing the case with each other, talking about the case, the prosecutors themselves.
Well, you should have brought it to my attention.
I'm doing it now because it's been an issue. They're apparently saying it's an issue for us, and they're doing it themselves.
Okay, let's bring in Detective Ramos. Ask him if he's been watching Court TV about this case, and then we'll get going.
All right, you can see it getting more and more. The tension was just rising, and they were talking about rules of sequestration. Witnesses were watching Court TV. Did Detective Ramos watch Court TV?
Hello, good morning, Detective.
Let's see what he
you
says.
remain under oath, so there was an issue that was raised, or an allegation, that you've been watching this trial on Court TV. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Any questions?
Well, I didn't allege that. I just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, you did allege it. Wait. So you told me that you believed you've been watching this on Court TV, and now you're backtracking and saying, well, I didn't make the allegation.
I did not say that I believe he was watching it. I don't know what he does in his spare time.
Okay.
They brought up the issue. I said I would like the opportunity to ask Detective Ramos the same question. I didn't allege that he was doing anything.
Okay, so you just said no. Any questions?
No, I mean, you've asked the question. I thought I was going to ask the question, but he said no, that's it. I mean,
Okay, very good. Let's go. All right.
All right. Well, if you're on the side of the defense, you're going to say there's a moment where, judge was acting a certain way. If you're on the side of the judge, you're going to be like, well, you're backtracking. You said one thing, you said another thing. I'm trying to make a ruling here. You're talking over me. Ultimately, it did go to an appellate court, and they decided that judge should be removed for sentencing. So, right or wrong, just like, it is what it is. We can all have our opinions and such, but all right. So
Accurate, correct?
Correct.
now let's go to, this is day 7. So that was day 6, right? So that was day 6. So we slowly see as this case progresses and progresses and progresses, all sides are kind of getting a little, they're like little ouch cubes. They're all getting a little testy with each other. All right, so let's check out this next little exchange here. All right, so this is going to lead into, I believe this is the part with the guy. I think this is the part with the guy, so I think, pay attention. I'm watching on Trial TV Live, not Court TV. That's right. Okay, so I think this is the guy that's been in the court. I think this is the section where that guy that's been in the court. I think, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's check it out. So this is day 7.
all right. But she's at this point, she's not in custody for a murder, right?
She is in custody for a local charge from Jacksonville's officer. She was under arrest at that point.
But not for this murder.
Not for this murder.
All right.
Your Honor. Sidebar, please.
Okay.
All right, so what happened there was that this was cross. This is the middle of cross of Detective Ramos, and the other attorney called for a sidebar, and judge is like, okay. So let's see what that sidebar was for. So they send the jury out.
Jurors out.
Okay, very good. Mr. Malcolm, can you just repeat what you said to me up at the bench? Or when I was seeing.
For most of this trial, certainly today, Ms. Julio, Mr. Charles Jones's mother's attorney, I believe, is sitting right behind the fence. And throughout this cross-examination, at times, aiming his phone, not saying he's observing anything through it, but aiming his phone in this direction. I think in the same way, the court instructed Mr. Coffey to move away from the state's table to protect the confidentiality of their discussions. The court should do the same and ask this attorney to sit over there where his client is and not behind the fence table where he can observe what we're doing during this delicate cross-examination if he so chooses.
Okay, what's the name of this attorney, you know?
I don't know the gentleman's name, but he's right there in the blue suit with the gray tie.
Sir? Good morning.
Had he asked me, I would have certainly told him I'm not recording anything. I'm just checking my emails, as I've been doing throughout the whole trial.
Okay, and what is your name?
No party to the state of Florida.
And, right, what is your name for the record?
Louis Fusco.
Okay. So have you been recording defense counsel and what they've been doing?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right, well, maybe
I'm not
just...
accusing of that, Your Honor. I'm just saying,
Okay.
for the sanctity and confidentiality of what we're doing, there's no reason for him to flip-flop sides. He's over there sometimes, over here when we get up from the table. I mean, we can sit over there with his client, and that, I think, would be fair to defense.
Okay.
The record is 2 rows back in the middle of the courtroom.
Right, I agree. So, is it Fusco?
Fusco, yes, ma'am.
If you wouldn't mind, just during this part of the trial, if you would just sit on the aisle over there, thank you. It would alleviate any further concerns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just so the court is aware, I was over there when his mother was present. She stepped out of the courtroom. I moved over to get a better view, not to look at anything that's in writing on the defense table. But
Better view of what?
the entirety of the trial and the public forum that we're currently in. Had he asked me, I would have gladly explained that, but...
Well, we're in the middle of the trial, and we just asked...
Miss Herrera, stop. Miss Herrera, stop. I didn't ask you to talk.
I didn't know I had to ask.
Yeah,
I
you
just
do.
wanted to make a point.
You do. Stop, Miss Herrera, you need to stop right now, because you know what? You've been making faces throughout this entire trial. This entire trial, yeah, you have been.
Okay.
And everything's been caught on video.
I know, and I
And-
also
and-
hope that the court has caught and noticed all of the gestures and the tone which was addressed yesterday to the state. But it's fine, no problem, I will do my best to...
Please, do your best. Yeah, and your attitude is very disrespectful. I'll note for the record. Okay, very good. If you wouldn't mind moving, let's bring him back in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, now I know why that was clipped. Everybody clipped that part. Okay, so that was Sandrika Mays' attorney. So that's Charles Jones's mother. So Mr. Fusco, that was him. Remember I said keep him in mind, because I saw yesterday when I was putting all these pieces together, I saw him in the gallery, and I'm like, wait a minute. And then we saw him again. So that was Sandrika Mays' attorney. That's Charles Jones's mom. So, so as the days go by, it gets more and more spicy. All right. Let me see what else. So now we go up to. Now there was another moment. I hope I have it. I had it from another source. Okay, let me see if it's here or not. Okay. So we're going to play this here. This is later in the day. 5:06. Started here.
All right, very good. Okay, back on the record. So, Mr. McClymonds, have you had a chance to review the state's motion?
I did.
Okay, and so, go ahead, Mr. Harmon.
Your Honor, yesterday we had a brief discussion on the record about this witness, Thomas Poulin, and the state had indicated to the court that we had made multiple requests through email. Ms. Doherty in particular had made requests of Mr. McClymonds for information related to this expert. We were attempting to set a second deposition, the continuation of the first deposition, because in the first deposition he had indicated he was going to do additional mapping involving Mr. Chance, Mr. Bathright, and one of the Murphys. So we were waiting for that information.
Okay, so he did, just so I'm clear, he did mapping. What map were you aware of? For which?
The defendant's mapping of her CDRs, call detail records from the cell carrier for her phone.
Okay, and no others?
And no others.
Okay, so the time you took his deposition, the only exhibit you had was the map for the defendant's records, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point you became aware that this expert witness, Mr. Poulin?
Yes, and Your Honor, just to correct that, I'm not sure we had that at the time of the deposition, but it was provided to us within a day or two.
Okay, so there was enough, you had enough knowledge you could question the witness about that?
Yes.
And when did that deposition occur, you know?
It was August 11th of this year.
Okay, so that depo occurs, and at some point, you're made aware somehow that there might be additional, that this expert witness might going to be testifying about other phone lines of other data of other co-defendants, correct?
Yes, in that deposition, he indicated that he had been asked just in the days before the deposition, which was, I believe, the week before we were set for trial, the last time, that he had been asked to map the co-defendant's phone.
All of them?
All but Rashad Murphy's, I believe, but he ended up mapping all of them, apparently.
Okay. So you knew that.
And we kept asking him as this trial was approaching, asking the defense to provide those to us, and I attached those email communications between Ms. Doherty and Mr. McClymonds we were making, and also, Mr. McClymonds' assistant, Francois Watson, I believe.
Okay.
And so we kept asking, I know Ms. Doherty had indicated in one of the depositions the urgency that we were approaching trial dates, that we could not reset his deposition, because I believe at one point we were told to go ahead and set his deposition again, but the whole point was to redepose him about the new material.
Okay.
So.
And then after that deposition on August 11th, did you ever redepose him before yesterday?
No, we did not, Your Honor, because we were never provided anything, even though we made requests up into the eve of this trial.
Okay, so when did you get his map for the defendant?
We received that, I believe, within a day or two of the deposition on August 11th.
Okay, and so you did depose the expert about that map yesterday?
Yes, and I had asked him about what he was working on or what he had prepared on August 11th, and I was satisfied that we had discovery of that, the defendant's mapping.
Okay, and so then you became aware of what?
Well, yesterday, counsel had indicated that there were no maps that were prepared, additional maps.
Well, specifically, what he said, and I just had the court reporter pull the transcript. So Mr. McClymonds says that he says, begins at just page 21, line 20. It's not one response, it was several emails back and forth, and Ms. Doherty and I were on a Zoom together discussing this issue on the phone, one of the two, or on the phone, one of the two, so that's a misrepresentation. In addition to that, there are maps that he said he would create for the other individuals, like timing maps. It shows the trajectory of where they were at certain particular points in time during the course of this conspiracy. he did not create the maps, and so we're not using the maps. So whatever he's testifying to comes from the evidence, comes from the cell phone extraction, right? That's what he said. And let me look here. And then I said, I know, but if it's an expert opinion, specifically, is he going to testify to anything regarding the cell phones of the co-defendants? And Mr. McClymonds said yes, but he doesn't have to provide a map for that. And then I said, I'm not saying that. They're saying that they asked you about that and that you didn't respond. Mr. McClymonds said, well, I just said that's not true. He didn't say I did not respond. He said I responded one time. That's not true. I responded a few times back and forth. That conversation was just about whether I was going to produce these interactive maps, and I told him I don't have them. And then I asked Mr. Harmon, did you depose him? Mr. Harmon said, I did, Your Honor, and I asked him if he had developed any further opinions or other work to let us know. We could take a deposition of him, and I reserved the right to continue the deposition. So, and then I said, and were you ever notified after the deposition that their expert was now going to offer opinions as to the cell phone data of the co-defendants? And Mr. Harmon said no, and I said until today. He said, Mr. Harmon said no, and I said the middle of the trial, and Mr. Harmon said yes, and then Mr. McClymonds said there's a difference between him offering an opinion about, and then basically I said, listen, we've got to get going, we'll cross that bridge at a later date. State you need to file whatever appropriate motion you deem necessary regarding that. Okay? So, are you intending to produce any maps that were not already produced to the state?
No.
Okay. So there's no additional exhibits other than the one you've seen?
Yes, but there's a whole other issue, because I deposed this witness last night at 5 o'clock. I accommodated his time, 5 to 5:40 was the available time I had. He indicated that he has prepared, and I put this in my motion, 4 reports. Reports dealing with the iCloud. And I put in this motion quotes of this witness when I asked him in the deposition back in August if he intended on creating anything from the iCloud or any other evidence other than maps, and he indicated no. So we didn't know anything about any reports being prepared. So he told us last night he has prepared 5 reports. 2 of them were prepared in late August, August 29th and August 30th, provided to the defense. And then the last one was prepared the day before yesterday. They had finished preparing that, or the last 2, I believe. So I delineated in my motion what those are, but they are basically PDF format reports dealing with the defendant's iCloud account, Mr. Gathwright's iCloud account, messages between the two that have been collated into these PDF format reports that are multiple page reports. One of them's 18 pages. The one that was completed on August 29th is a 32-page PDF, including 32 messages from June 23rd of 2024 between Gathwright and the defendant. The one on August 30th is an 18-page that was completed by the expert on August 30th. It's an 18-page PDF report containing photographs, contact information, text messages, sent via some type of communication application on different dates, and was compiled from the defendant's iCloud account information. The one that was the report that he completed on October 28th is a 3-page PDF containing screenshots from CDR records and FaceTime calls between Mr. Gathwright and the defendant, compiled from the iCloud account information. And then the last report that he completed was a conversion of the Celebrite iCloud information to PDF Adobe format.
We have not been provided these or alerted to their existence, and that is the subject of my motion.
So there was a report that was dated August 29th. Is that correct, Mr. McClement?
So the word report is sort of confusing. As I explained yesterday, these are not reports that he creates with an opinion. This is not something that he writes about the evidence. They are extractions from the different devices, so like an Axiom or Celebrite. For Alicia's iCloud, Alicia Andrews' iCloud, there are 370,000 artifacts in there. If you want to just look at or isolate text messages from a certain time period, you can go in there, you can click certain items that you want, you can press generate report, and it'll show you those items on a PDF. They're not reports in the sense that I believe the state has the understanding of. They're not those type of reports.
All right, well, let's take a look at the rules of discovery, okay? Rule 3.220, Rules of Criminal Procedure, which lays out the defendant's obligations at subparagraph D, subsection 1. If a defendant elects to participate in discovery, the following disclosures must be made. And then subsection B of 1. Within 15 days after receipt of the prosecutor's discovery exhibit, the defendant must serve a written discovery exhibit which must disclose to and permit the prosecutor to inspect, copy, test, and photograph the following information and material that is in the defendant's possession or control. Subsection 1, the statement of any person listed in subdivision D1A other than that of the defendant, and 2, reports or statements of experts that the defendant intends to use as a witness at a trial or hearing made in connection with the particular case, including results of physical or mental examinations and of scientific tests, experiments, or comparisons. So you're telling me that what he prepared doesn't qualify under 3.220 D1B2. Is that what you're telling me?
If that's the section that refers to reports that the defense intends to use at trial, then that's correct. For 2 reasons. 1, because it's not a report, and 2, because I don't intend to use the documents that he's referring to in trial. So it does not fall under our reciprocal discovery obligations.
It doesn't say you have to intend to use it at trial. It just says reports or statements of experts that the defendant intends to use as a witness at a trial. It doesn't say you have to use the report at trial. It just means a report generated by the expert you intend to use at trial. So were these not reports generated by an expert you intend to use at trial? Well, I think they are.
How would you know that if you don't know what I'm going to ask you on the stand?
Because they're reports that were generated by your expert. This actually isn't tricky. I don't see this as being difficult. So they're also under subsection J, continuing duty to disclose. If subsequent to compliance with the rules, the party discovers additional witnesses or material that the party would have been under a duty to disclose or produce at the time of the previous compliance, the party must promptly disclose or produce the witnesses or material in the same manner as required under these rules for initial discovery. This duty includes any additional recorded or unrecorded statements of any person disclosed under subdivisions B1A or D1A of this rule that materially alter a written or recorded statement previously provided under these rules. So what are you asking for, Mr. Harmon?
Judge, the term report is the witness's term from the deposition. That's not the state's. He indicated he prepared reports and then he described them as reports. So, well, it sounds like counsel's saying they're not going to utilize these through his testimony. That's fine. We're going to move to exclude them, have the court exclude use of the reports and the information contained. But I would ask that the expert be not allowed to testify to anything from those reports if they're not going to be provided to me to utilize in cross-examination. And now at this point, like indicated in the report, if they're going to have them testify to something that's contained in the report, we haven't had a chance to properly prepare for cross-examination.
The documents, it's documents in the report, they're PDFs from the state's discovery. They are PDFs. All they are is an extraction of the very evidence that was turned over to us by the state.
So then why do you object to him reviewing it?
I never objected to him reviewing the exhibits.
Okay, then great.
The reports or the
Great.
PDFs.
Then just produce it. Then just produce it.
I don't have a problem with that. He never said, hey, can you give me the reports? Just filed the motion.
Okay.
While I was talking to him in the witness.
Okay, so do you have the, whatever the witness, and is his name Pullen?
Pullen, P-U-L-L-E-N.
Okay. Whatever Mr. Pullen referred to in his deposition as far as reports that he used on the dates in question, any and all reports, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, August 29th, August 30th, October 28th, and was there another date, Mr. Harmon, you're aware of?
Yes, August 29th, 30th, and October 28th.
Okay, so any and all reports referenced in the expert's deposition need to be disclosed to the state before he testifies. Do you have those available here?
He's outside, so I'm going to have to email it. And honestly, the 4 reports that he's mentioning, these are, again, reports that he created. I don't even know that he gave them to me. They're just to assist with displaying information that is in the axiom and in the cell record.
Okay, let's bring them in here. I'm just going to tell him to email them to you. Okay? That way you have them, and so he can't testify until the state's had a chance to review that evidence. So, and then state, when the jury comes in, are you going to rest?
We are, Judge.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and do GOA motions before the jury comes in. So,
Judge, is there a lineup of witnesses this afternoon from the defense?
So we got Robert Howard first. Likely Tom Fuller second. Not sure the exact order, but it's going to be Simone Lyles, Kayla Robinson, Joelle Jordan, Anthony Lala.
okay, well, the expert's going to have to get pushed to the end because the state's got to have time to look at whatever the reports are, whatever he generated, okay?
That's fine, though. When they see the reports, the PDFs, they're probably going to realize that it's not really me.
Okay, that may be true.
Judge, the order of witnesses brings up another issue. We filed motions in limine dealing with the issue of coercion and domestic violence.
Right, it's not coming in unless the defendant testifies. The only thing that's relevant as far as her relationship with Mr. Chance is on the day of the incident. That's it.
So I do want to argue on that. During...
Hold on one second, let's skip. Hi, are you Mr. Pullen?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Pullen. So I think you were deposed yesterday by the state, and you indicated during your deposition that you had prepared what you referred to as reports on a number of dates. Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So the state has not seen those yet. So Mr. Harmon's going to give you his email address, and I need you to email him everything, every report that you produced in this case before you testify, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're going to hand that to you. No, I have so much paper here. I don't even know. Okay, very good. That's handled. So let's talk about, Mr. McLyman, let's go ahead and deal first with the GOA issue. Let's just, so we don't have to send the jury back out again. Are you making a motion for GOA?
I am.
Sure. Helen will be right with them.
Yes, Judge.
First motion for the defense moves for its first motion for judgment of acquittal, recognizing that the standard at this stage of the case is that all the evidence is to be held in the light most favorable to the state. But the state does have to prove a prima facie case in this case of all the elements of the two charges, which are first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. In this case, Alicia Andrews is not charged as a shooter. She's charged by indictment as a principal to the murder of Charles Jones. The state presents a circumstantial case here. Circumstantial claims against Ms. Andrews to prove first-degree murder charges against her as a principal. Ultimately, the evidence that was presented shows nothing about Alicia Andrews intending or knowing that the individuals who ended up shooting and killing Mr. Charles Jones, or even individuals that planned it, there's no evidence that shows, direct evidence that shows that she knew that was going to happen, that she planned it with these individuals, that she discussed it with these individuals. There is only circumstantial evidence that has her at or around the scene, only circumstantial evidence that has her at or around people who are making phone calls to other people at times that don't connect, at times that the state is assuming there were connected calls and there were conversations being had back and forth with individuals with their co-defendants. In Staten versus State, 519 Southern 2nd, this is 622 at 624. It's a Florida Supreme Court case from 1988. The Florida Supreme Court acknowledged the general rule that in order to be convicted as a principal for a crime physically committed by another, one must intend that the crime be committed and do some act to assist the other person in actually committing the crime. See also the Florida statute 777.011 and Collins versus State 438 Southern 2nd 1036. It's the second DCA case from 1983. The Staten court noted that neither knowledge that the offense is being committed, nor mere presence at the scene, nor a display of questionable behavior after the fact is equivalent to participation with criminal intent. And that's at 624, page 624 of the Staten case. It is, in the defense's view, undisputed that the state does not have any direct evidence that Ms. Andrews knew of her co-defendant's plans. It's also undisputed that the state does not have any direct evidence that Ms. Andrews agreed to cooperate with the efforts to kill Charles Jones in this case. There's no written communication between Ms. Andrews and her co-defendants or anyone that would show she intended to kill Charles Jones during the times laid out in the indictment in this case. There is no confession, and there are no witnesses that would testify to that fact. Alicia Andrews did not have a motive to kill Charles Jones. There was this back and forth war that the state has put on through the entirety of this case, where individuals are shooting at each other, killing each other, rapping about it, and Alicia Andrews is not in any of the rap videos. Alicia Andrews is not personally or deeply connected to any of the individuals who died, and Ms. Andrews herself was never brought up in any of these rap videos, was never brought up in any of these back and forth arguments and whatnot with the individuals that she's being tried with, or not necessarily tried with, but that she's being indicted with. They, on the other hand, have different issues and different motives to kill. Alicia Andrews apparently has none, other than what the state posits as her relationship with her boyfriend at the time. Ms. Andrews is not a gang member or a gang affiliate, as testified to by all of the witnesses in this case. And again, the state's case is purely circumstantial. To prove that Alicia Andrews is a principal to the murder of Mr. Jones, the state must prove that Alicia Andrews aided and abetted her co-defendants. The evidence shows that Alicia Andrews was someone that was taken advantage of, someone who did not know to conceal her face or her identity from an Airbnb camera in the front door, someone whose phone was used primarily throughout the conspiracy and throughout the plot, like really against her knowledge that they were doing these things. There's no evidence that she knew that they were doing these things behind her back. The evidence showed that she was not with the defendants when they were packing bags or packing the cars to leave Jacksonville to come to Tampa, that she was at her house. She was then picked up after all of that planning was done, put in a car, and went to Tampa. There's also, I guess, this idea that the defense has said that at some point Alicia Andrews was going on a romantic getaway, and that is not what the defense ever said.
That's what was said in opening statement, because I wrote it down.
It was not.
It was a weekend of, quote, reckoning and reconciliation, close quote.
Right, that's not romantic. So, as you see from the evidence, on June 17th of 2024, there was argument back and forth with Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews. And after that, a few days after that, they do go to Tampa. So our statement in opening statements that this was a weekend of reckoning and reconciliation is consistent with the evidence. There was no romantic getaway. That language comes from Detective Ramos during the interrogation, where he says and uses the word romantic getaway. Alicia Andrews never says those words in her interrogation.
Okay, well, let's just stay focused on the JOA motion.
All right. When the state relies on the aiding and abetting theory, it can prove intent either by showing the defendant had the requisite intent herself, or that she knew the principal had that intent, so that she knew that the other individuals had an intent to do these things. And again, there's no evidence of that. This case, being that it's clearly circumstantial, is one that should the state needs to exclude every reasonable hypothesis of innocence that Ms. Andrews intended to be a part of the criminal activities, and for the reasons that I've stated previously, there's not enough evidence for the state to prove by a prima facie case that Ms. Andrews knew what was going on, or that she intended to participate, or that she aided and abetted in any way.
Okay, state what's your response?
Judge, we have more than circumstantial evidence in this case, and we have more than met our burden. Not only is there circumstantial evidence, there is direct evidence, video evidence of this crime. We have the defendant as an active participant. She is at multiple locations. She is seen on video at teasers with co-defendant Isaiah Chance, along with the evidence, the surrounding video. We know exactly what occurred in this instance. Her and Isaiah Chance were in one vehicle. They clearly were the tracking vehicle. They both can be seen getting out. She is on video at one point when the phone goes, when the phone password gets activated. She has to access that phone for him, so she's close enough to him at all times in the car. When they are walking, she knows exactly what is going on. There is video evidence of that, of her and Isaiah Chance and what they do in the silver Chevy Cruze and the coordination that goes on with the black Chevy Impala, not at one location, not at two locations, Your Honor, but at 3 locations. And she admits, so there are admissions in this, not that she did anything, she never admits her guilt, but she admits that that is her. So there is no doubt that that is her, that is caught and captured on video. We have video footage about how well planned and how coordinated this premeditated murder was. So there is ample consciousness of guilt evidence in this case as well. Any action on her part to evade and avoid prosecution, to evade law enforcement, there clearly are messaging on her phone, and there is a very significant relevant period of text messages that are missing from her phone, and there are messages after this crime occurs where she is messaging some friend about how law enforcement has the wrong phone, and she puts LMFA, that, excuse my language, laughing my fucking ass off, that the police have the new phone, not the old phone. So clearly that is a consciousness of guilt, statements made that she knows that there is something on the phone that law enforcement does not have. And this is a whole conversation that she is having with the friend at the same time when she knows police are at her home. So Judge, there is ample evidence of her guilt, her consciousness of guilt in this case, her multiple lies to law enforcement in that interview where she says that she does not know who the victim or is not familiar with Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, where she claims ignorance of her boyfriend's rapper name in this gang war, which is Gutta, which we have shown that is tattooed on her body well before this incident happened. There is ample messaging to other people, to good friends Jewel Jordan, where she displays her personal animosity of the victim in this case, including whether or not, she can qualify it as anything she wants. She is talking about very personal events in her life, where a person with the nickname of Spaz, who was killed in this gang rival war by Mr. Jones's side, and that there have been drill rap videos on it, and she certainly in that conversation was showing a personal animosity to the victim in this particular case. So there is direct evidence of what her active participation was, which includes booking the Airbnb, and that is the first date that we allege the conspiracy begins. It probably began well before that, but the her actively trying to book an Airbnb here in Tampa for all of these killers to come to Tampa for the specific purpose of killing Charles Jones is one of the first acts that we can document of her participation in the conspiracy. You heard from Detective Ramos that Charles Jones' phone and device was nowhere near. It was miles away when she did this, and she is booking it through a third party. And in that interview with law enforcement, when they first asked her, she says no. Again, she is lying. That is consciousness of guilt. It is not until they tell her that we have the phone messaging where she finally admits to that. So based on all of the facts and all of the evidence, we clearly have met our burden, and we have gone beyond that burden. The evidence in this case is overwhelming, and we'd ask that you deny their motion for JOA at this time.
Okay, I will deny the motion for JOA. So with regards to, we've had multiple discussions about the victim's state of mind. I'm going to repeat that there is no defense of duress in the state of Florida for homicide. And that's stated explicitly at Corojo, C-O-R-U-J-O versus State 424 Southern 2nd 43. Second DCA said, coercion is a recognized defense to a criminal charge except where an innocent life is taken. There is one case out of the 3rd DCA, Wright versus State, and I think we've discussed this previously. The 3rd DCA reiterated there's no duress defense in an intentional homicide case or any homicide case whatsoever. And in fact, that's at 402 Southern 2nd 493, 1981 3rd DCA case. And that court stated Florida has recognized the common law defense of duress as a defense to crimes other than homicide. Okay? The common law has steadfastly refused to recognize any compulsion, even the threat of death, as sufficient to excuse taking the life of another. Legal recognition of duress as a defense to crimes other than homicide necessarily assumes a working hypothesis that a harm or crime of greater magnitude is avoided when the subjected person succumbs to the duress. So duress is not a defense in a homicide case. However, in the same opinion, the court did discuss duress as negating state of mind. And in specifically, that court stated, having decided that duress is not a defense to the intentional killing of another, we now address the question of whether evidence of duress, even though imperfect, which serves to show that Wright did not act with a premeditated design to kill the victim or with a depraved mind, requires us to produce the defendant's conviction for second-degree murder to a conviction for manslaughter. The answer to this question depends in our view on whether the person, such as the defendant, who aids and abets another in the commission of a murder, must herself be shown to have the state of mind required for the homicide. Because we find the rule in Florida to be that aiders and abettors may be convicted either upon proof of their own state of mind or upon proof that they knew that the person aided had the requisite state of mind, evidence that the aider and abettor knew that the principal had a premeditated design to kill or a depraved mind, will support the aider and abettor's conviction for first or second degree murder. And essentially, in that case, the court seemed to open the door to at least the possibility that some type of threat or harm could be admissible to go to the defendant's state of mind, okay, which is why I ruled initially the way that I did, and I told you guys then, I said, listen, you can get up in opening statements and you can make this point, but this only comes in if the defendant testifies, because all that's relevant is her state of mind on the date of the offense and why she did or didn't do something. Nobody can come in here and extrapolate and say, well, they used to fight a lot and he would beat her up and therefore she must have been scared. That's inadmissible. It's irrelevant. So, and as I indicated, if the defendant testifies, and if she testifies that there were issues of domestic violence between her and Mr. Chance, and that's why she was in fear, and if the state cross-examines her to the point that it appears they're challenging whether that domestic violence actually occurred, then the door would be open for the defense to call other witnesses to support that. At this time, there's nothing in the record that she was in fear of anything, nothing to do with her state of mind. So, okay?
For the record, the defense has never requested to use duress as a defense in this case, because I also am aware of the case law. I've never asked for a duress jury instruction. I do not intend to ask for a duress jury instruction. What we asked for was to show the previous abuse, to show Ms. Andrews' state of mind in this case, which is very relevant in a first-degree murder case. That is what we asked for from the beginning. This was never I want to put up domestic violence as a defense to the first-degree attempted murder, first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. That was never our position. In this case, Ms. Andrews, and what the state has done on redirect of Detective Ramos, is asking, showing text messages of Alicia yelling or cursing at Isaiah Chance, her former boyfriend, in an aggressive manner, and asking Detective Ramos, does it look like Miss Andrews was afraid of Isaiah Chance a week before? This is not the day of, this is the week before. They've asked that question. So in my view, they've opened the door to any of this stuff to come in. They've made it relevant. Her state of mind, whether she was afraid of Mr. Chance. So that is one issue to decide. The second thing is, if it is relevant, which it is, Mr. Andrews' state of mind, that evidence should not be blocked and only filtered through Ms. Andrews. Of course, another witness cannot speak to an individual's state of mind, but they can speak to the incidents that they have been a witness to, and they can speak to the abuse that she suffered. They just cannot make the connection to say that because she was a part of...
But if they can't make the connection, then why should they be able to testify to it? If they can't make the connection, why is it relevant? So then are you going to stand in front of the jury and make the argument, well, extrapolate, jurors, even though we don't have any evidence in this case that she was scared, you need to extrapolate what these witnesses said, and then therefore you should assume she was scared, which is why she did all of this. Is that what you're planning on doing?
No. And what you're describing is sort of the circumstantial evidence that the state is presenting for this entire trial and asking the jury to make inferences and extrapolate the evidence to come to the conclusion that Ms. Andrews is guilty of these crimes.
Well, do you have any case law in point that allows you to do what you're asking to do?
That allows a witness to testify about what they witnessed? And the case law is relevant. Give me a second.
Okay, state what's your response.
Judge, first of all, not open the door. Mr. McClimate specifically asked on cross-examination of the detective whether or not they asked her if she was fearful of any of her co-defendants. That was brought up by Mr. McClymonth. As far as, again, these witnesses, Joel Jordan and Jacayla Robinson, they did not witness any of the abuse between the defendant and Isaiah Chance. All that they had was information that was relayed to them after the fact by the defendant. And the time period for that was months before this. In fact, most of it they could not give a time period. I think the earliest or the latest that they could give was sometime in April for when they last saw, I guess, a photograph or saw her on some sort of FaceTime. So, Judge, our point would be that it does go to relevancy at this point. There is nothing, if we're talking specifically about her state of mind when this homicide is occurring, they have no knowledge about that whatsoever.
Okay. And so I'd like to finish. An individual that speaks on what a person has been through with an individual, it's linking up evidence. So, of course, they can't speak to the state of mind of an individual, but if an individual is going through something with another individual, and that relationship that the two of them share will show a different type of relationship than what the state is painting, which is that these people are really so in love that Alicia Andrews would do anything for Isaiah Chance, then that is relevant. Like, it should be allowed to come in that that's not the relationship that the two of them share. So I don't intend on saying or asking the witness, hey, do you think that Alicia Andrews was afraid of Isaiah Chance on the day of this murder? Right? If she's afraid of Isaiah Chance a year before all of this stuff happens, if she's afraid of him a year before it happens, it seems as though the state is saying that if it wasn't on the day of, if she wasn't afraid on the day of, or if we don't have proof that on the day of she's afraid of him, that evidence from the week before, the month before, has no bearing on anything that happens after that. So it's like you're only afraid of somebody for one day, and after that you get over it, and you're no longer afraid of that person. The abuser stops for 1 second or for 1 minute, and you're just fine. Everything is okay with you and him, and you no longer have any reason to be afraid. It doesn't work like that, and they know that it doesn't work like that. They know how the cycle of domestic violence works, and it's not to argue that, oh, because it happened a month or 2 months prior, the witnesses can only speak to it a month or 2 months prior to the actual incident in this case, and therefore that's too remote, or that doesn't have any bearing on whether she may have been afraid of him a month down the road. It's disingenuous to make that argument. So I think that even we have these witnesses that are lined up to testify, Joel Jordan and Jacayla Robinson, who have known Alicia Andrews for years and know the relationship with her and her former boyfriend. Those witnesses, at the very least, should be allowed to testify about these issues, subject to any link-up with Ms. Andrews. And I don't, you're asking if I have case law. I don't know of any case law that prevents a witness from testifying to relevant evidence that they have knowledge of, personal knowledge of. So,
but they have no knowledge of her state of mind on the day of the murder. They have none. Zero. They don't know what she was thinking. They don't know why she went with the defendant to Tampa. They don't know why she handed the phone to him there in the parking lot. She don't know why she was in the car with Isaiah Chance, allegedly following Julio Foolio. So it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. And if you're not alleging duress, honestly, it makes it even more irrelevant.
Well, Judge, it's not about whether we're alleging duress. The element refers to murder has to do with intent, so state of mind. So that has so many components to it other than duress. So, like, it's not about duress, it's about intent. It's about state of mind. Those are two separate thing. Just arrest can be a part of.
Correct, and none of those witnesses can testify about her state of mind. None of them can.
Well, no witness can testify about anyone's state of mind, Judge. That doesn't mean that they can't testify about what they know about a relationship between two people.
Yeah, well, they can't if it's not, they can only if it's relevant, and it's not. So I'm going to abide by my previous ruling on this issue. So, and I don't know what the other witnesses are going to testify, but just a refresher, character evidence is inadmissible except in a homicide case in a very, very limited exception, okay? So.
I mean, all that we've had in this trial is character evidence of Alicia Andrews. Photographs of her with individuals that are, I guess, apparently have gang signs thrown up, all these different charts, all of these different music videos, all of this association of her with all these other people that may or may not be in gangs, all of that is character.
Okay, but here's the thing. Listen, I don't make the law. Here's the direct law. WROBEL versus state, 410 Southern 2nd, 950. The appellant argues that a defendant in a criminal trial has the right to introduce evidence to show his good character. The court then cites to 90.404, which states when character evidence is admissible. Character evidence generally, evidence of a person's character or trait of his or her character is inadmissible to prove that he acted or she acted in conformity with it on a particular occasion, except, and one would be character of the accused, evidence of a pertinent trait of the character offered by an accused or by the prosecution to rebut that trait. This argument, however, omits the pertinent reference to section 90.405, Florida statute, which provides the methods of proving character. The statute reads, methods of proving character, 1, reputation, and then 2, specific instances of conduct. In Florida, the methods of presenting character evidence is limited to the testimony of reputation. A defendant may place in issue his general reputation for being a peaceful and law-abiding citizen. That's it.
And Judge, I don't know that we're presenting his character evidence, that's probably categorized as character evidence. I'll cite another case, Riviera, Slicker versus State. This is 941 Southern 2nd, 1191. It's the second DCA case from 2006, where it discusses that the witnesses were allowed to testify, should have been allowed to testify about dramatic changes that they had witnessed. Because they had known Slicker for years, and the excluded evidence went to an essential element of the state's case and to the heart of Slicker's defense. It cites another case, the C. Rivera versus State, 561 Southern 2nd, 536 at 539. It's the Florida Supreme Court case from 1991, stating that the error occurs when evidence tending to support the theory of defense is excluded. And, I mean, that is exactly what will be happening in this case.
Give me those sites again. Let me look them up.
Slicker versus State, 941 Southern 2nd, 1191. The second DCA case from 2006, and Rivera versus State, 561 Southern 2nd, 536. This is a Florida Supreme Court case in 1990.
Okay, I'll look them up. Let's go ahead and get going. Your first one is going to be Mr. Howard?
Yes,
Okay, so let's bring the jury, and you, state will rest, and then we'll bring in Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play Robert Howard's testimony because we've done one thing, which is take these little snippets, interactions, if you will. Now I want to play a testimony. I'm actually going to play two testimonies, but we'll start with Robert Howard. Remember, he was with Charles Jones's entourage. He was not injured. But I just want to now see the interaction between, like, see if they object during on the defense side, see if the state objects, see how that interaction goes. But and within this is some gallery mayhem. Oh, no. I'm sorry. That's day 8. All right. So not this clip, but day 8 is where there's some gallery mayhem. I'm going to just leave it at that. All right. So we're going to listen to them resting and then Robert Howard's testimony. Then we'll go to day 8.
Ready, Judge?
Yes.
All rise.
State, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state would rest.
All right, and defense, do you renew all previously made motions?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, very good. Does the defense wish to call a witness at this time?
This time, the defense calls Robert Howard to the stand.
I actually thought Robert Howard's testimony was pretty credible. Like I don't think he hemmed and hawed. And let's compare it to his testimony at the floor.
Your Honor, very briefly, if we may approach.
Yes.
That's a big group of people coming in. I don't know if those are law students or who those are.
Okay. If this witness not be broadcast. Okay? Thank you. All right, Mr. McClimate, you may proceed. Oh, I'm sorry, the witness got to be sworn in. Okay, sir, just raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Howard. Where did you grow up, Mr. Howard?
Fifth.
45th?
Yes, sir.
And what side of town is that on?
North side.
All right. And how old are you?
23.
All right. Did you go to Raines High School?
No, sir.
Have you ever been to Raines High School?
Yes, sir.
And when you say yes, you mean not like actually enrolled there, but you've been there for maybe an event?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what events have you been to Raines High School for?
Basketball games, football games.
All right. Do you know what years?
Several years. 2018, 17, 16, etc.
Do you or are you familiar with Alicia Andrews?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know her from this case, or you know her from before?
A little before.
You were familiar with Alicia Andrews because you'd seen her around?
Yes, sir.
All right. But you didn't have any personal relationship with her?
No, sir.
How did you see Alicia Andrews around?
Social media.
So you saw her page on social media?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you followed her?
I don't remember.
All right. And when you say you saw Alicia Andrews on social media, was this in like the 2018, 2019 time period?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let me go back. Have you heard of something called 6 Block?
Yes, sir.
All right. In your view, is 6 Block a gang?
No, sir.
What is 6 Block?
Apartment complex.
And so it's not a neighborhood necessarily?
No, it's just apartments.
All right. And where is that at? What side of town is that at in Jacksonville?
North side.
All right. So did you grow up in that apartment complex?
No, sir.
Are you affiliated with 6 Block in any way?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell me about your affiliations with 6 Block. What do you mean when you say you're affiliated?
Well, those apartments are in my neighborhood, so we're friends. I'm friends with people that's from those apartments.
Okay. So you lived in a neighborhood around the 6 Block apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
And the neighborhood that you lived in, what was that called?
Avenue B. Avenue B.
Okay. Did you grow up with Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
How long did you know Charles Jones for?
Almost all my life.
Do you know how old?
Like 8 or 9.
All right. Did Charles Jones live at the apartment complex called 6 Block?
I'm not sure.
Did he live in your neighborhood on the north side?
I'm not sure. Can't say.
Did you all go to school together?
No, sir.
Okay. But you knew him?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you two best friends?
We were really, really close. Almost like my best friend, you can say.
Okay. Did you have a best friend?
Yes, sir.
Who was your best friend?
Adrian Gaynor.
Is he affiliated with 6 Block in any way?
Yes, sir.
And what's his name? If he has another name.
Bibby.
All right. And you said you would not call 6 Block a gang. What would you refer to it as?
Apartments.
Do you refer to... Okay. When individuals refer to 6 Block as a group, do you identify 6 Block as a group of individuals?
I don't, but the world do.
Okay. And why do you not identify it as a group of individuals?
Because I know it's an apartment complex. It's a nickname given by Charles.
Okay. These gangs in Jacksonville, there are gangs in Jacksonville?
Probably so, but not to my knowledge. I can't call out gangs.
Okay. Are there groups in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
People that are sort of affiliated with each other?
Yes, sir.
Is it like sort of based on where they grow up?
You can say.
All right. Is there a better way to describe it?
Basically, kind of what you said, based off where you grew up at, what side of town.
Okay. And being either a part of 6 Block or affiliated with it, does that mean that you are necessarily involved in criminal activity?
No, sir.
Do you have law-abiding citizens affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes, sir.
You know of an individual named Gino Norris?
Yes, sir.
He was with you on the night of Charles Jones's murder?
Yes, sir.
And Gino Norris, is he affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is he related to Charles? Was he related to Charles Jones?
Not that I know of.
Were he and Charles Jones close friends?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Gino Norris was shot on the night that Charles Jones passed away?
I think so.
Is Gino Norris a gangster?
No, sir.
Is anything close to a gangster?
No, sir.
And why do you say that?
He's a human being.
Fair answer. But is Gino Norris involved in any of the rap music back and forth?
No, sir.
Is Gino Norris known to have committed any criminal acts?
No, sir.
You, in 2018, you were arrested. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right. And the arrest from 2018 was for what?
Manslaughter.
That event, I'm not saying you did or didn't do anything. That event occurred where?
Rains High School.
All right. Was that during a football game?
Correct.
Was there another individual that was accused of the same manslaughter?
No, sir.
Was Bibby accused or involved in any way?
Oh, yeah, they was accusing us both. Yes, sir.
So there were accusations that both you and Bibby had shot and killed someone?
Yes, sir.
All right. The person that died in 2018 at Rains High School, what was their name?
Juror Adams.
Did he have any sort of nicknames?
Yes, sir.
What was his nickname?
Spaz.
All right. Did you know Spaz personally?
No, sir.
Do you know if Spaz was involved in any gangs?
No, sir. Not to my prior knowledge. No, sir.
Do you know if he's in any groups?
Yes, sir.
What group is he in?
After a while, I seen that he was hanging with guys from 1200 at east side of Jacksonville.
All right. Ultimately, you ended up going to prison for that?
Yes, sir.
You were released at some point?
Yes, sir.
You know what year you were released?
2023.
Do you know what month you were released?
May.
All right. Were you released like out, to go back home, or any sort of halfway house or anything like that?
Objection relevance, Your Honor. Overall, go ahead.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah. Were you released straight to go straight home?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you were released, did you and Charles Jones connect?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you two hanging out maybe like you had done in the past?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of who Davion and Rashad Murphy are?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you aware of whether Davion and Rashad Murphy knew Spaz Gerard Adams?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you aware that Davion and Rashad Murphy were related to Spaz Gerard Adams?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever have any idea that Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy were either angry at you or trying to seek revenge for what they believe you may have done to Spaz?
I heard rumors.
All right. Because you're in 6th block, does that mean you hate other neighborhoods?
No, sir.
Does that mean you hate other groups?
No, sir.
Does that mean you hate, whether somebody calls it a gang or doesn't, does that mean you hate gangs that are in Jacksonville?
No, sir.
All right. Are the lines between these different groups or gangs, are they as clear as people make them seem?
Can you repeat it and explain more?
So, 6th block and ATK are what they would call rivals?
To the world, yes, sir.
To the world. Is there a chance that maybe some ATK affiliates or members might talk to 6th block affiliates or members?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that against the culture or anything like that?
All human beings. Yes, sir. No, sir.
Do you all sometimes grow up together and end up in different groups?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you went to school with individuals and were friends with them, and they ended up in.
Overall, go ahead.
And they ended up in what the world would call a rival gang.
Can you repeat your question?
Right. So, were you ever friends with people? Let's say growing up, middle school, elementary, middle school, high school.
Yes, sir.
And they end up in a different gang or group of individuals.
Yes, sir.
Right. does that mean that you automatically hate those people?
No, sir.
A lot of this back and forth, the rap music, was it put out to get views on YouTube or social media, the rap music?
Can you repeat your question?
Was a lot of the rap music, the drill rap music, was it put out to get views on YouTube and on social media?
Yes, sir.
Is all of it even true?
No, sir.
You know an individual named Isaiah Chance?
Yes, sir.
What is his, I guess his name, his nickname?
Gutta Zay.
All right. When did you come to know Gutta Zay?
When I came home in 2023.
How did you meet or come to know Gutta Zay?
Social media.
So you saw him on social media?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did one of you reach out to the other?
Yes, sir.
Who reached out to who?
I can't really recall. I think it was him, but I can't recall.
All right. Let me ask you this first. Did you and Isaiah Chance exchange phone numbers or ways to contact each other?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you all contact each other at points in time?
Yes, sir.
Did you all used to talk on the phone?
Yes, sir.
Even on FaceTime as well?
Yes, sir.
And those conversations, sometimes they lasted hours?
Yes, sir.
And you all would just talk about random things?
Yes, sir.
Was it necessarily anything to do with the 6 block, ATK, 1200 gang stuff?
No, sir.
The phone number that Isaiah Chance would contact you on, do you know if that phone number belonged to him?
No, sir. I can't. I don't. No, sir.
Did you ever have any indication that the number belonged to Alicia Andrews?
Yes, sir.
And Isaiah Chance would contact you on that phone number, the same one every time?
No, sir.
Different number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your relationship with Isaiah Chance, would you call it cordial?
Cordial, yes, sir.
You and him ever get into any issues?
No, sir.
All right. At any point in time, did you ever have any communication with Alicia Andrews?
No, sir.
Did you ever reach out to Alicia Andrews for anything?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen her in person?
I think I recall a long time ago, early 2018, 17.
Okay. Do you know if that was at Reigns?
Most likely, yes, sir.
Okay. Like at a football game or basketball game or something like that?
Yes, sir.
All right. How do you remember her from so far back?
Seeing her around, she was kind of a little known, so, you know.
All right. Because of the way she looks?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when I say that, what do you mean by that? Or when we both say that, what do you mean by that?
Objection. Relevance?
Hi, bro. Go ahead.
Well, just, she was a pretty girl, but that's about it. Just like that.
Did you have any friends that wanted to talk to Alicia Andrews?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
All right. I want to go to the trip that happened in June of 2024 from Jacksonville to Tampa. Did you go on a trip with Charles Jones from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this was in June of 2024?
Yes, sir.
During this trip that you went on with Charles Jones, who went with you?
Me, Charles, and Gino. Gino Norwood.
Okay. Just the three of you?
That was in the car, yes, sir.
All right. And you all drove down in the Charger?
Yes, sir.
The individuals, did you go to an Airbnb when you arrived in Tampa?
Yes, sir.
And were there other individuals that joined you all at the Airbnb?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where did those individuals come from?
Jacksonville as well.
All right. So, how did they know to get to the Airbnb?
I think Julio gave them those guys the address, most likely.
At some point that weekend, was there a pool party?
Supposed to be one, yes, sir.
What do you mean supposed to be?
It was supposed to be a pool party, but a lot of people didn't show up, so I guess it was like a little small gathering, not an actual pool party.
Okay. You said not a lot of people showed up?
The first day we got there.
All right. And was it publicly broadcasted, this pool party?
The first day we got there, no, I don't think so.
All right. Was there a second pool party?
The same. It was people there the second day. We had an Airbnb, so you can say.
All right. And how did people know to come? Were people allowed to come if they just asked to be there?
I think Julio reached out to people.
All right. Were you driving the Charger at any point in time?
Yes, sir.
When were you driving the Charger?
To Tampa.
So you drove from Jacksonville down to Tampa?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go out to any clubs?
Yes, sir.
Did you go out to clubs on both nights that you were in Tampa?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to talk about the Saturday night. Do you remember that night?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you on a flyer?
Yes, sir.
And had you ever been on a flyer before for a party?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever gone out of town to Tampa before?
Yes, sir.
With Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
For the same sort of thing or something different?
Same sorts of thing.
All right. You know a promoter or something in Tampa?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you are at the Airbnb. At some point on Saturday, do you leave to go to a club?
Yes, sir.
Which club do you go to?
I don't know. I don't recall the name of the club, but I went to a club.
All right. Do you recall the area that it was in?
No, sir. I don't know Tampa like that. No, sir.
Were you driving?
No, sir.
All right. Were you paying attention to where you were going?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why?
I think as a young man or anybody, you should always pay attention to your surroundings.
Okay. Did you have any fears or caution about hanging out with Charles Jones?
No, sir.
All right. At any point in the night, did you ever get upset with him about posting his locations?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because we're both two known individuals. You know, we got people that love us, people who hate us. So.
Okay. And I guess would you prefer that your locations be anonymous?
Yes, sir.
Why do people hate you all? Not to say that everyone does, but why are there people that have that feeling?
Jacksonville is built with drill rap. Julio's a drill rapper, so.
All right. The club that you went to first, do you remember what it looked like?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you arrived at the club. Did you go inside?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave?
So why did we leave?
Yeah. At some point, so let me back up. Did you leave the club at some point?
Yes, sir.
Why?
The show was over. It was closed. I think it ending.
Okay. And where did you go after that?
Went to another club.
All right. Do you remember the name of that second club?
No, sir.
All right. You left the second club at some point in time. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave the second spot?
It was getting late. We were getting tired.
And where were you going after you left the second spot?
To find a hotel to crash.
All right. After you, did you get to the hotel at some point?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you got to the hotel, who all was there?
Me, Charles Jones, Gino, Charles' girlfriend at the time, a friend of hers, several friends.
All right. When you got to the hotel, did something happen?
Yes, sir.
What happened at the hotel?
A shooting.
All right. Did you see any of the people who did the shooting?
No, sir.
All right. And did you later come to find out that two of the people arrested for the shooting were Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did either of them contact you after the murder?
Just one.
Which one?
Rashad Murphy.
Rashad Murphy contacted you how?
He texted me.
How did he have your number?
Had conversations.
You've spoken to him before?
Yes, sir.
Like friendly conversations?
Yes, sir.
When Rashad Murphy texted you, did it have anything to do with Foolio's death?
He said he forgives me, so.
Forgives you for what?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
So you don't know.
She said he forgive me.
Did you respond?
I don't recall responding.
And was there ever any conversation between you and Rashad Murphy about Spaz in the past?
Yes, sir.
Were any of these conversations about whether you had done anything to Spaz?
Yes, sir.
And those conversations you're saying were friendly?
Yes, sir.
Does 6th block have a hand sign?
Yes, sir.
All right. That hand sign, or let me ask you, is there a hand sign for 21st Street?
Yes, sir.
Is there one for 1200?
Yes, sir.
Are the signs for 1200 and 21st, are they the same?
I don't think so. No, sir.
And what about the signs for 6th block? Is it the same as 1200 and 21st?
No, sir.
The sign for 6th block, can you describe what it is?
It's like three fingers holding up. It's like a 6 almost. Like
So something like this?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if an individual uses that hand sign, does that mean that they're a part of 6th block?
No, sir.
Do sometimes people use those hand signs when they're not actually a part of 6th block?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 95C. 2. Is this the flyer from the party at Teasers?
Yes, sir.
The hand signs that Charles Jones is using, are those 6 block hand signs?
No, sir.
What hand signs are those?
I don't even know. He just posing.
Did he pose like that often?
Yes, sir.
With those same hand signs?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that mean 2100 or 21st?
No, sir.
Does it mean 1200?
It could be several meanings.
Okay. Would Charles Jones, coming from 6 block, would he ever be throwing up these hand signs for 1200 and 21st?
No, sir.
All right. So that to you does not mean 1200 or 21st?
No, sir.
All right. 1200 and 21st, those are east side. That's east side of Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
And Charles Jones is not from the east side.
No, sir.
If you see an individual with those hand signs that you saw Mr. Jones with just now,
Yes, sir.
does that mean that they're gang affiliated?
No, sir.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Howard, do you have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Kenny Caps. Yes, ma'am.
Kenny? Why?
South Park.
Is it related to your stature? Someone from South Park, a small individual or smaller in stature individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you been known by that name before you were incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said you were accused of the murder of Spaz or Joe Rod Adams that occurred at Rains High School in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But the fact is, you were convicted of that homicide, correct? That's the manslaughter conviction.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anyone else with Spaz at Rains High School when Spaz was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Willie Roy.
Willie Royal.
Yes, ma'am.
And Willie Royal is Will Go Crazy on Instagram and known to people. That's his tag.
Yes, ma'am.
Will Go Crazy.
Yes, ma'am.
And Willie Royal survived that shooting, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked several times about your communications with Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, and you said that they were friendly.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are testifying that you would be friendly with them on the outside, so not on the telephone. You would go out with them to a club and that be posted everywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you say friendly, why don't you explain to me what you actually mean by that?
Just conversation. We're not yelling. We're not arguing. We're just talking.
What's the goal of you having a long, hours-long conversation with Isaiah Chance?
Trying to see how to word it. Let's see what you know. The learn his thoughts.
Your intent on talking to Isaiah Chance or anybody that is an op or from the opposite side of your group, whatever group you want to call it, gang, not gang, whatever you want to call it, your goal is to catch them slipping, to catch them doing something wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
You want to know more information about your ops than they know about you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Isaiah Chance calling you from different numbers all the time a part of what you would employ yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you call from your own number every single time you talk to him? Would that be smart?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So one time you believe that your girlfriend checked the number or a number you spoke to and it said Alicia on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
So I assume you got in trouble with your girlfriend for that.
Yeah, my ex. Yes, ma'am.
And you've seen Alicia Andrews around. I want you to tell me what the context was that you actually saw her around before you went to prison.
Yes, ma'am.
How? Was she dating someone that you knew at the time?
So I didn't have any knowledge of that. So, but
Is the person in States 90B the person that you identify as Alicia Andrews?
yes, ma'am.
Did you know her by another name around town?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know even her legal name when this event actually happened, before it started being reported to the news?
No, ma'am.
You said you had talked to somebody named Rashad Murphy. That's the individual depicted in 37A, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And had you seen him on social media as well?
Like a blur, not. Yeah, I didn't see his Instagram, but not him posting himself on Instagram.
Okay. Well, his Instagram account name was Ghost187, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it rare to get a glimpse of Rashad Murphy's actual whole face?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked to Rashad Murphy on the phone, like you've testified, and FaceTime with Rashad Murphy, did he show you his face and his surroundings and the people that he was hanging out with on a FaceTime?
No, ma'am.
So what could you see?
Like, the ceiling.
He wouldn't show you his face?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever actually see his face to be able to confirm that that was Rashad Murphy, that was the person talking to you on the phone?
One time.
So you did see his face at least once?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're talking about when you catch people slipping? You catch them in a weak moment?
Yes, ma'am.
The longer you talk on the phone with Rashad Murphy or Isaiah Chance, does that increase or up your chances of getting some information about them?
Yes, ma'am.
Honestly speaking, the fact that your girlfriend reverse searched and found out that it was Alicia Andrews' phone number that called you once, from all of the calls that you got from random numbers from Isaiah Chance got caught.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't know what Alicia Andrews' phone number was before that.
No, ma'am.
That is a part of the life, the lifestyle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So currently, right now, you're incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
You're here presented in orange, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you certainly have at least some knowledge of the Jacksonville gang scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you ever testify that 6 Block is a gang?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the statute? What's required, what law enforcement says defines a gang?
No, ma'am.
Do you think it's against your interest for some reason to admit that 6 Block is a gang?
Can you, like, rephrase it in a different way? Like,
You certainly know that you admitting that 6 Block is a gang and you're associated to them is one of the elements of the gang statute. You're never going to admit that you're a member of 6 Block.
no, ma'am.
You're never going to admit that anybody is a member of any gang.
No, ma'am.
You're never going to call any of these groups a gang.
No, ma'am.
Okay. You were asked specifically about whether you had prior conversations or interactions with a Davion Murphy. Is that what we're seeing in 38A?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand him to also be a co-defendant in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the interaction that you had with Davion Murphy?
We had words in Duval County.
Okay, what were the words?
He told me that Gerard Adams was his cousin, and I was like, so? And he was like, he gonna get up with me, and I was like, okay.
Did you think that that was a polite reference, that he was going to get up with you?
No, ma'am.
Did you know this man?
No, ma'am.
At the time that he told you Gerard Adams was his cousin and he was going to get up with you, what were you incarcerated for?
I was accused of the murder of his relative.
His relative being Joe Rod Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
35A, is this the person that you talked to on the phone, identified as Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification as 75B7 from an extraction from this defendant's cellular device. Can you identify any of the individuals depicted in 75B7?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's the individual on the left of this image?
Gerard.
That's the individual that you were convicted of killing.
Yes, ma'am.
And the individual that Davion Murphy was referencing when he said he was going to get up with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify the individual on the right?
Corbin.
Corbin?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Corbin Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the individual that we've been hearing about went missing in some way or was kidnapped in some way?
Yes, ma'am.
You are familiar with Julio Foolio's social media activity.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you're from, where did you say you're from?
45th.
45th. Do you claim any kind of neighborhood openly, like in public, other than 45th or 6th block?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Ave B?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that? Can you tell the jury what that is?
45th Avenue B is a section on 45th. It's a part of 45th.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's a part of 45th?
Yes, ma'am.
Same area.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you went to prison, was it typically people from separate areas would be affiliated with separate groups?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old were you when you got arrested for Gerard Adams' homicide?
16.
16.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the total sentence that you ended up serving?
4 years, 10 months, 4 years, 11 months, one of them.
When you were released from custody for that case, is that when Rashad Murphy made contact with you?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of that contact? Because you've indicated it was friendly.
Just basically trying to see who was the gunman of his family members relative.
He wanted to see who the gunman was? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there some question about whether you were the person who actually pulled the trigger that killed Spaz, a.k.a. Joe Rod Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
You have indicated that you understand or have at least seen some of the back and forth with these drill rap videos.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is Kenny Caps never disrespected in those videos?
I'm highly respected.
Why?
Because I believe, I'm a stand-up guy, and I didn't give up. I didn't give up my friend, or I didn't say any names when I got arrested for the manslaughter of the Gerard Adams.
Okay, so let me make sure that I understand this correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
At the homicide of Joe Rod Adams, there were other individuals present,
Yes, ma'am.
and you didn't give up any names.
Correct.
Was Bibby present at the homicide of Joe Rod Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's Bibby's real name?
Adrian.
Adrian
Yes, ma'am.
Gaynor?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Adrian survive much longer after Joe Rod Adams died?
No, ma'am.
When you went to jail for that, was it pretty quickly after Spaz was killed at the high school?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Bibby pass away while you were incarcerated for that murder?
Yes, ma'am.
During your entire time incarcerated, did you ever give a statement about Bibby or anyone else associated with that murder?
No, ma'am.
So when you tell us that you're highly respected, it's because you didn't tell on anyone.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say that, or when I'm asking you about whether your name is in any of these music videos, why aren't ATK members or 1200 members or even other people that might not like you dissing you?
For those reasons, highly, I say a lot of respect in Jacksonville.
Are you talking on anybody else's deceased family members?
No, ma'am.
When you went to prison, what year did you actually go?
2022.
When you were arrested, was that still in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you were arrested in 2018, was it common to commit a crime for your friends or members of your ops and then admit to all of the details of the crime in a music video?
No, ma'am.
When you came out of prison, was that something that you frequently saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you engage in that, or did you start to engage in that?
I never engaged in it.
So is that why Rashad Murphy is then contacting you and asking what happened with his cousin? You were already convicted and had done a prison sentence. I don't understand why he's contacting you after. You said you did it.
Yes, ma'am.
Why? Why is he contacting you?
Because it was a lot of rumors that I didn't have anything to do with it.
But you didn't snitch.
But I didn't snitch. Yes, ma'am.
Was Rashad Murphy, or did Rashad Murphy ask you to tell him who actually did pull the trigger?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see or were you familiar with any drill raps from 6 Block members naming Joe Rod Adams or Spaz and dissing him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that brought up by Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy were contacting you because they wanted to find out who killed their cousin.
Not Davion.
So he only talked to you that one time in the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
And Rashad would contact you.
Yes, ma'am.
You said the communications were friendly, so he never threatened you.
No, ma'am.
He didn't threaten your family.
It was rumors he threatened my family. Yes, ma'am.
How long before Charles Jones was murdered in Tampa did he do that?
That year I was home, within that span of that year, before I got incarcerated.
You were asked about a hand sign that Charles Jones was doing in States 95C2. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is 21st Street affiliated with?
Addis.
Okay, so 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask it this way, because you don't want to say it's a gang. If 1200 and 21st Street were in the same room, would anybody be pulling out firearms or fighting?
Yes, ma'am.
With each other?
Oh, no. I can't really, I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
How about this? Those two are affiliated, or at least aligned enough that a common enemy of both is 6 Block, or their members.
I'll say 21st. I'll say 1200, not really 21st.
Who does 21st have problems with?
I think 1200.
You think?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know?
No, ma'am.
Can you even tell me whether Charles Jones is putting this sign up to be disrespectful, or whether he's claiming 21st?
Yeah, he's not. He's just throwing up a sign. He's not being disrespectful.
Realistically, you at least personally have knowledge that there are members of 6 Block, there are members of 1200, there are members of ATK that throw the rival gangs signs and post it on social media.
Yes, ma'am.
That's true. It's a fact, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That happens.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you from the cell phone extraction of the defendant in this case what's been admitted as 76B5. Are you familiar with Charles Jones or Julio Foolio's social media posts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember a social media post, I'll show it to you a little bit clearer, 95C3, that Charles Jones made about the attempted murder on his life, dated February 8th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this a reel, meaning it was like a video that was posted to social media?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he referring to the attempted murder that happened on his life on October 7th of 2023 where he was shot in the foot?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall any other time where he was shot in the foot?
No, ma'am.
From that same post, Charles Jones is making this hand gesture. Is this what you were referring to when you said that 6 Block may throw a 6?
Yes, ma'am.
You are from AVB. Does that mean you wouldn't throw a 6 with your hands?
Yes, ma'am.
You would not ever throw a 6?
No, ma'am, I would. Yes,
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It is 6 Block. 6 Block is an area. I understand the concept that 6 Block may be a neighborhood, but it is also a moniker that Charles Jones uses when he posts rap videos. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it is a moniker that other individuals that may not say, I'm 6 Block or be from 6 Block, like yourself from AVB,
Yes.
will also throw on for social media, music videos, etc. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you ever be in a position, particularly after your conversations with Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance, where you would hang out out in public or go out with people in public that are throwing signs from the opposite groups?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any indication from Isaiah Chance that the night that you came down, or the next night, or the weekend, you were in danger?
Yes, ma'am.
Isaiah Chance, is he an individual who you know from childhood, that you grew up with?
No, ma'am.
Have you seen the videos or photos from his arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that video? It looks really cool. The background, the houses.
Yes,
There's like
ma'am.
a big truck there. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You saw that video of him being arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
It's raining.
Yes, ma'am.
We're on the same page. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you grow up in a golf course, gorgeous community like that?
No, ma'am.
Do you know him or Sean Gathright?
No, ma'am.
You didn't grow up for years and years and years, like with them.
No, ma'am.
Is 6 Block a beautiful stretch of area that looks just like those gated communities in that golf course?
No, ma'am.
Is Ave B beautiful and gorgeous like that?
No, ma'am.
Melvin Park?
No, ma'am.
So Isaiah Chance comes onto the scene and you know him from social media?
Yes, ma'am.
You had not seen him before that.
Never.
Was he a big rap name before that?
No, ma'am.
Is it unusual, at least from the time that you have grown up in Jacksonville, for people to switch sides completely? So that would mean somebody from, for example, 6 Block switching completely to ATK.
No, ma'am.
Does that happen?
No, ma'am.
How about between groups, right? There's nothing that says there's no problems that happen between the two groups, 3 groups, whatever it is, right? You could have members of ATK that fight with each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't you?
No, ma'am.
No one from ATK can fight with each other. I don't mean get into a shootout. I mean have a disagreement.
Yeah, friends have disagreements. People have disagreements. Yes.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
And they switch to other subsets. They may not stay with one group.
No, that's not really common, but it'll happen.
That's not common,
No, ma'am.
but it does happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Then how is Isaiah Chance, NHG, ATK, and now 1200 within 24 months?
He's not really from anywhere. He's not really from a neighborhood.
Yeah, so you don't actually see him before you go to prison, or as y'all are growing up, maybe playing football together or something,
No, ma'am.
with other 1200 members,
No, ma'am.
with other NHG members,
No, ma'am.
other ATK people.
No, ma'am.
Everybody else have known each other since children.
Yes, ma'am.
Are Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright some of the only local people that you are aware of that live in the nice side of town?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have, Charles Jones didn't grow up in a big mansion.
No, ma'am.
Fair to say he's probably one of the more successful of your group.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But no one grew up in those areas.
No, ma'am.
Can you explain how it's possible for Isaiah Chance to be switching from group to group to group like this? Why would one group even accept him if he left one subset to go to the next?
To use them, probably.
Well, did you actually see on social media Isaiah Chance denouncing NHG and ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
Why? Why was he doing that?
Yeah, I think he fell out with members of those groups.
Those groups.
Yeah,
And then
ma'am.
he started, you saw a social media post where he started posting and he tagged Ghost187, Rashad Murphy, his new 1200 friend, right? You saw that.
Yes, ma'am.
So he again switched.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you have done?
Never.
Anybody in 6 Block that you're aware of switch up like that?
No.
Did Charles Jones and Gutta Zay or co-defendant Isaiah Chance get into it on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that pretty out there on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see them on Spaces getting into it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what they were getting into it for?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
Gotta say fake clothes.
Fake clothes.
Yes, ma'am.
He was posting wearing designer clothes, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And Charles Jones was making fun of him on social media, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Charles Jones has lots and lots of followers on social media, doesn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
including the defendant in this case, Alicia Andrews. Did you know that?
No, ma'am.
You didn't know she follows him?
No, ma'am.
Would Charles Jones get into it with Ace on social media? Foolio and Ace get into it?
Not though I remember, I recall.
Well, maybe not on social media, but YouTube videos.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, interviews with podcasters or music videos, drill raps that they're posting. They don't like each other.
No, ma'am.
It's pretty clear from the music videos.
Yes, ma'am.
And you admit Charles Jones really, really gets into it with people. I mean, he goes deep.
He does.
Right before the homicide actually occurs, are you familiar with the post that Charles Jones made to his social media account blasting ATK and their CEO, Ace?
No, ma'am, I wasn't aware of it.
You're not aware of the social media post that he made about a thigh bone?
It's been a minute. I probably seen it.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that post?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I remember it.
You remember the post?
Yes, ma'am.
On June 11th, which we've heard testimony about that Spaces incident between Gutazay and Charles Jones and how does his foot feel. We heard testimony about that happening on June 6th.
Yes, ma'am.
So on June 11th, is there a post from Charles Jones laughing about how Ace dropped y'all ass from the label and Corbin getting kidnapped?
What's your question?
Is there a post about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's not uncommon for Charles Jones, let's be honest. It's not uncommon for him to post something that's going to make somebody else upset, is it?
No, ma'am.
No. He does that all the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Does he get revenue or clicks from doing things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he probably one of the most, at least successful in social media in Six Block?
Yes, ma'am.
He's also referred to as Six.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned Gino Norris, and I want to talk specifically about Gino Norris. Have you ever been in a scenario where Gino Norris was involved and there was some kind of negative activity or behavior going on?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Gino Norris has a real job, doesn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Gino Norris is quiet and reserved and shy. You never usually actually go out with him, do you?
No, ma'am.
Was the trip down to Tampa with Gino actually one of the rare times he goes out with y'all?
Probably the first, yes, ma'am.
And he doesn't get involved in any of this back and forth?
No, ma'am.
Gino Norris is not in these music videos?
No, ma'am.
He's not throwing any gang signs?
No, ma'am. I can't recall.
You've never seen him throwing gang signs?
No, ma'am.
He doesn't do this?
No, ma'am.
Now, on the night of the actual homicide itself, Gino Norris was also there
Yes, ma'am.
with several other individuals in that little cover area
Yes, ma'am.
outside of the Holiday Inn, home to suites.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've subsequently become aware that Gino Norris was shot
Yes, ma'am.
as a result of his being inside of that car.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any personal knowledge of anybody having a problem with Gino Norris?
No, ma'am.
And you said Spaz, the individual, Joe Rod Adams, that was killed at the high school game, he was grouped to 1200, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just like co-defendants Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
His relationship to Davion is his younger cousin, and his relationship to Rashad is his little brother, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
There weren't just rumors about you having not committed this crime or having committed this crime, whatever it was. They called you and and confronted you, especially Rashad Murphy.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive a warning of some kind from Isaiah Chance before you came down to Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what exactly that warning was?
It was probably like 3 or 4 days before we went. He was just saying, be on beat. I think it was his exact words, be on beat.
How did he relay that message to you?
The phone.
Be on beat?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
Like, be on alert.
Why would he tell you that?
I don't know, I guess he called himself being cordial. He just said be on beat.
Did he say, be on beat when you go to Tampa this weekend with Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
He specifically said it was this for the weekend?
No, he said he seen the flyer. He was like, be on beat down there. That was that.
Did you know or were you aware that Rashad Murphy liked the flyer that you were depicted in on the 14th, on the day it was posted?
No, ma'am.
Had you been aware of that, would you still have come to Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not scared of Rashad Murphy having done anything or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
How about had you got to Teasers, pulled up outside and seen Rashad Murphy in the parking lot, would you have been concerned about that?
Yes, ma'am.
How about if you went to those locations and you saw Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance in the parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
You would have been concerned.
Yes, ma'am.
You would have known it's not normal.
Yes, ma'am.
They would never be in that same location from you in Tampa
Yes, ma'am.
and coming inside to hang out with you and your other friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have relayed that they were outside to Charles Jones and the rest of your group?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Miss Andrews enough to know that she certainly wasn't affiliated with any members of Six Block, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, back in 2017, 2018, you know somebody named Kay Shorty?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he affiliated to Six Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning he would get along with Six Block.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, he would have been in high school, I guess. Is he a part of something called We All We Got?
Yes, ma'am.
To be fair, there's he's wearing sweaters with that on it, social media, it's not a secret.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, did you know him to be in any kind of relationship with the defendant, Alicia Andrews?
No, ma'am.
Did you know anything even about her?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that her phone contained a video or in a chat of them together talking about Six Block?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that they were talking about you?
No, ma'am.
Do you know the contents of her messages about you with Kay Shorty?
No, ma'am.
Have you talked at all with anybody about the content of those messages, including the defense?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Howard, Davion Murphy did not like you, did he?
No, ma'am.
And Rashad Murphy did not like you.
No, ma'am.
The only clubs that were posted via a flyer to social media were the clubs that you attended on the actual night and into the early morning hours of the homicide, right? So Truth 18 and Teasers, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The places that you went when you all got there on the first night, which was Friday night, there was no kind of promotion for that or club flyer.
No, ma'am.
Did you help when Foolio would go to these appearances and check out the location, make sure that he got paid, those types of things?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have any of that for Friday night?
No, ma'am.
The only ones that would have been publicized were Truth 18
Yes, ma'am.
and Teasers.
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated you had a friendly conversation with Rashad Murphy where he well, maybe it's not the same one. You had previous to Charles Jones's homicide friendlier conversations with him. Are you still calling them friendly?
Yes, ma'am.
Why? Because you're not cussing each other out on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Him asking you about whether you killed his younger brother, I'm confused or kind of little, I guess maybe just confused about how that could be not anything.
Man-to-man conversations. We're just talking normal.
Well, he wasn't happy with you, was he?
No, ma'am.
He wasn't asking if you wanted to go do things together, was he?
No, ma'am.
You said that Rashad Murphy contacted you after the homicide of Charles Jones. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I made it back to Jacksonville.
What did he say to you specifically?
He forgives me.
For what, Mr. Howard?
That's what I was trying to figure out. I don't recall me responding, but he just said he forgives me.
And you have no idea what he was talking about?
I guess he's saying for his brother.
So you're even?
Guess so. I think so. Yes, ma'am. Guess that's what he was indicating.
Not I think so. Didn't you see a social media post at like 5 a.m. or something, right after the murder happens, from Isaiah Chance or Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't you believe at that time that was 1200 taking credit for killing Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you even contacted his mom at that point?
No, ma'am.
Had you even been interviewed by law enforcement at that point?
No, ma'am.
Had you talked to anyone but the people at the scene at that point that you can recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were sending messages to whom?
My mom, my sister, family.
But you were still there.
Yes, ma'am.
You see it on media outlets at the time you saw them posting that?
Yes, ma'am.
You saw it already on the news?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so did you see the social media posts by either Isaiah Chance or Rashad Murphy before the news got a hold of the story that Julio Foolio had been murdered?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment, please? Yes. Can you please remind me what it is that the affiliation between 21st and 6th Block would be? If any? Same side or opposite sides? Just down to that.
Different sides of town. Yes, ma'am.
Not geographically. Same sides if we go out and everybody's getting into a fight, or different sides since you won't say gang?
Different side.
Different sides.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would Charles Jones be putting up 21st in posts or on social media? Is it the same reason he'd post himself in front of a picture of Melvin Park?
No, ma'am. That's 21st. We're not 20. We don't really have problems with 21st. Like 21st is not really someone we have problems with.
I'm trying to ascertain whether. Oh, so they're not even involved in this beef back and forth.
No, ma'am.
I'm trying to understand why Charles Jones would throw a 6 with his hand, and then also throw up 2 and 1.
That handshake can go along with basketball players using it, other people using it. I think he was just throwing up because I got pictures like that, and I don't.
But there's a clear difference in throwing up a 6.
Yes, ma'am.
Or making a 6 with your hand and pointing it down towards the ground if you're the opposing side or the ops.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a sign of disrespect.
Yes, ma'am.
What about 1200? There's a clear delineation between a 1 and a 2.
Yes, ma'am.
That is, in fact, a hand sign utilized by 1200 members.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I just have 1 more moment?
Yes.
Mr. Howard, thank you. I have no other questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, redirect.
the night that Charles Jones was killed, is it possible that the Murphys were also trying to kill you as well?
Yes, sir.
And do you know people who have been witnesses to trials involving any of the Jacksonville groups or gangs?
Can you repeat your question?
Do you know witnesses who have been you have people who have been witnesses in trials to any of the people in Jacksonville gangs or groups?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to be a witness sometimes can be a dangerous thing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can it be dangerous to be a witness in a case?
Yes, sir.
If somebody labels you as a snitch or anything like that, that could be dangerous in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
All right. In Jacksonville, in this back and forth, are you aware of anyone who's been harmed for any sort of allegations that they were a snitch?
No, sir.
Are you aware of any individuals who've been harmed for any allegations that they have been a witness for the state or for the police?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
All right. Are there any rap songs that you know of in Jacksonville about people being harmed for being snitches or for being cooperating witnesses?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. I'm going to show you something. All right. Do you recognize these?
Yes, sir.
All right. They're photographs?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize the individual in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
Show the jury, or what are these exhibits?
They're not. I have to introduce them to evidence first, Judge. I'm laying foundation and authentication.
Do you know what state the witness is being shown?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, are these fair and accurate depictions of the person that you know
Yes, sir.
here? All right. At this time, I'd seek to move what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Do you have a physical copy?
I have a flash drive.
Well, you can't admit a hard drive.
I admit these all the time. A flash drive?
What else is on the flash
There's
drive?
one in the flash. It's just this.
Well, okay. It can be preliminarily admitted, subject to everyone taking a look at it and make sure there's nothing else on that flash drive. Have you seen the?
I did see it. I did see the exhibits.
Okay, so anyway, it's admitted, but you guys just need, before it goes back to the jury, you just got to make sure you all look at the flash drive and that everything's on there is what should be on there, nothing that should not be on there. And that'll be defense exhibit, what was it, 6? Okay.
I'm going to publish Exhibit 6 to the jury. This photograph, do you see Charles Jones with the hand sign in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. Again, is Charles Jones throwing up a hand sign that is not a 6-block hand sign.
Yes, sir.
All right. And this hand sign doesn't mean that he's involved in another gang, correct?
No, sir.
The next picture. The same sort of hand sign in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this does not mean that Charles Jones is a part of any other group or gang?
No, sir.
That's it. You're in Jacksonville. You're popular.
Yes, sir.
Maybe even outside of Jacksonville, you're popular.
Yes, sir.
You're popular because of what happened at Rains.
Yes, sir. You can say.
All right. And there are people who talk about you who you don't even know.
Yes, sir.
They talk about what happened at the high school.
Most likely, yes, sir.
And it would not be crazy to think that there are other women out there or men out there who talk about you and what happened at Rains High School.
Yes, sir.
And who did that in 2018, right?
Yes, sir.
And any of the years after that.
Yes, sir.
You said that Charles Jones was making fun of Gutta Zay for Gutta Zay having fake clothes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Like you mean when you say fake clothes, you mean like fake designer clothes?
Yes, sir.
So Gutta Zay portrays to be someone online that he's not.
I wouldn't say that off of wearing fake designer clothes, but I know it was posted about Charles clowning him about fake designer clothes.
Okay. So he wears, from your knowledge, he wears fake designer clothes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But posted on social media as though it's real designer clothes.
Yes, sir.
And Julio Foolio, he had millions of followers.
Yes, sir.
On social media.
Yes, sir.
The followers that he had, were they also millions of followers on Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Did Young and Ace also have millions of followers?
Yes, sir.
All right. Also on Instagram, he had millions of followers?
Yes, sir.
All right, I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that ends that section. We're gonna end that section. Didn't really see any back and forth. I just wanted to, and it's interesting. I wanted to play a section, instead of just pulling out snippets that we did earlier. I wanted to just let one witness go, and Robert Howard testified for the state. Yes, testified for the state in the other four defendants testified obviously for the defense in Alicia's trial. Excuse me. So, Aussie Gardner. So, Sean, from May 25th, 2023. Now, remember, Charles got shot at in October of 2023. Yeah, October 2023. So, in May of 2023, this is Oxford, Mississippi. And we heard from Sean and his mother and everybody that he went to Oxford. I'm like, what are you doing in Oxford? That's like 11... it's like a 10-hour drive or something. It's pretty far, 600 miles, 700 miles, something like that. Like, what are you doing from Jacksonville to Oxford? It's like, what are you doing? Well, he went to school up there. He actually went to school up there. So a 17-year-old will be tried as an adult after 3 people were shot at an apartment complex in Oxford, Mississippi, police said. Sunday, May 20th, which is 2023, just after 1:30 a.m. 1:30 a.m. So it's not like middle of the day, 1:30 a.m. at Holly Hills Apartments off of Church Street. Officers said Multiple shots were fired in a parking lot. 3 people were shot, all suffering non-critical injuries. Now, Aussie, here you go. Sean Gathright, 17-year-old from Jacksonville, Florida, was arrested in connection to this and charged with aggravated assault. He was given an initial bond of $50,000. He and another juvenile have been charged through youth court. I've not been able to find anything else on this. I have no idea what came of this. I have no idea what came of this. Nobody said anything about this in the trial. Nobody said anything. You're welcome, Aussie. Nobody said anything about this in the trial. So I don't know what this is about. You know, it's on Oxford Facebook, Oxford Police Department Facebook page. It's on out of Memphis. Here's another one. I mean, it's in a couple different. This is channel 12. The other one was channel 13. So I don't know what came of this, but anyway. So there you go. So after I heard that, we heard that like halfway through the trial, and I'm like, whoa, that's interesting. Interesting stuff. All right, I'm going to play one more clip, and about an hour into this, I think, or an hour and a half in, I think it's about an hour and a half in. Let me check this. So it's 1:30. Hold on a sec. 1:30, 2:30. Yeah, about an hour and a half in, that lawyer, Sandrika Mays' lawyer, Mr. Fusco, makes another appearance. So an hour and a half in. So it's 2:30, 3:30, about 4 o'clock. Unfortunately, I'm going to be gone. I have to go pick up Riker. We called the vet. Her procedure went well, and she's doing fine. So I have to go pick her up. I'm going to leave here in about an hour. So unfortunately, I'm going to miss that. But I've seen it before, but I want to watch it again. But unfortunately, I'm going to miss that. So about an hour and a half in, so around 4 o'clock. So for those that are hearing, listening to my voice and watching, mark your clocks. About an hour and a half in, we're going to have another incident where the gallery descends into mayhem. All right, so we're going to end this with Alicia on the stand. And I am going to be leaving in about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes to get little Riker. Yes, she went through her procedure. Everything is fine. So I'm going to go pick her up. I don't know if I'll make it back in time. If not, Aaron will walk us out. Or actually, you know, I have to make sure I'll have to put an image of up for me. Anyway, hour and a half in, the gallery erupts. Erupts.
Miss Andrews, can you please turn to the jury and introduce yourself by name?
My name is Alicia Andrews.
All right, Miss Andrews, you're charged with 2 counts. One is first-degree murder, and the other is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Did you know that Charles Jones was going to die on June 23rd of 2024?
No, I did not.
Did you have any involvement in Charles Jones's murder?
No, I did not.
Did anyone tell you anything about a plot to kill Charles Jones when you went to Tampa?
No, they didn't.
I want to take a step back. How old are you, Miss Andrews?
22.
And at the time of this incident, how old were you?
21.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Which high schools did you go to?
I went to Raines High School and Andrew Jackson.
How long did you go to Raines High School for?
I think it was like a year, I believe.
It was a year? Do you know what year that was?
I think maybe 2017, 2018,
All right.
one of those.
And where, on what side of town is Rains?
I think that's considered the north.
That's the north side?
I think so.
All right. And did you live on the north side of that town?
I'm like on the north/east.
Okay. And why were you going to Rains?
My sister was going there, so I wanted to go to a school where I knew somebody.
When you were at Rains High School, did you hear of a shooting that happened at Rains High School?
Yes.
All right. Was this shooting big news at the high school?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, everybody talked, and it was at a football game, so police came. It was all over the media.
And was it made known to you who was involved in the shooting?
Yes.
All right. Who do you know was involved in the shooting?
I just would always hear the name Robert Howard, but I didn't really know him.
You didn't know him personally?
No, I would see him though, but I didn't know him.
Where would you see him at?
He would be at the football games or like the Christmas tournaments, and they would have like these track meets that everybody go to called Bob Hayes.
Okay. Did you leave Rains High School to go to another school?
Yes.
Why did you leave that school?
I mean, it just really wasn't for me, and my sister had already graduated by that time, so.
All right. Where did you end up going?
Andrew Jackson High School.
And where is that school?
I don't know what side of town it's supposed to be. North, I guess.
When you left Rains High School, did you have any friends still at Rains High School?
Yes.
Did you still communicate with those friends from Rains?
Yes.
Did you also have friends that went to the new school?
Yeah.
And do you maintain any friendships from either of those schools today?
Yes.
When did you meet Isaiah Chance?
It was like towards the end of 2021.
Towards the end of 2021?
Yeah, I think it was.
Well, tell me this. Were you in high school when you met him?
Yes.
And when did you graduate high school?
May 2021. I don't remember the date though. But
Okay.
It was May.
All right. So, when did you start to date Isaiah Chance?
I would consider that like in the summertime.
Summer of after you graduated?
Yes.
All right. Did you know him before? Did you know him before you started to date him?
I knew of him.
All right. What did you know of him?
He had a sister that I was close with not close with, but like cool with at Rains High School.
Okay. And when you started dating in May or after May of 2021, how long did that relationship last for?
It wasn't very long. We were on and off.
Did you ever live with Isaiah Chance?
No.
Where did you live?
I stayed with my parents.
All right. And did Isaiah Chance ever come over to your parents' home?
He never been inside, but he's picked me up.
All right. Did you, at any point in time, ever stay the night at Isaiah Chance's home?
Yes.
Who did he live with?
His mom and family members, like sisters.
All right. How long would you stay, just generally, how long would you stay at Isaiah Chance's house?
Sometimes it would be a week or two or days. It depends, like, what I'm doing.
All right. Did you have a job?
It depends what year. I did have a job.
Well, what jobs did you have?
I worked at Amazon. I was a substitute teacher. I had a lot of jobs. Ulta Beauty, worked at Victoria's Secret. What else? I think that was all of them.
All right. When you were growing up at Rains or any of the Andrew Jackson High School, did you see any of the gang activity or the gang back and forth while you were in high school?
I saw it online.
All right. What types of things did you see online?
They would go on Instagram, and go live, and everybody would be sitting next to everybody, like, are y'all watching? Like, we're young, we don't have nothing to do, so we'll be kind of tuned in, just watching.
All right. And when you say they are going live, who is they?
The victim in this case, he would go live, and I guess the other people that didn't like him.
All right. And who are the other people that didn't like him at that time?
The individual that goes by Young and Ace.
Okay. So they would go back and forth on social media?
Yeah, along with other people.
Was this popular conversation in school?
Yes.
And would people send these lives and these different things to each other?
Yes.
Would people text about these things?
Yes.
And would people talk about these things?
Yes.
Would they talk about it at school, like at lunch?
Yes.
Would they talk about it during practice and for sports?
Yes.
Would they talk about it at football games?
Yeah.
All right. This was common knowledge to everyone in the schools?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, again, we were young, so everything that's going on in the media, everybody just talked about it.
Did you have any personal connection to Robert Howard?
No.
What about to Spaz?
No.
All right. Did you know Spaz?
No, I heard of him.
All right. And when I say Spaz, I'm referring to Gerard Adams.
Yeah, I don't know him. I heard of him.
Okay. Did you have any personal connection to this individual, Bibby?
No.
All right. Did you know of him?
Yes.
And how did you know of these individuals? Spaz, Bibby, how did you know of these people?
When one individual died, some people would post it, so I would see it.
Okay. When you started to date Isaiah Chance, how was your relationship with him?
In the beginning, it was good, I would say. But then he changed over time. I mean, once we got comfortable with each other.
What did he change? What had changed about him?
He started to be a little more controlling. Like as I got older and I would want to go out, he didn't like that.
In what ways was he controlling?
Like he would tell me what to post, what not to post, or if he didn't want me to take something down, or don't wear this, don't wear that, like little stuff like that.
And when he was having these controlling ways, would you listen to him?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, I didn't know no better at the time.
Other than just having controlling ways, did Isaiah Chance ever put his hands on you?
Yes.
How many times?
I wouldn't say I was counting, but it's been a few times.
Do you remember the first time that it happened?
Yes.
When was the first time that it happened?
Back in like 2021 at his house.
What happened in that situation?
We were arguing over the phone. Like he wanted my phone and I wouldn't give it to him. And that was the first time he ever like snatched it, and he ended up hitting me.
Hit you how?
With a closed fist. And I was kind of like just blocking myself and saying stop.
All right. Were you standing up? Were you on the ground?
I was on the bed, the edge of the bed.
All right. And how did it stop?
His mom came in. He was telling him like to back up off me, and he was like, no, she good, and he closed the door.
All right, that was the first time?
Yes.
Did you have any bruises?
Yes.
What happened? Did you go home when you had the bruises?
No, he wouldn't let me go home.
Who would not let you go home?
Isaiah.
Why would he not let you go home?
I think it was because he didn't want my parents to see it, and he probably thought they would make a big deal, which they would, so.
So, were you, I guess, hiding the bruise that you had?
At the time, yes.
Did you eventually go home?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened?
Yes, my friend.
Who?
Jewel.
All right. Was there any other times that you can remember Isaiah Chance putting his hands on you?
It was a few more times after that. I don't remember the specific date, but I know it was around my birthday in 2024, and then it was another time in 2022. It was a few times.
All right. Did he ever, outside of your house and in the car, did he ever put his hands on you.
Yes.
Can you tell me about that situation?
Well, the one in the car was before we went to Tampa. It was a couple of days before that. Somebody called me, and I ended up telling him it was someone that he didn't want me to talk to, like one of my guy friends. And he assumed the guy liked me, so he got mad. And he came to my house, insisting that I come outside. So, I go outside, I look in the car, I'm like, what? He said, get in the car. I said, for what? And then he gave me a look, so I got in the car.
When you got in the car, what happened?
He drove me to like a park, and then he stopped and he was like, let me see your phone. And I said no. But he ended up grabbing it. He was telling me to unlock it, and I wouldn't unlock it. And that's when he repeatedly hit me to unlock the phone.
How did he hit you?
Like on the side of my face. So if I'm in the passenger seat, somebody hits you from the side, you're hitting the side of the seatbelt thing. It was like on the side. I don't know what they call that.
Where the seatbelt comes out of?
Yeah, like
where it retracts?
Yeah, my head was hitting on that.
All right. And how long did that last for?
I believe we were sitting there for like 20 minutes because I get frustrated and I just start kicking and hitting back, and then he told me to stop.
All right. After that, did you go back home?
Later on that day I did. Well, once we sit there for a minute, he ended up talking to me, apologizes, then we go out to eat.
All right. Was that his way of making up to you?
Yes.
All right. Did that happen more times than one?
Yes.
I'm going to show you something, and I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what you see?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's me sending my friend a picture of my...
Well, just tell me how you recognize it. Don't tell me what it is.
Oh, well, I see my face.
All right. And did you take these photographs?
Yes.
All right. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photograph you took?
Yes.
All right. At this time, defense would move. What's Defense Exhibit 7 into evidence?
Any objection? No objection, Judge. Admitted.
I apologize, Judge. The computer is frozen. All right. Miss Andrews, what is this a photograph of?
My face.
And why? What is on your face?
That's when he bruised my eye.
Who is he?
Isaiah.
Do you remember when this was? Time frame?
I don't remember the exact date, but I recall sending her a picture though.
Who is her?
I think that's Jewel.
All right. Now, why did you send this picture?
Because I was already telling her about the other incident, so when I sent it to her, I'm like I'm fed up, kind of like just telling her like, what do I do?
All right. All right. What is this photograph?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Exhibit
Same exhibit.
for the record, correct?
Yes, same
Are they
exhibit.
marked, are they different photos within one exhibit?
It's a composite exhibit, yes.
So do you have them identified for the record?
There'll be exhibit 7. It'll be A through D.
So what is this? You showed her A initially,
Well, the first one was D.
and what is this one?
This is going to be B.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
What is this a photo of?
Of my eye that he bruised.
Is this a separate incident or the same?
It's the same day.
All right. And why did you take another picture?
I was just showing her closely.
All right. Showing 7A. What is this a photograph of?
One of my phones.
All right. What is the phone showing? What are you doing in this photograph?
Showing her that the screen is cracked.
Who is her?
I believe I sent it to Jewel.
All right. And how did the screen get cracked?
He broke it.
How?
I think he threw it to the ground.
All right.
I don't remember exactly how he threw it, but
And while that exhibit is still up, hold on. How often or how many times did Isaiah chance to break your phone?
from 2021 to 2024, maybe 4 times.
Was it always the same way?
No.
What other ways did he break your phones?
I think one time he threw it to the wall, like repeatedly threw it to the wall over and over so that it wouldn't turn back on. And then the very last time he bent it some kind of way. So like this, I don't know what they call it on the iPhone. It had like a dent in it. I don't know how he broke it though, like what kind of way he broke it.
All right. And when he would break these phones, who would get them fixed?
My parents, or if I had a job, I'll get it fixed. Isaiah only ever paid for one to get fixed.
What is this a photograph of?
Showing her my eye.
Who is her?
Jewel.
And again, is this a new part
Yes,
of the composite?
this is 7, exhibit 7, and this is going to be C.
Okay, thank you.
So this goes to that.
Your Honor, I'd object. May we approach?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Andrews, I'm going to show you something. I want you to tell me if you recognize it. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
All right. What is it? Without telling me what it says.
A message from Isaiah.
And are these messages that you see here, are they accurate representations of the messages that you received from Isaiah?
Yes.
How do you recognize these messages?
They're messages that he sent me, I think, on iMessage.
At this time, the defense will move Exhibit 8 into evidence.
State, you renew your objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, same ruling. Overruled. You can admit it.
All right. Do you recognize this email address here at the top?
Yes.
All right. And whose email address is that?
Isaiah.
And do you see where it says message sender?
Yes.
All right. Do you see the body of the message here?
Yes.
What does it say?
He said, stop fucking boasting yourself, goddamn.
All right. Do you remember this message?
Yes.
This message went to who?
Me.
Do you see this second message here?
Yes.
What does the message say?
He said, the fuck you keep advertising yourself for?
All right. And this is from Isaiah Chance to you?
Yes.
What was he talking about when he says you keep advertising yourself?
I don't remember what picture I posted, but I posted a picture on Instagram that he didn't like.
Now, this third message, what does it say?
I said I'm not advertising myself.
Can you read the fourth message?
It said just say delete it.
That message comes from... You know if you sent that or did he send that to you?
It say his name at the top, so I think he sent it.
The fifth message here?
He said delete it.
When he says delete it, what is he talking about?
He told me to take the picture down.
And what did you respond and say?
Okay.
Why did you take the photograph down?
I didn't really have a reason. I don't like to cause conflict between us, so I just took it down.
And that was in October of 2023?
Yes.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes?
So yeah, again, there's no objections. I mean, there's objections, but not those little snippets that I was playing earlier. You know, are showing a little bit more stress, if you will, but I'm not really hearing anything now from the judge. You know, like when they say, objection, can we approach? And she's like, okay, like she hasn't done anything like that.
When you said earlier that you just didn't want to have any disagreements between you and Isaiah Chance, if you do get him upset, what typically happens?
He'll probably end up hitting me or fighting me or something. It depends if I'm around him.
It depends what?
If I'm around him at the time.
All right. Was Isaiah Chance a jealous person?
Yes.
And did he get angry when he was jealous?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you stayed with him throughout the abuse and throughout him being angry and jealous with you, of you?
It was kind of like he was manipulating me. Like I did want to leave, but I didn't want to leave. And I mean, you really want to understand unless you're in the situation. It's not that easy to leave all the time. And then I'm young, and he'll tell me, you know, nobody wants you, nobody gonna want you, and like he'll make statements like that, and I'll kind of just like, okay, so I settled.
During the interrogation, you make a statement about you being pregnant before. Do you remember that statement?
Yes.
Have you been pregnant before your most recent pregnancy?
Yes.
All right. And what happened during that pregnancy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevancy.
Sustain the objection.
Do I answer it?
No,
No,
hold on.
I sustain the objection. It means you cannot answer, okay?
Okay.
All right. I want to talk about this trip. Well, let me first talk about the Airbnb. At a certain point in time, did you send an Instagram message to someone inquiring about an Airbnb?
Yes.
That Instagram message was sent from your phone?
Yes.
Isaiah Chance was not using your phone at that time.
No.
Why did you send that message?
He called me and said, can you text the girl that do the B&Bs? Let me know what she got available.
All right. Did you know why you were asking for the Airbnb at that point in time?
No.
When you asked the individual for the Airbnb, for the inquiry about the Airbnb, did they respond to you?
Yes.
Did they respond immediately?
I think the first message was fast, but the last message, she took a minute.
All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb through this individual?
No.
Was this individual that you sent the message to, was that Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
No.
All right. Did that person that you sent that message to, do you know if she even knew Rashad Murphy?
No, but I knew her, so I knew she had a, he told me something, he was like, how do you know it's not Rashad's girlfriend? But I knew the girl, so.
Hold on. When you say he, who is he? You talking about the officer?
Yeah, the detective.
All right. We'll get to the interrogation. But the question is, did you know, or do you know whether this woman was Rashad Murphy's girlfriend?
No.
All right. All right. Did you ultimately book an Airbnb in this case?
No.
When the Airbnb, did somebody book it?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you when someone else booked the Airbnb?
When I called him back about the message I got, he told me, oh, it's already booked, it's okay.
When you say you called him back, who is him?
Isaiah.
All right. And so when you called Isaiah Chance back to tell him that you received a message back from Instagram, the woman on Instagram, he told you what?
He said it's already booked, it's okay.
All right. So someone else booked the Airbnb?
Yes.
Do you know who booked it?
At the time, I didn't know.
Did he tell you that Rashad Murphy booked it?
No.
Did you ask any questions about it?
No.
At what point did you figure out that Isaiah Chance was going to Tampa, Florida?
That's the next day I called him on the 22nd.
All right. This is the day of?
Yeah, the day we
trip
leave.
down?
Yes.
All right. And how did you learn that he was going to Tampa?
I called him early that day like we always do, and I'm like, what you doing today? He said, I might be going out of town. I said, I wanted to go.
Did he tell you what he was going out of town for?
No.
Why did you want to go out of town with him?
Well, we were supposed to go to Atlanta, and we ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
You said you were supposed to go to Atlanta, and what happened?
We ended up fighting, so I didn't go.
All right. When were you supposed to go to Atlanta?
It was beginning of June.
All right. So, did he tell you where he was going?
What,
Like the city?
Tampa? Yeah.
All right. So, what did you know about the trip?
Nothing much.
All right. Did you know who was going?
No, at the time he just said me and him. He told me to pack my stuff.
Where were you at when you had that conversation with him?
I'm at home.
Do you know where he was?
No.
Did you come to find out where he was?
Yes.
All right. Where was he at?
He referred to him as his little brother. He said his little brother's house.
All right. And how did you find out that he was at his little brother's house?
When I arrive and get in the car with him, he drives to someone's house, and I said, why are we here? He said, we're going to ride with my little brother.
All right. When you say little brother, who is that? You know
Sean Gathright.
Okay. And so you get to Sean Gathwright's house by Isaiah Chance picking you up and taking you there?
Yes.
All right. Where did Isaiah Chance pick you up from?
It was a club that we met at.
All right. Did somebody take you to the club?
Yes, my sister.
All right. Is that because you do not drive?
Yes.
All right. So after your sister takes you to a club, are you actually partying at this club?
No.
Is it just a drop-off location?
Yeah, it was closer, and he told me to just meet him there.
All right. So Isaiah Chance picks you up from this club, and you go where?
To his little brother's house.
All right. When you get there, what do?
I just sit in the car.
You were waiting?
Yes.
Was the little brother, was Sean Gathright there when you arrived?
No.
All right. Was there a car in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
Do you remember from the video, do you remember what color car was in the driveway?
It was a white car.
All right. And the brother was not there yet?
No.
When the brother got there, did you communicate with the brother at all?
No.
All right. Is there a reason why you don't communicate with individuals that Isaiah Chance is friends with?
Well, he tells me how to talk to his friends, so I just got in the car.
Why does Isaiah Chance tell you not to talk to his friends?
Because he'll think I like them or something like that. He just makes up stuff.
All right. So you get in another vehicle, and where do you sit in the vehicle?
Back seat.
And what happens next?
We drive off to a gas station.
What happens at the gas station?
I get out and get snacks.
All right. And do you know if there's anyone at the gas station? Anyone else?
No.
All right. What happens after you get snacks from that gas station? You all go to Tampa?
No, they drove to some, I guess, apartments.
Apartment complex?
Yes.
And what happens at the apartment complex?
They get out of the car and they dap two bigger guys up, but they had the windows outside.
So let me back up. You said they. Who is they get out the car?
Sean and Isaiah get out of the car and they dap to their two bigger guys, two dark-skinned
And
guys.
explain what you mean by dap.
Like shaking hands, acknowledging each other.
What happens after they get out, they being Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright, after they get out and they acknowledge these other two individuals?
They get back in the car and drive off.
Who is they?
Sean, he drives off because he's driving.
All right. So what happens after you all leave this apartment complex?
We head to Tampa.
And are there any stops on the way to Tampa?
Another gas station.
What happens at this second gas station?
They get out of the car, they're talking, but I'm still in the car.
All right. Who's they?
Sean and Isaiah get out of the car.
All right. And they're talking amongst each other?
Yes.
All right. Do you know what they're saying?
No.
All right. Do you ask what they're saying?
No.
At the time, do you care what they're saying?
No.
All right. After you go to this second gas station, what happens?
Then we go to the Airbnb.
All right. When you arrive at the Airbnb, who all is in your vehicle?
Just Zay, me, and Sean.
Who gets out first?
I think they both got out at the same time.
All right. And were you paying attention to where they went when they got out of the car?
No.
What were you doing as they were getting out of the car?
I was on TikTok.
On your phone?
Yes.
And when you got out of the car, where were they at?
I didn't see them no more.
All right. When you didn't see them, what did you do?
I mean, I did what he told me to do. When he got out of the car, he said, when you're ready, it's the first door.
All right. So did you go to the door?
Yeah, I just knocked.
And what happened when you knocked? Initially?
He didn't open it.
Did you use an access code to get into the Airbnb?
No.
Did you have an access code?
No.
Do you have the Airbnb app on your phone, or did you have it on your phone?
No.
When you arrived, are you on your phone?
Yes.
Do you call anyone?
I was calling Isaiah to see if he's gonna open the door.
Okay. Did you see a Ring camera in front of the door?
Not at first.
All right. Do you care if there was a Ring camera in front of the door?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it's a camera.
When you get to the door and you get inside, how are you able to actually get inside?
Isaiah lets me in.
All right. And when you get inside, is it just yourself, Isaiah, and Sean Gathright inside?
Yes.
And where do you go?
Upstairs.
Are there any rooms downstairs?
No.
And upstairs, what's upstairs?
2 beds in a bathroom. 2 bedrooms in a bathroom.
Did you choose to occupy one of the bedrooms?
Yes.
All right. What did you do while you were sitting in the Airbnb from the time you got? Well, let me ask you this: did you get there around 8 a.m. or 8 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did you do for the next few hours?
I was in the bed.
What were you doing in the bed?
Scrolling through Netflix, trying to find a show. Then I was on my phone a little bit.
At any point in time while you were upstairs, did Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright leave?
Yes.
Do you know where they went?
No, Isaiah told me, be right back real quick. He left.
All right. Did you ask him where he was going?
No.
Did they include you in their travel plans?
No.
All right. At the time, were you hungry?
Yes.
All right. Were you looking for something to eat?
Yes, on DoorDash.
What were you looking for?
Some Pizza Hut.
All right. And is that the Instagram post that we've seen throughout the trial?
Yes.
All right. Did you ultimately order Pizza Hut?
No, they were high.
When you say they were high, what do you mean by that?
I was trying to get like 10-piece wings and a small pizza. I didn't want to buy it. It was too high.
Okay. Would you expect Isaiah to be buying food for you while you're away?
Yes.
When you didn't purchase the Pizza Hut, what did you decide to do?
I texted him and said I was hungry.
And then after you text him, what happened?
I think he said, I don't even think he responded. I think he just came back and asked me. He was like, what do you want to eat?
Did you make a decision about what you wanted to eat?
I said, I'll get McDonald's.
Okay. And what happens next?
He told me to hold on. He went downstairs.
And what happened?
He comes back and say, come on.
And what did you do?
I mean, I got up and went.
Who did you get in any particular car at that time?
Yes, it was the gray car.
All right. And did he tell you to get inside of that car?
Yes.
And you got into which seat?
The passenger seat.
The front or back passenger?
Hey, what you mean front or back?
Front seat or back seat?
Oh, the front seat.
Okay. And when you got in the vehicle, who was in the vehicle?
Isaiah comes outside and Davion.
And who sat where?
Davion gets in the front seat and Zay gets in the back seat.
Why did Davion get in the front seat as opposed to Isaiah Chance?
I mean, I wouldn't know what they said before they came out, so I don't know why he got in the front. But I assumed it was because he wanted food too, so he came.
At the time, did you know Davion Murphy?
No.
Had you ever seen him before?
No.
And when you got in the car, did he say anything to you?
No.
All right. Did you think that it was weird that he was sitting in the front seat next to you?
Yeah, I didn't know he was going.
Do you ultimately make it to McDonald's?
Yes.
When you get to McDonald's, do you order food?
Yes.
And who pays for the food?
I think it was Isaiah. I think he paid half and I did the other half. I can't remember.
There's a point in the McDonald's video that we've seen where Davion Murphy is lighting some sort of cigarette or blunt. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember, not just the video, but do you remember the actual event in the car?
Yeah, I remember.
And when he was doing that, what did you do?
Nothing.
All right. Why did you do nothing?
I mean, I don't know him. It's his car. And I'm not really I don't talk much, so I was kind of scared to say something.
When you left McDonald's, well, you did leave McDonald's at some point, right?
Yes.
All right. And then at some point, does Davion get out of that car?
Yes.
And is it just you and Chance?
Yes.
Do you know, at the time, did you know an individual named Kyla Enright?
No.
Did you know that Sean Gathright was talking to an individual named Kyla Enright?
No, I do not.
Did you know that Sean Gathright was texting an individual named Kyla Enright?
No.
Right. At this time, had anybody told you anything about Julio Foolio?
No.
Were you searching Julio Foolio's Instagram account that night?
No.
Did you even know he was going to be in Tampa?
No, I did not.
After you leave McDonald's, do you go to a club?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this club?
I mean, I know the name now. It's Teasers.
At the time, did you know the name?
No.
Why did you not know the name at the time?
I mean, it was kind of irrelevant. I didn't remember. We didn't go in it, so.
You did not go in the club, but why did you go there?
We were thinking about going in there.
All right. Whose idea was it to go to this place?
Isaiah.
And did you follow his idea?
Yeah, he said he was taking me out.
Did you have any reason to think that he was doing anything wrong or illegal?
At the time, no.
When you got to this club, did you all park?
Yes.
And where did you park?
I believe it was the back of the parking lot.
Was that the only space available at the time?
Yes.
And were you driving?
No.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. At any point in time during that night, did you drive the vehicle?
No.
When you get out of the vehicle, what happens?
We start walking, then he stops me and say, "Let me see your phone."
Do you give him the phone?
Yes.
At the time, do you think anything of it?
No, I mean, he always has it.
Did he ask you for the code to get in?
Yeah.
And did you give him the code?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Do you know what he did with the phone?
He tried to make a call, I guess. He had it up, but I didn't hear what he was saying.
All right, so let me talk to you about this. Is it weird or strange, anything out of the ordinary, for Isaiah Chance to use your phone to make phone calls?
No.
Had he done that before in the past?
Yes.
Had he spoken to Robert Howard using your phone before?
Yes.
Had he spoken to other individuals using your phone before?
Yes.
Do you know why?
No, but I assumed it's maybe because he don't want him to have his number.
When he would speak to individuals on your phone, would he always speak around you?
No.
Would he sometimes leave the room?
Yeah.
All right. And do you question him about why he's using your phone or why he's leaving the room?
No.
Why not?
I mean, it wasn't really a big deal to me at first.
So back to the parking lot at Teasers. I'm going to publish State Exhibit 41. And this is 41B, I believe, 7. 8. All right, do you recognize this parking lot area?
Yes.
Do you recognize the car that's the silver car there, the top of the screen?
Yes.
What car is that?
That's the car we were in.
Do you know where the other 3 men were at?
No.
And do you care where these other 3 men were at?
No.
All right. Do you remember what's happening inside the car at this time?
I think we were just sitting there talking at first.
All right. And again, you're not driving this vehicle?
No.
Is there a reason why you have on a mask in this video?
Yeah, I was pregnant at the time, so I didn't want to smell any smoke and prevent like any health issues.
Why did you think that you might inhale smoke?
Because usually the clubs in my city, like the lounges, as soon as you go in, they let you smoke, so it'd be a lot of smoke in there. I didn't know how it was down here, but just in case, I wore one.
All right. Did you wear a mask to conceal your identity?
No.
Did you have on a hoodie?
No.
What did you have on?
Some blue jeans, a blue jacket, and a regular shirt.
All right. What type of shoes did you have on?
Some like regular Crocs I designed.
Crocs, like almost like slippers?
Yeah.
Those are not boots or anything that you could use to run in?
No. They're like the fancy ones where you get to put the things in them. I don't know what they call them.
When you say things, you mean the pins on the top of the shoe?
Yeah, like you get to put what you want to put on them.
Okay. Are you and Mr. Chance getting out of the car now?
Yes.
Does Mr. Chance tell you that he's going to this club so he can find Julio Foolio?
No, he didn't.
If you can remember sort of what's happening in this moment, can you tell the members of the jury?
I was walking, and then he stopped me and said, "Let me see your phone."
At this time, are you trying to conceal your identity at all?
No.
Are you ducking or hiding or crouching behind any vehicles?
No, I'm just walking.
Are you stopping when he stops?
Yes.
And are you following him?
Yes.
Do you know what he's doing with your phone?
At the time, I just assumed he was trying to call someone, and they wasn't answering.
Did he talk to anyone in that clip?
No.
Do you ultimately leave this location?
Yes.
Do you go somewhere after that?
Yes.
Where do you go after that?
It was another club called Players Club.
At the time, did you know the name of that location?
No.
And who decided to go to the second spot?
He picked it.
Did you know of any clubs in Tampa?
No.
When you got to the second location, what happened?
We get out, walk across the street, and he walked up to the guy that they work at the front door, and he asked him how much was to get in.
So at this second location, you said, who asked how much it is to get in?
Isaiah asked the bouncer.
And what happened when he asked?
I don't remember the exact words, but he told him a price, and I guess he didn't like the price, so he just walked off.
Did you all stay there for any period of time?
Yes.
It's a short period of time?
Yeah.
And when you didn't go into the second location, what were you thinking?
Nothing much, like maybe he just didn't want to go in.
Were you also wearing a were you also wearing a mask at the second location?
Yes.
Did you go somewhere else after that?
Yes.
Where'd you go next?
Truth 18.
At the time, did you know what Truth 18 was, the name of it?
No.
Did you know who was going to be there?
No.
Did you ask Isaiah Chance to go to Truth 18?
No, he picked that.
Did he ask you for permission to go there?
No.
When you get to Truth 18, what do you do?
We sit there first, then we get out. He just starts to walk. He still has my phone, so I just walk after him.
Okay. Do you know if he talks to anyone while he's on your phone?
Yeah.
Do you know what app he's using to communicate with individuals?
No, at the time I didn't know.
Do you know if he's talking on FaceTime with anyone?
I believe it was FaceTime at that club that one time.
At Truth 18?
Yes.
And do you know who he was talking to at the time?
No.
When he's talking to the individual at Truth 18, there's a photograph that you've seen in evidence of the downstairs at Truth 18. You remember that photograph?
Yeah, I remember it.
All right. At the time that the photograph was taken, did you take the photograph?
No.
All right. From looking at it, what can you tell about that photograph?
I remember him flipping the camera because we came to a stop, and he said like, "Man, he said that, man, this shit crowded," and he flipped the camera and was showing somebody on the phone.
Okay. Do you know who he was showing that on the phone?
No.
And when you say he was showing it on the phone, this is like he's showing it live?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how that live viewing became a screenshot photograph in your phone?
I think he just took a screenshot of it.
At the time, even though you didn't know exactly who he was talking to, did you, I guess, figure that it was one of the three men?
Yes, because he also said, "Where y'all at?"
Did he say anything about Julio Foolio?
No.
Did he show you a firearm or anything like that?
No.
Did he say anything about wanting to kill Julio Foolio in front of you?
No.
All right, chat. I'm going to go pick up Riker at the vet. She is doing fine and ready to be picked up. So I'm going to get ready and do that. I hope I can make it back in time. I probably will miss the gallery mayhem that's going to happen in about a half an hour. But I hope I can be back in time. It's about 20 minutes from here, so it's 40 minutes, and then 15, 20 minutes to pick her up. So it's going to be about an hour. So hopefully I'll be back by 4:30, and I should be back in time to say goodbye to you guys. But if not, have a good night. Aaron will be behind the controls, but also I'm going to put Super Ball. Super Ball will be watching you guys. So if you have any issues, Super Ball will take care of it. All right, guys. Thanks, and I'll see you in an hour.
Showing what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 44. Do you see this video?
Yes.
All right. Do you see yourself?
Yes.
All right. What is happening right here?
He's walking with the phone up.
Okay. And what are you doing?
Just walking behind him.
All right. And do you know where he's going at this point in time?
No, I'm just following him.
Do you know why he's walking where he's walking?
No, I never asked.
All right. Is this where you all are at? Is this kind of like in direct eyesight of the top of the staircase at Truth 18?
I don't know if right there, but I don't really remember that.
All right. And you see you walk towards the sign and then back towards the right?
Yes.
All right. When you were standing anywhere in that parking lot or on the sidewalk, were you able to see Julio Foolio?
No.
Do you know that he's even inside?
No.
And is Isaiah Chance saying anything on the phone that would give you an indication that Julio Foolio was inside.
No, I only actually heard him say two things. He said that it was crowded and where y'all at.
Okay. After you leave from off the screen here, do you know what you're doing next?
We walk back down. He stops on somebody's car, still holding the phone, and I'm kind of just leaning on him talking.
When you say he stops on somebody's car, like whose car was it?
A random person.
So not like someone that he knew?
No.
And when you say he stops on, he's leaning on someone's car?
Yeah, like leaning back with the phone.
And you and Isaiah Chance are talking at this point in time?
Yes.
All right. Do you ask him why you're not going inside?
Well, I think I did, yeah.
And do you want to go inside at this point?
Not really.
Why not?
We already been to two places. It was getting late, so I didn't really care to go nowhere else. He chose that place.
All right. At this point, what do you want to do?
Get some food.
Even though you just ate maybe 3 hours earlier?
Yeah, it was McDonald's. Just some nuggets and fries.
All right. So were you still hungry?
Yes.
And at this time, you're still pregnant?
Yes.
After you leave Truth 18, do you go somewhere else?
Yes.
Do you know where you're headed after you leave Truth 18?
No, I mentioned food, so I assumed he was going to go get me food.
All right. What does he do when he leaves Truth 18? Does his behaviors change anything at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
I mean, he started to act weird. I'm like, where are we going? He drive off to, I believe it was a college campus.
Showing, or about to show what's in evidence in State's Exhibit 24. Do you recognize this exhibit from earlier?
Yes.
You ever been to this location before?
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Before this incident.
Oh, well, no, that day, yeah.
And did you recognize this area when you were in that area?
No.
All right. From this view, do you know which direction you came from?
I think he was straight ahead.
It's like at the very top of the screen?
Yeah, I think so.
And again, who's driving at this point in time?
Isaiah.
When you come from the area where the top of the screen is at, which direction does he go in this intersection? Pause it. Pause it.
That's him turning right there.
All right. So you came from the top. How did you end up on this corner making this right here?
That's where he turned.
Well, how did you get on that street?
I mean, that's where he just went. I don't know.
Let me ask you differently. When you came from the top area of the screen, did he make a right at this intersection if you're actually in the vehicle?
Yeah.
He made a right there?
Yeah, like he went straight and turned.
All right. And then did he make a U-turn to get to where he's at now?
I believe so.
All right. Clear. And for sure, that's the cruise that you were in?
Yeah.
Just let it play. All right. Now, the cruise is off camera right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happens when the cruise goes off camera?
He makes a stop in USF parking lot.
What does he do when he makes a stop?
He hops out of the car.
And when you say USF parking lot, is it in an actual parking lot that he stops the car?
No, it's like in the middle of the lot.
All right. So it's not in an actual space?
No.
When he hops, you said he gets out of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. What does he do when he gets out of the vehicle?
He gets out my phone and he walks away.
He had your phone still?
Yes.
And you said he walked away from the vehicle?
Yes.
What did he do when he walked away from the vehicle?
I mean, I don't know what he's doing when he walks away, but he has the phone up. He just walked down.
All right. At this point, did you follow him?
No, I'm still in the car. He left the car on.
Why did you not follow him?
I didn't know he was getting out. He just came to a complete stop and hopped out.
All right. When he did that, did you think that that was strange?
Yeah.
Did you know at that time that he may be trying to kill someone?
No, I didn't.
Did he tell you that?
No.
After he hops out of the car, how long is he out of the car for?
I think it was like a couple minutes. It wasn't very long though.
Does he get back in the car?
Yes.
When he gets back in the car, do you say anything to him?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I didn't know what to say.
All right. You see the cruise?
Yes.
And you see the red light?
Yes.
When he ran the red light, what was going on in your head?
Why is he driving crazy?
Did you say anything to him at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm like, where you going?
Did you look at him?
Yeah.
And what was he doing?
He just holding the phone up driving.
Was he talking to anyone?
No.
So why was he holding up the phone?
I think he was looking at something on the messages.
All right. Did you see the car go into that lot to the right?
No, I didn't see it.
All right. You see the car go into the lot to the
Yes.
right? At that time, did you know what he was doing?
No.
Did you know where he was going?
No.
All right, did he tell you to look out for anyone?
No, he didn't.
Did he tell you to identify where Julio Foolio was at?
No, he never told me that.
All right. And how long are you inside that parking lot there in that hotel?
It was very quick. He just turned around.
All right. Did he get out the car and talk to anyone?
No.
Did you get out the car and talk to anyone?
No.
And then after you leave that parking lot, what happens?
He drives off to like 2 streets over.
Well, okay. Do you hear anything?
Yeah, I heard shots.
All right. Tell me about the shots that you heard.
It was like a lot, and I looked at him like my mouth open, like you heard that? But he didn't really pay attention to me. He like, what? So I didn't say anything.
After that, what happens?
He waits a little bit, then he drives off back to the Airbnb.
All right. At this point in time, what's going on in your head?
I mean, I heard a lot of shots, so I didn't know what went on. Somebody shooting in the air, somebody got shot at. I didn't know.
Did you know that somebody died?
No.
Did you know that someone got shot?
Hey, Judge.
No.
Take a break.
Yes, of course. Okay, I'm sorry it is. It's 5 to 11, and I know I had a lot of coffee this morning too. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take we'll come back at 11:05, okay? Very
All right.
good.
What time is it?
So I'll give you your chance. So let me just hear what allegedly happened. All right, very good.
I'm sorry, sir. Is it Mr. Coffey?
That's Mr. Brandon. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Strickland. I apologize.
It's okay.
And is that Mr. Brandon?
Yes.
That's Mr. Brandon. Okay. And Mr. Coffey, yes. Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. So, anyway, hello, everybody. That's fine. You can, I tell you what, why don't you guys have a seat? And is it Mr. Fusco?
Yes, Mr. Fusco.
Fusco, I apologize. Okay. So there's been some representation made that there potentially someone was taking photographs. Okay. And sir, what is your name?
My name is Shamar Mitchell.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell. And so was someone taking photographs of you?
I was just notified, and brother had said, I think he just took a picture of her.
Okay, what is your brother? Wait, hold on one second. And what is your brother's name?
Trenton.
Trenton Mitchell?
Alfred.
Pardon me?
Alfred.
I can't hear you. Alfred. Okay, I apologize. Okay, my hearing's not all that great. So, Mr. Alfred, did you see someone taking your photo, or what you believed was someone taking your photo?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the individual?
That dude.
Which dude?
No, not you first.
The one that's sitting down, got his head down with the black.
The white male?
No, the black gentleman.
Both of them, actually.
Both of them. Okay, and that's is it Mr. Bethea?
Bethea, yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Brandon?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe they were taking photographs of you?
I know he did. I seen
the one.
Okay, one at a time, because the court reporter. Okay, so Mr. Alfred? What did you see?
I was sitting right there, and then I was just looking over there, and he was right there taking pictures.
What you thought was surreptitiously taking photos of you? Okay.
And then when I looked again, I seen him do it again, and I went like this, shoot my head up, how you doing?
Okay.
I just want everyone to know, we don't know either, we don't know no one here.
Sure, I understand. I called
the courthouse this morning, it says open to the public.
Yeah.
I said, can we come? They said yes.
Yeah. No, it is open to the public, and nobody, and I mean nobody other than the authorized media, is supposed to be taking any video or audio recordings of the proceedings, or any of the participants, or any of the audience, or the jurors, or anybody. Okay, so thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Bethea, were you taking photos of any of the people that were watching?
Yes, they were conferring with Mr. Fusco, and I am concerned with the safety of our client.
Okay, but you understand you're not allowed to do that. You're not.
Outside. It was outside.
So it was outside.
Outside, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sitting there, my own business. I noticed that. It looked curious. It looked suspicious. I took a photo. That's it. And I'm talking about it. Yes, it's a photo. You can come see it. You take a photo of me. It's off space. You're more than welcome. And then I got really upset. So there's a question. Why?
Okay. Well, do you understand, due to the nature of this case, why people might be upset that they're being photographed, particularly members of the public that have nothing to do with this? Okay, hold on, wait, just one at a time. So, and Mr. Brandon, did you take photos outside?
I have to be totally honest. Ever since the beginning of this trial, Mr. Fusco has kind of been making some suspicious.
Listen. I didn't ask you that.
No, ma'am.
The question I asked you was, did you take photos of these gentlemen or anybody during the course of this trial, either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, listen, due to the nature of this case, no more photos. Don't take photos, particularly of members of the public that are just showing up. Like, just don't do it. I've gone at great lengths to accommodate both sides when they've had witnesses who didn't want their identity publicized. I've instructed the media, really against the First Amendment, not to broadcast their faces. And so I would ask everyone, if you're going to take photos of anybody in this courtroom, or either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom, you got to ask me first. No more photos of anybody, okay?
Yeah, additionally, while I'm sitting over there next to Mr. Fusco, he's moving around, causing attention to himself, breathing very heavily for the jurors to hear him. It's very distracting while Ms. Andrews is testifying.
Okay, well, I'm not going to limit what Mr. Fusco does, and I would just notice that throughout the course of the trial for both the state and the defense, you all are constantly moving around as far as getting exhibits and helping the attorney that's doing the questioning or the cross-examining, and I haven't limited that in any way. I'm not going to tell Mr. Fusco where he can or cannot sit, okay? Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes, ma'am. Just so the court's aware, Your Honor, I do not represent Ms. Mays. I'm here as just an observer. I did represent Mr. Jones during some entertainment law matters that he had in the past, in a case in Duval County. I was sitting right up front supporting the mother of the victim. For whatever reason, the attorney decided to come and sit right next to us and the victim's mother during the witness's testimony. I'm not certain why. So there was some uncomfortable movements by all parties over there, being that he decided to come sit with the victim's mother. But,
okay, all right, thank you. Okay, very good, let's go. Oh, and I'm sorry, while I'm at it, I'm sorry, before you bring the jury, 1 second. Mr. Bethea, please delete those photos, okay? Of just members of the public. Bring the jury.
Yes, sir. All rise.
All rise.
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat, and you may continue, Mr. McClyman.
All right, Miss Andrews, I think we left off where you heard gunshots. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. After that happens, what happens next?
He drives back, but I did make a reaction, but we didn't get the same reaction, so I left it alone.
And again, at that point in time, did you know that anyone had been shot?
No.
Even though you heard gunshots, you didn't know that anyone had been actually shot?
No, they could have been shooting in the air or something.
All right. Did you know that it had anything to do with Isaiah Chance?
No.
Were you suspicious of anything at that point?
Yes.
All right. And what happens after you leave the Home 2 Suites?
He was like 2 streets over, and he stopped and waited.
Stop and wait for what?
I don't think anything particularly. He was just on the phone.
Was he saying something on the phone?
No, like he was on an app, like Twitter or something, just scrolling.
What happens after that?
We go back to the Airbnb.
When you get back to the Airbnb, is anyone there?
Yes.
Who's at the Airbnb?
It was the other guys was there downstairs.
And did you go inside the Airbnb?
Yeah, I did.
And when you went inside, what did you see them doing?
I mean, they were just sitting around. One was on the couch, one was sitting at the dinner table, I think. And they were just sitting there, looked tired. They were stink. I just went upstairs.
All right. Did you see any guns when you went inside?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any rifles at all, anything?
No.
They got to the house before you?
Yeah.
When you went upstairs, what did you do?
I changed, got back in the bed.
And what happened after that? Did you go to sleep?
Yeah.
In the morning, I assume you woke up.
Yeah.
And what happened when you woke up?
Well, he wasn't right there, so I texted him. I told him I was hungry. What happened? I know we ended up arguing about something. It was kind of petty, though. I just wanted food, and he takes so long to get me what I wanted. So I was just waiting there, and I took a shower. And eventually he come in there, he shows me outfits, what he want to put on today. And then that was pretty much it.
At some point during that day, did you all leave the Airbnb?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go?
Back to Jacksonville.
Was it your decision to go back home?
I mean, no, but I didn't mind. I was ready to go anyways.
Why?
I'm there with other people I don't know. It wasn't a trip that I thought it was going to be, so I was ready to go.
Did you take an Uber back?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Isaiah.
Why did you not take the Impala back?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't ask him. He made the decision to go on Uber.
Did Sean Gaswright, the one who was driving the Impala, did he leave before or after you? Do you remember?
I think he was after.
Did he offer a ride to go back to Jacksonville in the Impala?
No. I remember him saying he had somewhere to go.
When you get in the, well, let me ask you this. There's a pink bag that the state's referencing, seeing you walk out of the Airbnb with it. You remember that?
Yes.
Whose pink bag is that?
Isaiah's.
And why does he have a pink bag?
I mean, it's his mom's bag. He just had clothes in it, though.
And were there any rifles in that bag?
No, it was just clothes.
You've seen the rifles that have been in this trial?
Yeah, I seen it.
Can those rifles fit in that pink bag?
No.
And the bag itself, was it heavy?
No.
What was inside the bag?
It was his clothes.
Did you look in any of the bags, any of the other bags that were there?
No, I never even seen those bags in the Airbnb. Unless when I was upstairs, they could have brought it in, but I didn't see them when I was down there.
When you get in the Airbnb to go home, what are you doing?
Just in the back seat, listening to music.
All right. Are you talking to the Uber driver?
We exchanged a few words, but nothing much.
At any point in time, do you tell the Uber driver to slow down?
No.
Are you worried about the Uber driver speeding?
No.
Do you have any guns on you?
No.
Did you commit any crimes?
No.
You get back to Jacksonville that day?
Yeah.
And what happens next?
We get out the car. I just get in his car. And then he drops the guy that was in the back, Rashad. He dropped him back off to the place he was at.
All right. Did the Uber driver help you all with your bags?
Yeah.
All right. That day, the day after you went to these nightclubs, did you go on social media at all?
I went on there, but wasn't doing nothing.
All right. When you say you weren't doing it, what do you mean by that?
I wasn't making any posts.
Okay. Yeah, so that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you went on social media.
Yeah, I did.
Did you see anything on social media?
Yeah, TikToks. I was on Instagram.
All right. And did you see that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, had died?
Yes, on TikTok.
And what did you see, if you can remember?
I think people were outside recording, like the hotel.
All right. Did you recognize the hotel?
Yeah.
And when you saw that on your social media, what did you think?
I mean, I was confused. I'm like, that's probably what I heard, but.
All right. And did you ask Isaiah about it?
Not necessarily asked him, but I showed him the video.
And what happened?
He was like, dang, and who page was it on?
Did he at that point tell you anything about him being involved in anything?
No, he didn't.
Did you think it was strange that you were in that area?
Yeah.
Right. At a certain point in time, do you think that the individuals who were there, who were at the Airbnb, that they had anything to do with this?
I mean, at that time, I mean, I could say they were being weird, but I didn't think they would know. I don't know them personally to say, oh, they're a killer. Like, I don't know.
Right. And when you say they were being weird, what do you mean by that?
Like, I remember I walked downstairs to get some ice. It's like everybody stopped talking. So I'm like, I didn't know what for.
At some point, do the police come to talk to you?
Yeah.
And when the police come to talk to you, what do they come to talk to you about?
He asked me like what I did that weekend. Was I in Tampa?
All right. So they're questioning you about the shooting?
Yes.
The first time you talked to the police, is it in the interrogation video?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 59. I'm going to publish to the jury. Can you go to 10-minute mark? Is that you in the interrogation room?
Yes.
All right. And what do you have on?
Blue jacket, some Adidas, and I believe Crocs.
Can you back it up just a little bit? That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Keep it clear. Do you recognize the two individuals?
Yeah. Play it so you can see this. Take a look on the corner. Play it back.
Different defense.
Thank you. Yeah, we can use that. Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Unaware of what's going on. Judge, the sound is not working on any device, so I'm unaware of what's going on. So I'm trying to fix it.
Okay.
Just so you know, again, like you said, you want to see some stuff and you want to answer some stuff.
Is there a question?
There's about to be one. I'm about to ask you a question. So, Alicia Andrews, we're watching this video. I want you to tell me what you hear from Detective Ramos.
You can answer it. If you don't want to answer some stuff, you don't have to answer it.
What did Detective Ramos just tell you?
He said I can answer if I want to answer. If I don't want to answer, I don't have to answer.
In charge. This is you are in charge of what happens to you in your future, starting right now. Okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? You have the anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during question. Do you understand that? If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before during questioning, free of charge. Do you understand that? You may use any of these rights at any time, before or during questioning, and you may stop this interview at any time. Do you understand that? Do you understand all the rights that I've just read you? So you understand at any time. It's up to you.
Mr. Andrews, had you ever had your rights read to you before?
That would have been the first time.
And when he's reading the rights to you, are you paying attention to him?
Sort of.
I want to show you a video here. Do you have any questions about your rights before I show you this video?
No.
Do you remember him asking you any questions about any facts prior to showing you the video?
No.
Can you see that?
What is Detective Ramos showing you?
A video of me at the Airbnb.
Had you ever seen the video before?
No.
Is that you in the footage?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell?
Does he have to beat that out of you?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Going on here?
Wait, I'm not with you.
Okay, where are you at in this video?
I am.
Do you remember what time you were in?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it difficult for you to tell him that you were in Tampa?
No.
Can you tell us what you're doing down in Tampa that week? Usually, be honest.
I had just went for a run 2 months before that. So he asked the person.
Who's he?
My boyfriend.
Got him?
Yeah. Why did I call him?
Well, what do you call him?
Zane.
Zay?
When the detective called Isaiah Chance gutter and you laughed, why did you laugh?
I mean, I thought it was weird. Like,
What?
they're detectives. I thought they were going to at least use his real name.
Were you trying to say that you didn't know who Gutter was?
No.
In fact, did you tell them that your boyfriend was Gutter?
Yeah.
So does he go back? You never call him Gutter? Never?
That's not like the
Okay. Zay, you can call him Zay, if that's what you know about him.
Who all went down to Tampa with you?
When you told the detective that you don't know the people, was that true?
Yeah.
Do you know, or did you know Davion Murphy?
No.
I mean, today, do you know Davion Murphy?
Yeah, now.
All right. Do you know, or did you know at the time, Rashad Murphy?
No.
And Sean Gathright? What communications or contacts had you had with Sean Gathright at the time?
None at that time. I just told him I met him maybe one time.
Okay. You're saying none at that time, then you said you just met him one time. So I just want the jury to be clear. At this time of this interview, how many times had you met Sean Gathright before?
That would be 2, including Tampa, so that would be the second time.
Okay. The first time you met Sean Gathright, what was that at? Where was that at?
His house.
All right. And was he the only one there?
It was him and the other people I didn't know, but I think it was some of his family members.
All right. Was it a gathering?
Yes.
All right. With multiple people at the house?
Yeah.
And what did you do at the house?
I walked in, and Zay introduced me to them. He was like, this is my second family. He was like, what do you want to eat? So he fixed me a plate.
All right.
How long did you stay there?
I don't remember that time, but it was long.
Do you remember meeting Sean Gathright's mother there?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember if she was even there?
No, it was a lot of people.
All right. Do you, if you were to call out the people that were there, would you recognize them?
No.
All right. Hold on. While you're inside this interrogation room, do you feel any pressure?
Not in the beginning, but later on, yeah.
Why?
I mean, he was talking over me and yelling, and I felt like I was just closed in by 2 men.
The detective, was he cursing at you?
Yeah.
In your view, was he threatening you?
Yeah.
What types of threats did he make to you?
He said I was never going to see my baby. I was going to spend life in prison. He said you were never going to get to go out again, do your nails, your hair, something like that. He said a lot of stuff.
All right. When they asked you about other individuals like Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy, at that point in time, did you feel comfortable talking about these individuals?
No.
Why not?
I mean, I don't really know them, so I didn't want to talk about them.
Did you tell the detective that you were the one inside of the cruise
Yeah.
at McDonald's?
Yeah, I did.
Did you tell him that you went to clubs?
Yeah.
You told him that before he showed you any video of a club?
I think so, I did.
You also pointed out Isaiah Chance as being in the car at the McDonald's, right?
Yeah.
Did the detective know that Isaiah Chance was in the car at the McDonald's?
No.
But you gave him that information?
Yeah.
Getting an Instagram message to somebody to rent an Airbnb for you guys down here?
Alright, what did Detective Campbell just ask you?
Did I DM a girl on Instagram?
When he asked you that question, did you remember what he was referencing immediately?
No.
You don't? You did, when you sent a message from your phone.
Oh, I know something.
Yeah. Tell what happened.
Yeah, she do like have offs. I never did do though.
She does what?
She does have like you can bring something to her advertise.
Okay. Who did you send a message to? Do you remember?
I don't know her name. It's a light skinned girl. Like she do promos. She posts on Instagram.
Okay. Did she end up booking the Airbnb that you guys stayed at? Do you know who
She
booked
texted
it?
me on text message.
Do you know who booked the Airbnb that you guys stayed at?
I just asked, and one of like we're still going.
Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like I'm a good person. Like I'm really got me going. Like her.
When you say that you left first, are you referring to when you left to go back to Jacksonville?
Wait. I gotta hear what it said again.
I'm sorry.
I gotta hear what it said again.
When you guys left the Airbnb? Was the guy who was driving the cruise while you were at McDonald's, okay, who you hadn't met before, was he at the Airbnb when you guys left the Airbnb? You don't know?
Like I'm a good person. Like I'm really got me going.
When you're making that statement, are you referring to after, like when you all are leaving the Airbnb to go back to Jacksonville?
I think I was.
The person that he's mentioning, he says the one that's in the driver's seat at McDonald's, you know that person to be Davion?
Yeah, now.
All right. And did Davion ride back with you?
No.
Or just 24?
Where did you go to back?
24 flat. 24 flat.
Well, it can't be you and Ab because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else can go that front. Were you there by yourself at your Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and Ab because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else can go that front.
That's fine. Okay.
Because they don't come in at the same time.
Was there some confusion about you letting people in the back door of the Airbnb?
Yeah.
Did the detectives believe that you let people inside the back of the Airbnb?
Yeah, that's what he thought.
And he thought that you were doing that to conceal their identity?
Yeah.
How did they get in?
I don't know, I'm a good friend.
Yeah, but this camera goes off every time somebody passes it, and in order to get in, you have to put in a code, and that code gets tracked on the app. I spoke to the owner of the Airbnb. Nobody else went in. How did they get in?
I'm not sure.
Did you let them in another door?
Is it possible you could have opened the back door?
No.
Were you there by yourself at your Airbnb? Well, it can't be you and Ann because you're the only one that goes in the front door. Nobody else comes in that front door. It records every single person that comes in that front door and uses that code. When you guys went out to McDonald's, did you go out the front door? You don't know? Or did you go out the back door? Which door did you go out?
I'm not sure. Sorry.
Do you understand what I'm talking about? That you're the only one that went in the front door? Nobody else went in that front door? So how did Zay get inside if you were the only one who went in the front door?
I did not.
Huh?
I don't know if I did not.
No, I understand how you got in the front door.
Yeah.
How did anybody else get in? Because nobody else is on camera. Zay was with you. He stayed there, right? He didn't go in the front door.
I don't know. I did not.
Zay didn't go in the front door.
When he's asking you the question repeatedly, you understand what he's asking you.
Yeah.
Is he accepting what you're saying?
No.
When he does not accept what you're saying, do you get frustrated with him?
Yeah.
Are you showing that frustration?
No, I'm kind of doing like
I'm
a...
going to sustain. Don't leave the witness. Ask the next, rephrase your question.
Are you showing the frustration?
No, I'm just doing a nervous laugh.
Was he inside with you?
Yes, of course. I'm getting on myself.
Okay, but he didn't go in the front door.
Well, I don't know. Did y'all ask him that? 'Cause I don't know.
Why did you say, did y'all ask him that? Who is him?
Isaiah.
Why did you say that?
Because I mean, it's about him. Like, go ask him.
I'm going in for myself, yeah.
I want one honesty from you. You ready for my one honesty?
Are they back at this issue with the Airbnb door?
Yeah.
Did you open the back door to let other people in the Airbnb? That's an easy question. Then how did they get in the Airbnb because they did not go in the front door?
What they gotta do with me?
No, it's asking you for one honesty.
All I did was walk up and knock. Did you see me tap anything in? So what they gotta do with me?
You opened up the front door and you got it.
I didn't open nothing.
You didn't open up the front door of that place?
No.
How did you get in?
I'm seeing okay.
Nobody else went to the front door by you. I'm just asking one thing that I know is 100% truthful. And you can't answer that.
He has to give you the code over there.
Was it 100% truthful that you went to the back door, that you let people into the back door?
No.
That ring, it's actually just audio of that. You have to get the code to get in. He gave you the code. Oh, it's audio recorded. It's on
Yeah,
audio.
The code.
The guy gave you the code.
Did you hear Detective Campbell say that the guy gave you the code to go in?
Yeah, he did.
Is that accurate?
No.
It's on audio.
Okay, go back and listen. What code did you even say?
I can tell you this. How many women do you know? Hey, how many women do you know that have been to prison?
I don't know.
Go to 38 flat. Or you could just let it go. I didn't realize it was so close. Just let it go.
Did you know any woman that's been to prison? You should know that. I can tell you this, you're young and you're small. And where you are likely to end up without the truth, without a truthful statement right now, is a horrible place.
I gave you the truth.
No, you have not.
I have, whether you believe or not.
Let me ask you something. Do you think I'm probably good at my job or probably bad at my job?
I don't know you.
What was your response?
I said, I don't know you.
So, when you say that you don't know him, does that mean you don't see him in front of you?
No,
What does it mean when you say you don't know him?
I don't know him personally.
Is that the same sort of response you gave about whether you know Davion and Rashad Murphy?
Yeah.
All right. There were some things during this interrogation that you said that were not accurate, were not truthful. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What were those things generally about?
I mean, everything I didn't answer was about them.
Who's them?
The other co-defendants.
All right. Did you have any concerns for your safety at this time that if you said something about another individual, it could come back on you?
Yeah.
Did any of the detectives at any point in time, whether it be on this video or otherwise, did they tell you that they would make sure that you were safe from anyone?
No, they didn't.
Obviously, were your parents present?
No.
Was anyone there to assist you?
No.
At the time of this interview, do you know where Isaiah Chance was at?
No.
Do you know whether if he got pulled in by the officers at the same time?
No.
This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't. It's in the passenger seat. In for the passenger seat. You talking to two grown men who've been in this way too long. Like how? Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? If somebody told you I'm in a car with somebody and he's talking on the phone the whole time, I ain't hear nothing. You know what he said? That makes sense to you? How does that make sense?
Obviously, but I don't know.
I'm here. Here I am. I'm right here. I'm with you. Here's the center council. Boom. Hey, he just pulled up to the hotel. No. Drive around one more time. Hey, park real quick. He's in the passenger seat. Aim for the passenger seat. Are you hearing that?
First of all, was Isaiah Chance saying anything like that to you?
No.
Was he saying anything like that on the phone?
No.
Is that just the officer's assumption about what was happening?
Yeah.
When the officer here gets in your face, what do you feel?
Aggravated.
Are you hearing me say that? You didn't hear me say that?
What did you tell him?
I said, no, I'm kind of zoned out.
It's a game, Chief. It's a game, Chief. And it's sad, man. And it's sad because this isn't a game. This is real life. It's happening right now. This is real life. This ain't no TV shit. This ain't no shit you get to walk away from. The problem is you can't even say that you heard it all. You just weren't part of it. You can't even say that to us.
When The officers asked if you went down to Tampa with anyone other than Isaiah Chance. Did you tell them that you went with his little brother?
Yeah.
All right. And at the time, did you know his name?
No.
Did they show you a photograph of the little brother?
Yeah, they did.
Did the photograph look like him initially?
No, not at first.
Why not?
I mean, I remember him having bushy hair, and he showed me a whole different picture, so I said no.
And you drove down with this individual, Sean Gathright, from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yeah.
All right. Were you staring at his face the entire time you were driving down?
No.
Where were you at?
In the back seat.
And were you looking at his? Were you trying to look at his face while you were driving down?
Not really.
When you got to the Airbnb, did you and him hang out inside the Airbnb face to face?
No.
Did he go to McDonald's with you?
No.
Were you at Teasers with Sean Gathright at any point in time?
No.
And Sean Gathright, did he ride back to Jacksonville with you?
No.
Do you believe if you told the officers, these detectives here, if you told them what they wanted to hear, do you think they would have let you out?
No.
All right, Miss Andrews. Are you still in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
I mean, he may think that. I never broke up with him.
When you say he may think that, what do you mean by that?
Like, we just got arrested. Nobody broke up with each other. None of that.
All right. Are you personally in a relationship with Isaiah Chance?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, it's noon. We're going to go ahead and take a lunch recess, okay? Is 45 minutes good enough for you guys? Okay, 45 minutes it is, all right? So be back here at 12:45 and we will continue the trial, all right? Thank you.
All right.
I just realized we were missing a rather important jury instruction, 3.7, regarding burden of proof. So I'm going to print that up and include that. All right, we were also missing 2.7, the instruction on closing arguments. I'm going to print that one up as well. Yes. I'm going to print a couple of things up and then we'll get going.
Yes, ma'am. So when she was testifying, her mom, she was getting real close to her.
So, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. instruct the jury before, on the elements, before closing arguments or after?
Judge, I would like it before.
Okay. So I'm going to review these one. Okay, I'm going to review these one more time. I'm going to put them in the order that they're going to be given to the jury, and I'll read them to the jury before closing arguments. All right, we need, Ms. Andrews is on the stand, defense counsel's present, state's present, everybody ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in our jury.
Yes, Judge.
You told this jury, you've testified about your...
State, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Andrews, you've testified about your on-again, off-again relationship with the co-defendant, in this case, Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you told this jury about some instances where you had been hit by him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've dated Isaiah Chance for over 4 years. Isn't that true?
Not over 4 years.
How long?
It's about just 4 years.
Just about 4 years, okay. And it's been on again, off again, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time period, you have dated other young boys, is that correct?
Maybe.
Does Kamari Outing sound familiar?
Yes.
He's a boy that you had dated, and you still were talking to him, in fact, up until the time of the crime, June of 2024. Is that correct?
We never dated, but yeah, I was talking to him.
Okay. And in fact, at some point, Isaiah Chance got upset and made phone calls to him, right?
Yes.
And you had conversations on your phone with Mr. Kamari Outing, where you two discussed that. Isn't that true?
I believe so.
And they were still on your phone. They were backed up. They were saved on your phone, and they were on your phone on June 23rd of 2024. You never deleted these messages that you had with Kamari Outing. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I have to see the message. I don't know. What is that message?
Okay. Your Honor, I'll approach the witness. Would looking at those messages help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Ms. Andrews, if you'll take a look at this. Messages from your phone? Ms. Andrews, you recognize these messages from your phone?
Yes.
And Kamari Outing, he was a member of 1200, isn't that correct?
No.
No? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C12. That's a photo of you with Kamari Outing that was still on your phone. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's not Kamari.
That's not Kamari?
That's my cousin.
Okay, what's your cousin's name?
Marcus.
Marcus, okay. And in this messaging with Kamari, he's upset because Isaiah Chance has called him and basically told him that you're with him and that you're pregnant, and you're still trying to get Kamari Outing to talk to you, right?
Objection, hearsay, and relevance. Have a roll.
Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, that's my best friend.
And he doesn't want to because of Isaiah Chance, correct? In fact, you're the one that keeps on insisting that he not block you and that you and him continue to talk. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the message behind that, that's my best friend. And Isaiah called him and was just going on and on about, he didn't want him to, he was giving him a reason to not text me back, to not talk to me. That's what that was about.
And so despite the fact that Isaiah Chance doesn't want you to have anything to do with him, you're fine with disobeying what Isaiah Chance wants because this is your best friend, right?
Yeah, and at the time I sent that, I was at home in my bed. I was not with Isaiah.
But all of these messages are still saved and on your iPhone, right?
I mean, I guess so.
They were, not you guessed. They're on your iPhone, right?
They're my iCloud.
Yes. And so your iCloud backs up your iPhone, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure how that works, but I think so.
Okay. You don't recognize these messages? Something that you typed and you received on your little pink iPhone?
I believe so.
Okay. And your phone is also password protected, right?
Yes.
Because certainly when Isaiah Chance is using your phone that night on June 23rd of 2024, at some point when you're walking in that parking lot, your phone locks up, right?
Yes.
And you have to enter in your password.
Yes.
And so that's what happens with an iPhone. After your iPhone is not being activated over a lengthy period of time, a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, it does what?
It locks.
And so what do you have to do every time that happens?
Unlock it.
And obviously Isaiah Chance didn't know your password because you're standing there right next to him, and what does he have to do?
He asked for the password that first time, but he's looking at me.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 34. You know who this is, right? Charles Jones.
Yes.
You have known who he was since 2021 when you were at Rains High School, right?
I knew of him, yes.
You were well aware of him, right? This is something that you discussed a lot with your friend Jewel Jordan.
I only discussed him maybe 2 times.
At the time when you were doing that, did you date somebody by the nickname K Shorty?
We weren't dating.
You didn't date him either, right?
No.
You weren't upset talking about Jewel Jordan and Julio Foolio, Charles Jones recruiting all these young men that were getting shot up in this gang war?
I wouldn't say upset. I was just gossiping.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. But this is State 75C13. This is a photograph with you and K Shorty.
Yes, that's Therese.
Okay. And do you see what he's doing there?
Yeah.
He's throwing up like 12?
I don't know what the sign means. I
have no idea what that means. But you're posting this on TikTok, right? You love TikTok. You've talked about, right? You posted on TikTok. You're both posing together.
Yes, ma'am.
And despite the fact that you intimately know a lot of people who are associated with these gangs, you have no idea what it means when he's throwing up that sign.
No, I don't.
No idea whatsoever.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead.
You followed Charles Jones on Instagram, isn't that correct?
Maybe back then.
Did you ever unfollow him?
Probably.
You were still following him when this crime occurred, right, on Instagram?
I don't remember following him.
You don't remember? You never looked and you never saw any of these advertisements that Julio Foolio was going to be in Tampa on June 22nd.
No, I never seen those.
You did not like Julio Foolio back in 2021. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I wouldn't say a personal issue. When you say like him, didn't like him.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 75C2, conversation that you had with Jewel Jordan. So I want you to read what you texted to her back on January 19th of 2021.
I said, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody. People from out east diss they side, so of course they're going to say something, but it don't even be proper like that, like that for real. Foolio be the one talking shit, then all his little niggas come, then other extra people.
Okay. So you are talking about out east, correct? That is a territory of 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're talking about how the people in 1200 dish they side, correct? And then you're also talking about Papa, that's little Papa, right?
Yes.
And who's little Papa?
He's a rapper.
And you know that he also has a gang affiliation, is that correct?
I mean, he doesn't claim it, so I don't know.
Okay. You know your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is in a gang, isn't that true?
I don't know that.
That's something you've told your best friend since you were little, Jewel Jordan, that you knew that he was in a gang and that he was in it.
I never told her that.
You never
I said
said
I've heard allegations of it, but when I asked him, he denies it, so of course I took his word.
In this particular conversation, you then say, again, talking about Foolio, let's go down here. I want you to tell the jury what then you texted in response to Jewel Jordan saying that they keep killing each other. And we're talking about the gang war in Jacksonville, right? 1200 against 6 Block. ATK against 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see. What did you text her?
I said right, so it's going to go on.
And I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, if you don't mind, you speak very quickly, so if you could just speak slowly, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. So thank you very much.
I said right, so it's going to go on and on. And they keep saying let leak rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like that. So it's going to keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it. So charge it to the game. Go retaliate or something. They sitting up there rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all have to do. They don't be in Jacksonville, so I doubt they care about anybody here or the upcoming rappers.
So Leaky is another person that has died in this gang war, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're well aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He went to middle school with me.
So you have somebody who went to middle school that died in this gang war, and you had somebody who went to Raines High School that died in this gang war. Is that correct?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not friends with him.
Well, you say you're not friends with Spaz, right? Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Yeah, I'm not friends with him.
But he wasn't the only one that got shot in that Raines High School shooting, was he?
I mean, I think so.
Will also got shot in that high school shooting. Will go crazy, the person who you communicate with on your phone, right? You know who Will is.
I wouldn't say like that. He texts me and he tries to talk to me like I'm cute. People are going to start talking to me like that.
He's who Jewel Jordan was talking about when she said that you two had a friend that was injured at the shooting at Raines High School, correct?
Yeah, when she says friend, she means associate.
Mm-hmm. So I didn't ask you that, but what her wording up there was friends, right?
Yes.
And he got shot in the arm. His name is Will Royal. He went to high school with you at Raines High School, right?
I believe so.
You believe so or you know so?
I don't remember his last name being Royal, so that's why I said I believe so.
Okay, let's not call him Will Royal. Let's call him Will, who got shot in the left arm the same day that Spaz, Joe Rod Adams, got killed at Raines High School when you were attending there.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Will.
So what are you texting your friend Jewel Jordan on 1/21 of 2021?
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
I said it was deleted by the time I got up, but Julio had said it'd be everybody Foolio had said it, but everybody kind of knew that. It was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot the boy that died with him at the Rams game, but the boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side. It was Bibby, and Will knew that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy.
Okay. And so who we're talking about right now, that you claim not to know his last name, is the very person you are texting Jewel Jordan about, right, Will?
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew him well enough to be texting to your friend, Jewel Jordan, after the high school shooting at Rains, correct?
Yes, he was known.
And the other person that you are mentioning in the same sentence is Robert. You're referring to Robert Howard, the person who actually went to prison for manslaughter for that shooting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also mentioning Bibby, is that correct?
Yes.
Bibby is a nickname. It is a gang nickname, isn't it, Miss Andrews?
I didn't know his real name. I'm just referring to him as Bibby.
Okay. Because Bibby is the way that the people who you hang out with refer to him, right?
No, the people on the internet refer to him as Bibby.
That's right. And that's how they know him, by his
Yes.
gang name.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's his gang name.
Do you think Bibby is his legal name?
I don't know him personally to know, so.
And then Jewel Jordan responds, OMG, LMFA, what does that mean?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Everybody kind of knew. They all had comments to calling. You guys are also watching what is going on social media between these warring rival gangs, aren't you?
Yeah, that day we're actually referring to a post, so we're reading the comments, but instead of putting it in the comments, we're texting it to each other.
Now I want you to read to the jury what you texted your friend Jewel Jordan on January 21st of 2021.
I said, girl, I don't like Foolio. Laugh my fucking ass off. Ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And shit, that was Will friend. Fuck the cold shit. Then I said, bitch, he shot me and my friend died. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it.
Okay. And so you don't like Julio Foolio. That's fair to say. Back in 2021, you didn't like him.
Yeah, that was my opinion when I was 17 years old.
Okay. And your exact words were, he need to die, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't mean it. Literally, I'm 17 just gossiping.
Okay. But you really are talking about your friend Will, and you're saying, fuck that code shit. If he shot me and my friend died, you're referring to Will and his friend Spaz that died.
Yeah, I was saying he knew probably who killed his friend. He should have spoke up. I'm saying if it's my friend, I'm going to tell who did it.
So you were upset that 6 Block, and you believe 6 Block and Julio Foolio's group were responsible for your friend getting shot, correct?
I mean, that was what was on the internet, and I wasn't upset. I mean, I'm just gossiping. I really don't care, honestly.
And then you emphasized it, right?
No, she emphasized
She
it.
emphasized it. Then I want you to go down here and say what you said, 1/22 of 2021.
I said, bitch, hold on, because I think Julio talking about Therese and his friends left my ass off. I do not like him.
Okay. And tell us again who Therese is.
Therese is the person I'm in a picture with.
And then what did you say?
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. I was reading the comments.
And then what did you say here?
No, that's her talking.
Oh, I'm
At the
sorry.
top.
What did Jewel Jordan say in response?
She said, that is Julio, though. He recruit a bunch of dumbass niggas who willing to die.
And then what was your response to that?
I said, right, and he started to realize. But first time I saw him, that shit clicked on. When Julio called we all in the garage, he talking about, nigga always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I could be the one that died, not him. I ain't no bodyguard. I said, bitch, I was dying.
And what do you mean when you texted that?
I was in the garage with Therese one day, like just chilling, and one of his, I think that was his cousin or somebody older, and he gets a call from Julio, and he, I think, asks him to ride somewhere, and he tells the friend, like, after the phone hangs up, he said, I'm not riding nowhere with him. I'm not finna die. And I just sent it to my friend. I'm like, well, I'm over here laughing about it.
And you said Isaiah Chance, you did not know he was in a gang. Is that correct?
I mean, I heard people say it, but when I asked him, he says he's not.
You also were aware of what happened at the town center. Is that correct?
Yes, it was on the news.
Tell us what happened at the town center.
Some people died in a car leaving Wasabi.
Okay. Young and Ace, correct?
He didn't die, but he got shot.
Young and Ace's group, is that correct? They were in that car.
His cousin and brother, I believe.
And he was the only one that survived, correct?
Yes.
His brother was killed?
I think that was his brother, yeah.
Person named 23, Royal Smith, was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And Isaiah Chance, he was upset about that, wasn't he?
I mean, I don't know if he's upset, but he would say, like, he's heard about it sometimes.
That is something, a moment that he has shared with you intimately about what happened at the town center. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, I already knew what happened, but he's explaining to me like he don't like to go out there.
Correct, because 23 died at the town center.
Yeah, he believes there's violence out there. You don't want to go out there.
And he was upset about it, right?
I mean, I guess so.
You had a conversation. You don't remember the conversation you had with him on your phone where you wanted to go do something at the town center?
Yeah, I believe I showed him a restaurant I wanted to go to.
That's you here, right? You want to go one day, question mark?
I think, is that him?
Oh, that's him, you're right.
That's him.
That's one of his old phone numbers, 904-575-7534.
Yes, that's his old number.
And he's like, you want to go one day? And you said, yeah, it's in the town center.
Yes.
And then what was your response?
I sent him a TikTok. I was responding to the TikTok saying, laugh my ass off, bro.
And then what was his response?
He said, I hate it here. I hate it there.
Why would he hate it there?
I guess he's traumatized about it. Somebody you know died out there. You don't want to go out there.
And his next response to you?
He says, I don't like the town center.
And then what did you say?
I said, you hate everywhere. We don't got to sit in.
And then what did he respond to you?
He's telling me 23 got killed in the town center. That's why I don't like it out there.
And then what was his next
He
response?
said, I don't like thinking about it for real. So when I do switch moves, like an MF.
And what was your response to this texting conversation?
I said, well, we don't have to go there if it's gonna bother you. I forgot about it. It's some other places we both ain't tried yet.
So this is a conversation that you have had more than once with Isaiah Chance. Isn't that true?
I think that's is it the one time?
You said you
I don't
forgot
know.
about it, right?
No, I'm saying I forgot that it happened in the town center because I've seen it on the news.
You knew who 23 was, right?
So he referred to 23. Yes, I knew of the person.
Knew that 23 is associated with Young and Ace. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I knew that.
He has confided in you about more than one death that occurred in this gang war. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I don't know of more than one. Which one you referring to?
You know, Antonio Tilley died between October 6th and October 7th of 2023.
Yes, he told me his friend died.
He was traumatized by that, correct?
I mean, I wasn't around him to know if he's traumatized, but he said he was sad, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you have a texting conversation with him October 7th of 2023 when he said that he was traumatized and that he was mentally not well, not right in the head?
I think I remember that conversation. I asked if he wanted me to be around him for, just more support. Yeah, but he didn't want me to come.
And you remember that conversation. He didn't want you around because he was not in the right headspace the day after his friend Tilly died, correct?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, who would be in the right headspace after their friend died?
And so much so that you agreed not to go see him, right?
Yeah, if he don't want me there, I'm not going to go.
And you were worried about him, right?
Yeah, but I know if he doesn't want me there, I'm not going to just go.
And that was October 6th and 7th of 2023. Are you aware that Charles Jones, his life, there was an attempt on his life that occurred on October 7th of 2023, the day after his good friend Tilly was killed?
I've heard about it.
You heard about it from Charles Jones, right?
Yeah, I believe you went live or something.
Yeah, and in fact, not only did you hear about it from Charles Jones, you had conversations on your phone about it, and you assured him you would delete it, right?
Delete what?
Delete. I'm sorry. You had conversations with your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, about it, and you deleted the conversations, didn't you?
About what?
About what he had done.
He never told me he did anything. I don't remember.
Well, then let me ask you, with looking at your messages with him on October 7th of 2023, refresh your recollection? You see that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You heard that the shell casings that was taken off of your boyfriend's best friend's Toyota 4Runner, that the ballistics matched the casings that were used to shoot at Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, on October of 2023, right?
Yes.
It's been tied to that ballistically, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And it occurred the day after Tilly was killed.
Yes.
And he was torn up, and you guys had conversations about it. You and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance had conversations about that. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, he's telling me he's not himself right now. He needs space. He never told me he did anything.
Then what is it that you're referring to after he tells you to stay loyal, right? He tells you that. He texts that to you after that, after he said he needed some time, on October 8th, now that we're talking, the day after Charles Jones, where they tried to take his life, right?
I mean,
he says to you, don't go run off normally, what you normally do, be loyal, stay loyal. That's what he said to you, right?
yes, and you're misinterpreting what he's saying. When he says stay loyal, he means don't go cheat. Because, I mean, I'll talk to who I want to talk to at times. When he's not paying me no attention, I feel like you ignore me, you're doing what you want to do, I'm going to go talk to other people. So that's why he's telling me stay loyal, don't do what you normally do.
So when he's devastated because his friend died, and then he and his friend tried to kill their rival, what he's worried about is you staying loyal to him?
I mean, I guess so.
Okay. And so what are you referring to when you say in direct response to that, You're saying, it's fine, you're all right now, it's somebody close to you, not a random person, so I mean it's normal to feel how you feel. I'm not bae, we're straight, we're just together, we're good. I deleted what you said, and I'm not texting nobody, even if you don't want to talk about it at the moment. So what exactly are you referring to that you deleted?
He told me to delete a message with somebody's texting me. It was a different guy.
So again, he's worried about you cheating. He didn't make any sort of confessions and confide in you as to what happened on October 7th?
No, he didn't.
Overruled.
And so when you are with law enforcement and they are interviewing you and they bring up Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, and they specifically talk about this beef, you lie to them and act like you don't know nothing about that, right?
Yeah, he asked me if I had knowledge, like I knew exactly who did what. Like, no, I don't have no direct knowledge. I know what's on the internet, but I didn't assume that's what he was asking me, so I said no.
You know nothing about Julio the big rapper, right?
I said I know what's on the internet. I don't know personally if it's true, who did what.
You know more than what is on the internet. Isn't that true, miss?
No, I actually don't.
You have just read to the jury about different deaths.
That's on the internet in our city. I don't know if it would be in Tampa, but Jacksonville is on the internet.
And also a person you know that's been shot, Will.
Yeah, I went to school with him, so I know.
Okay, so that's not just on the internet. That's something that you lived through, right?
I didn't live through it. I mean, that's his situation. I just know about it.
And you're dating Isaiah Chance Gutta, right?
Dating him when at that time?
And you know that his best friend, 23, has been killed.
I mean, okay, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
Okay. But you're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
And you know that Tilly has been killed.
Yes, that's his friend. That's not my friend.
But again, you are aware of it, right?
Yeah, it's on the internet.
Overruled.
And you know that Bibby has been killed.
Yes, just like everybody else knows.
And you yourself know about it.
Yes, it was on the internet.
And law enforcement are informing you that they are asking you about the death of Charles Jones in Tampa, right?
Yes.
And they are talking to you and they are mentioning that they know the beef between these two groups, right?
Yes.
And your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is connected to many of the people who have died in this rival gang war.
Yeah, he's connected, not me, so.
But you know about it.
Yes, I know.
And you lied to law enforcement and withheld all of that information knowing that they are investigating another death in this rival gang war, right?
I mean, in the beginning they told me to talk about what I want to talk about. I don't have to talk about what I don't want to talk about, and I didn't want to be in the middle of that. I don't know for sure of any of these deaths for real. I looked on the internet. I don't know, so I didn't answer it.
They read you your Miranda rights, right? They told you that before they read you your Miranda rights, right?
I don't know if it was before or not.
You didn't just watch this video?
Yeah, I don't remember if it was before though.
They read you your Miranda rights and told you you had the right to remain silent, that you were in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
They also informed you you could have an attorney present with you if you wanted to, right?
Yes.
And you chose to speak with them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was there for, so I didn't have a problem speaking to them.
You didn't know what you were there for? They told you multiple times that you were there for the murder investigation of Charles Jones, right?
I'm saying as soon as it started, when I got arrested from my house, they said I had a warrant for resisting arrest. So that's why I was assuming I was going to jail for it. I later ended up in a room with two guys. So I did sit there and talk.
Who told you what you were being questioned about?
Yeah, and I had no issue. I can answer the question.
And then multiple times in that interview, they were trying to impart to you the seriousness of what you were being questioned about.
Yes.
You would agree with that statement. Multiple times they tried to reach you and let you know how serious these charges were.
Yes.
And they asked you for details about who was involved, and they started showing you evidence.
Yeah, they did.
And in that moment, you chose to protect your boyfriend. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say I protected him. I literally pointed him out, so that's not protecting him.
You never said that he was involved with a homicide, did you?
I didn't know if he's involved in it, so why would I tell him that?
You never said who or gave descriptions. If you truly believed he had nothing to do with this homicide, then why wouldn't you just share information and tell them and give them descriptions, even if you didn't know their name, what they look like, and where they came from?
I mean, again, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't answer that. And I'm not about to do their job for them, put my life on the line, to be in the middle of that, so I didn't answer it. I answered everything pertaining to me. Anything about them, I didn't answer.
You didn't seem like you were afraid in that interview. Were you afraid in the interview or not?
I was, but I handled myself well.
Okay. You weren't afraid of Isaiah Chance?
No, he's not even in there, so why would I be?
So, well, then I don't understand. Were you afraid to give up their names because you're afraid of them? You're afraid of Isaiah Chance and Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy? Or are you protecting them in that interview?
I wouldn't say I'm doing any of that. I mean, you understand it's about a gang. I'm a female. I don't want to be in the middle of it, so I didn't answer it. And I don't know for sure if they did anything at the time of that, so I didn't say anything.
Then why are you up here testifying about how Isaiah Chance hit you?
Because, I mean, that leads up to why I act the way I act out of town.
You were afraid of him or not? Are you afraid of him? Does he beat you? And are you afraid to stand up to him?
Yes, at times.
And you said, I think you said in your direct examination, that people can't really understand because they don't know when you cannot leave. Is that what you said? Something to that
I
effect?
said people wouldn't understand a domestic violence relationship because you'll think, why don't you leave? Why don't you walk away? It's not that easy unless you're in it.
But that's not exactly true, is it?
It is true.
You say cannot leave. You did not live with him, did you?
No, I didn't.
You never lived with Isaiah Chance.
No, I didn't. But he knew where I stayed. He would pop up at my house, ring the doorbell all times of night. So I couldn't go nowhere. So
He never had financial control over you. He never paid your rent, did he?
I don't pay rent, so no.
You live with your parents.
Yes.
You live with two loving parents in a safe home. Isn't that true, Miss Andrews?
Yes, I do.
And you never mentioned to your mother or your father that Isaiah Chance was hitting you or abusing you ever, did you?
I did.
You never reported it to police?
No, she asked me, but I didn't want to cause any problems with him or his family, so I left it alone.
So you had choices, didn't you?
That was the very last time, so I told them.
Are you afraid of him and do things because you are fearful of him? Is that what you testified to on direct?
Yes.
So fearful of him that you have to do everything he says. Is that correct?
At times, yes.
And you are claiming to this jury that you're not in a relationship with him anymore. Is that true, ma'am?
I'm not. I said he may think that because I never broke up with him, but I'm not.
Think that he thinks that because you still talk to him even though he is locked in jail, right?
Yes, I do still talk to him, and that's because of my issue. I don't want to cause any safety issues in his jail. He sends me verbal messages where I'm at, so, I mean, I just keep him at ease. There's nowhere for me to go.
What safety issues? He is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot get to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I mean, you do know his ways in a jail. You can send messages to people. People look at me sideways. Oh, that's your boyfriend? He said this. He told me to tell you this. Like, it's safety issues. Like, literally before I came to trial, a deputy told me one of my co-defendants were trying to have me jumped. So I just do what I have to do.
You were also safely in jail. Isn't that true, ma'am?
I wouldn't say safely. You can get in a fight at any time.
Okay. There are all kinds of deputies. Is that correct?
Yes. All of them don't do their job also. So.
And we're not talking about your safety from other people. We're specifically talking about your safety from Isaiah Chance, someone you claim to be so afraid of that you will go along and do anything for him, right?
I wouldn't do anything for him, but...
You wouldn't go along with a murder plot for him?
No, he never told me anything about a murder plot.
And you wouldn't try to call him multiple times incorrectly from the jail, right?
What do you mean incorrectly?
You're not allowed to phone another inmate, can you?
I don't call him like that, so what do you mean?
You're right, you don't call him like that. You have to break policy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and do some kind of three-way call involving Isaiah Chance's mother. Isn't that true?
Yeah, we do that.
You do it all the time, right?
Yes, when he asks for me, I do it.
As for you, you have to initiate your own phone call. He can't call you in the jail either, can he?
I said when he asks for me, I do it. If he tells me to call, I'm going to call.
It's not just that he answers for you. You can't call him directly. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, I can't.
You have to coordinate and you have to make arrangements with some third party who is not in jail so that you can talk to him. Isn't that true?
Yes, and like I said, it goes back to me keeping him happy. I don't want to cause any issues while I'm sitting here. If he gets mad, if I don't call him, it's no telling what he's going to say. I'm the odd one out of this. They can all turn around and say, oh, it was Alicia, and I'm not getting in the middle of that. So I keep him happy while I'm here. If he wants me to call, if he wants to talk to me, let him know about the baby. He lets me know, I let him know I'm okay. That's what I do.
You call him 5 to 10 times a day in there.
Yes, when he says, call back, I call back.
And you also do messages. There's a kiosk system where you can kiosk with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he texts me and I text him.
And you have intimate conversations about your case, don't you?
Yes, when he asks, I let him know.
And he sends you messages which could be called sexting, right?
Yeah, he do. I keep him happy, like I said.
And you're no longer in a relationship with him, correct?
No, he thinks that.
And you call him multiple times a day, every day, for several months. Isn't that true?
Yes, like I said, I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not going to let him know. I'm not going to get on the phone and act like it's a change. I'm acting the same. I'm doing what I have to do.
Ma'am, you understand you're on trial for first-degree murder, right?
Yes, I do.
And it's for hanging out with him.
I do.
And you are still protecting him, right? To this day, you're protecting him.
I'm not protecting him.
You are still calling him and communicating with him, aren't you?
Yes, it's not protecting him, though.
So much so that you call his mother, right?
I do.
And you have been advised and you report to his mother that you don't care that your attorneys tell you not to talk to him. You're going to do it anyway, right?
Yes, because I feel like that's the best way to do it.
Okay. So you are so desperate to talk to him and have communication with him, you don't even care if it may be hurtful to your case.
I wouldn't say desperate, because when I did disappear and listened, he texted me from another person and said, why are you not listening to me? Why are you not responding? When are you going to get into your big red forehead? And all these other things. So I started back talking to him.
So now again, you're talking to him because you're still afraid of him, right? Even though he is locked up for first-degree murder charges and cannot go near you.
I didn't say physically come to me. I'm talking about other people.
You take advice from him, don't you?
I listen to it.
He discusses the case with you many, many times. Isn't that true?
Yes, because he knows I don't know, so he tries to make sure I know everything.
In fact, he tells you to kind of stay strong because the state thinks you're the weaker link. Has he told you that before?
Yes, he told me that.
Have you responded to him on, let's see. What's the date? Recently as June 27th of 2025, did you tell them half the witnesses are dead, you're listening to Jacksonville, and they don't solve shit, I'm just lost because this is all pointless?
Said what?
Did you say to him Half of their witnesses are dead. You're listening to Jacksonville and they don't solve shit. I'm just lost because this is all pointless.
Yes, I told him, and that's my opinion. I don't understand why I'm here. It's really about them.
So you're still talking about what you're charged with him.
Yeah, he's aware, so I can say that.
And he tries to tell you what you should do in your case, right? And he tries to tell you what is the plan about the Airbnb. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yeah, and I don't control him, so he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Don't you say in response to him telling you all that, you don't got to say all that. Don't walk me through those stops. You said that, right?
Yeah, I stop him when he talks about the case because I already kind of know that. So he tries to let me know, and I already know.
It's not because you've already discussed what you two are going to say that you're on some kind of vacation to Tampa.
No, we haven't.
That's not what you're referring to?
About that, no. He's talking about the girl in the Airbnb.
On July 5th, 2025, you didn't tell his mother that you made the defense attorney's investigator so mad because you told him you're not going to leave until you want to, and that they can't tell you who you can talk to, specifically referring to him. Isn't that true?
I was referring to other people too, but him too.
Because you are not going to give him up. Isn't that true?
Like I said, I'm doing what I think I should do to keep him happy.
And that is calling him hundreds of times, multiple times a day.
Yes, you don't see the other messages when he asks this. He says, can you call? I need you to call. Are you okay? How are you? How's the baby?
So at some point, when I say you guys are off and on, there are times where he doesn't want to talk to you. Isn't that true, ma'am?
At times.
And there are times that he blocks you, right?
Yes.
And right before, let's talk about June 17th of 2024, right? This is within a couple of weeks of this happening, right?
I think a couple of days, yeah.
June 17th, 2024, he blocked you. So you got to resort to a text now chat, right? That's not a normal means of texting on an iPhone, right? This is a special app.
Yeah, that's the app, but pertaining to him, I always text on text now when he blocks me.
So he's blocked you before, right?
Yes, whenever he's mad, he blocks me.
So sometimes he's ended communication and broken up with you, right?
Not broken up, he just goes off for a day or two.
And so can you read to the jury what it is you texted this person that you're afraid of?
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable.
You need to speak, I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, the court reporter's got to take down what you're
My
saying,
bad.
so you got to speak real slow, okay?
I said, bitch, you a sicko. Why you blocking me over a call I didn't even initiate? Trying to act like you mad, and I make people comfortable. I didn't do shit to make nobody feel comfortable. It was out the fucking blue. Why the fuck are you acting like it's my problem? You just wanted to have a reason to talk. I messed up when I was typing. To talk to ugly bitches you talk to. Everybody you come across and you touch, you fuck them up. You're not even mentally there and stable in the head for no relationship. Even when I didn't do shit to your ass or start a conversation, you still fucking mad. The fuck. And then I said, and you acting like I'm not pregnant. You gonna talk to me one day, so I don't give a fuck about your attitude. And I said, bye, bitch.
So this reconciliation that you're talking about, this is what he is trying to stop communication with you, right?
This is one of the things he do. So when you say stop communication, he just disappears for a day. He doesn't even really mean it. He's gonna pop up the next day and be like, what you doing?
So you weren't trying to make this jury think when you first testified that there was domestic violence in your relationship, and this reconciliation was you trying to get back with him and him trying to reconcile with you because of something he did, right?
Wait, can you repeat it?
Yes, I can. You're not trying to make this jury believe that he was the one trying to reconcile with you after he hit you or something, are you?
I don't know what you mean by that pertaining to the message. I'm just cursing them out.
No, I said when you guys get back together, I thought you told the defense attorney on your direct that this was some kind of reconciliation trip. You guys just trying to get back together, right?
It was. After I sent that, he did eventually end up texting me, not on there, but he texted my phone and we're back cool. We always do that.
And why is his little brother coming on this reconciliation trip with you?
I mean, I don't know that. That's something you have to ask him. I didn't know he was even going.
But you know why you were going, right?
Yes, he invited me and I thought it was going to be us two.
And it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And you get to an Airbnb and you're only there for a day.
Yes.
And you go nowhere except for 3 clubs, is that correct?
Yeah, and McDonald's.
And again, not with him and Davian Murphy, right?
Yes.
So what exactly was planned for this trip where you two were going to get back together after fighting?
It wasn't necessarily get back together. It was just to spend time. I didn't have a plan of we get down here, go here, go here. If we go out, we go out. If we don't, I would be fine with that too.
So now it's not a reconciliation trip?
No, we are getting back cool, but I'm saying it wasn't a big deal to go out nowhere. That was his decision.
You kind of just testified that he didn't spend any alone time with you that entire night, right?
He was up there, but eventually he would go his own way.
Okay. You said that he didn't go with you anywhere, and you did not go with him to when they first checked out Teasers around 10. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was still in the bed at that time.
And you lied to law enforcement in that interview when you said it was just the 2 of you, right?
The 2 of us went, because I mentioned Sean too.
You did, but that wasn't until later on in the conversation. When they first asked you about the Airbnb and the door, you specifically said, it's just me and him. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, I did say that, because I meant like when we first came in, it was just me and him.
So again, there was no planned story that if the 2 of you got caught, that it was just going to be you and him on a romantic getaway.
We never talked about caught. There's nothing to get caught about because I didn't do anything.
So again, no conversation ahead of time if you were to get caught about what your story would be.
He never told me nothing about getting caught. When he got interrogated, he came back and told me that's what happened. And then he said, you don't have to worry about that because we didn't do anything.
When did you have the conversation with him about his interrogation?
When it was the first time they searched his house.
Okay. Before you were interrogated by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
So there was some discussion about what it is that law enforcement was going to be questioning you about in that interview, right?
He didn't mention the guy. He just said our trip out of town.
Okay. Such a coincidence, right? He mentions the trip out of town. You still aren't suspicious. You have still no idea a murder happened. But after he's arrested for not a homicide, just for what?
It was resisting arrest.
You guys are talking about the trip to Tampa.
I mean, not in detail. He just said the trip.
But he wasn't arrested in Tampa, was he? He was arrested in Jacksonville by Duval County Sheriff's officers. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, but I'm saying after they arrested him, he let me know what it was for.
For leaving the scene, right?
No.
So what? Oh, for resisting arrest. Nothing that had to do in the charges of Tampa, right?
No, they left a search warrant and it said the conspiracy thing on there and something else.
Jacksonville, Duval County left the conspiracy and murder charge up there for
I don't know if it was Jacksonville, but it was on one of the papers.
And so that's what led to a conversation of you all being down in Tampa. Is that correct?
Yeah, he just said it was about the trip to Tampa.
So when you testified to this jury that you had no idea why Tampa officers were pulling you in for that interview, you were lying up there on the stand?
That's not what I said. I mean, he didn't go in full detail about what they were coming to about Tampa. He just said the trip in Tampa.
You said you had no idea why these officers were pulling you into that interview room. Isn't that what you just testified to?
Because when they came to my house, they were coming for resisting arrest. So I didn't know why Tampa was coming to talk to me.
But that's not what you just said, because you said after the resist charge, before your interview, you and your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, were talking about what happened in Tampa.
That was way before. I mean, like when he got arrested.
So let's talk about some more lies that you told law enforcement. You said that you could not remember how it was you got through the back door of the Airbnb, right? You have any memory issues?
No, I'm not slow.
Overruled, go ahead. I'm sorry, what was the answer?
I said no, I mean, I'm not slow. What do you mean, memory issues?
Well, they're talking to you within a couple of months of you coming to Tampa, right?
Yes.
You don't come to Tampa every day, right?
No.
And you were with your boyfriend at this Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And you saw those videos of you at this front door. Can you take a look at the photo behind you?
And for the record, what are you showing her?
I'm showing her State's Exhibit 60. You recognize this Airbnb?
Yes.
And you saw the other video, State 61, where you are on the Ring camera, right?
Yes.
You're only on that Ring camera entering this front door 2 times, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 times.
On June 22nd of 2023.
Yes.
And then you are not on that front door Ring camera at all, correct?
No.
And they don't just ask you about the front door. They ask you, you leave. You leave 2 times and come back, right?
Yes, I did.
You left and you went to the McDonald's with Davian Murphy and your boyfriend Isaiah Chance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't go out this front door and you didn't come back this front door, right?
Right.
Can you take a look at the video, ma'am? We're going to show you how it is you get to the back door of this Airbnb. This is the back door, right? This is how you would have to get in when you're going to the back door, right? You got to walk through this grass pathway. And then open this door, this gate, right? And then it takes you to the sliding glass doors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They didn't just ask you about the front door. They asked you what door you got in when you came back from the McDonald's, right?
Yes, they did.
And you didn't tell them, if you have nothing to hide, and we're just talking about an Airbnb, you didn't just say, I went through the back door, right?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You lied, right?
I don't think I answered it.
You said, I don't remember.
Yeah, and I probably was aggravated at the time, so.
But it's a lie, nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
Because certainly you're not going to make the jury believe that you going through some dark pathway in the middle of the night to leave and then get back is something that you're not going to remember, right?
I mean, not necessarily. It wasn't a big thing to remember that day.
Even though you're being questioned on a first-degree murder charge, you can't even tell them that you just left the back door to go to McDonald's?
Yeah, but I'm saying I didn't really remember that, so, and I was aggravated, so.
It's a lie. You lied to law enforcement knowing they're investigating a first-degree homicide.
Yeah, but he was just asking me about a back door, so I didn't see any relevance.
So it's okay to lie to law enforcement if you don't think it's relevant, right?
No.
You have no clue what they're planning, right?
No.
You see the 2 spots here?
Yes.
They're open, right?
Yes, they are.
Where's the Impala?
It's parked on the side.
Where on the side?
In one of the other parking spots they had on the side.
close to where that back door is, that side parking lot where the back door is?
I don't remember if it was close. I think it was like in the middle.
They had some bags, right? You have a bag right there.
Yeah, my bag.
So when all of those bags and stuff are unloaded, except for yours, they have to go through that back pathway to load all of those heavy guns, right?
I mean, I can't answer that. I didn't see them carried in there.
And you didn't see Davian Murphy in there either, did you?
Not when I first got there, no.
But eventually you did see him, right?
Yes, later on.
States Exhibit 38A. So again, you saw him at the Airbnb?
Yes.
He's staying at the Airbnb?
I mean, if you consider that staying.
You lied to law enforcement about there being any other individual at that Airbnb other than you, Isaiah Chance, and his little brother, right?
Yeah, I didn't answer anything about the other people.
So that's a lie, right, ma'am? You lied to them about Davian Murphy, a member of 1200 or an associate of 1200, being at that Airbnb.
Yeah, I didn't want to answer anything about them, so I didn't answer.
Also, not relevant, right?
I mean, I wouldn't know, so.
36A. You don't know who this is, right?
At the time I didn't, but I do now.
You rode in a car with him for 3.5 hours, right?
Yes, I also went to sleep. I didn't really look at him like that.
You have been to his house for a barbecue. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
He was introduced to you by your boyfriend of over 3 years of his second family, right?
Yeah.
He introduced you to all of his family members, right?
I didn't say all of his family members.
You said he introduced you at that barbecue and said, "This is my second family," right?
Yes, but I don't know if that's his real family members.
So you're suggesting to this jury that when you are being introduced by your boyfriend to his second family that he posed some fake people next to him?
I'm saying I don't know if he was talking about everybody that was standing there. He could have been talking about particular people.
But certainly Sean Gathright was there, right?
Yes, ma'am, he was there.
And he's one of the people he's saying, "This is my second family," right?
No, he said his little brother to him.
Part of his family. And then the rest of the people was his second family, right?
Yeah, he considered them second family.
And you care about Isaiah Chance?
I did.
And you would have us believe that after he introduced you to his little brother, his second family, you went off in some second room and never looked at his face?
I didn't go off to the second room. I just got a plate and went back to the car.
You hid in the car, right?
Yeah, I don't really talk much, so I got back in the car.
Oh, so you never had a conversation with him?
No, I just said hey and bye.
And you can't tell that this person in 36A is the same person in 36B?
I mean, at the time, it didn't really look like him. I just glanced at the picture. I said no.
And in the entire 3.5 car ride, you never looked at his face either?
I'm not staring him down, so I mean, no.
And at the entire time that you're at the Airbnb with him, you never looked at his face or had one conversation with him?
I didn't have a conversation with him, but I maybe glanced.
You were walking next to Isaiah Chance at Teasers. You were walking next to him at that parking lot when he was at Truth 18. I'm not going to play the videos again. You saw that. You guys were walking right next to him.
If you consider that right next to him, yes.
Some points you were a little behind him, is that correct?
Yes.
And some points you were right next to him, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And there were points when he has that phone, your phone, up to his ear.
Yeah, at certain points.
And at one point, when he has it up to his ear, he has to give it to you so you can do what?
Put the code in. That was at the first club.
And that's right. Put the call in, right? There is a call that is happening. And
I said the code.
The code. But there is a call happening. He's actually on the phone, right?
At the first club, he attempts to make a call, yeah.
Attempts, right? It's literally up to his ear.
Yeah, I don't think it went through.
Oh, because you're right next to him. You would know, right?
No, I mean, he didn't say anything, so that's why I said I don't think it went through.
And at some point, he hands it to you so you can do what?
I mean, I didn't put the gold back in after that.
Just the one time?
Yes.
It didn't go off any other time that you were with him from the entire time to teasers, to Truth 18?
I mean, later on, I think, yeah. At the next club, yeah.
What about in the car?
No, and the car was still unlocked.
And you never heard him utter one word on that phone while you were next to him in the parking lot at Teasers?
Teasers just the first club, right?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he didn't say anything.
And he never said one thing the entire time when you guys are sitting in that parking lot at Teasers at the same point when Charles Jones is there?
He said something, but he didn't say anything about him.
What did he say?
He just was saying how all the people were just standing there, standing around.
He had never had one phone call?
I mean, he tried to call, but I don't know. Again, I don't know if it went through.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 94C1. You see this when he's on the phone actually sharing a live location with Sean Gathright that's occurring at 2 a.m. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
He does that multiple times. So he has your phone a lot in that car, right?
Yes.
And so anytime there's inactivity on the phone, you got to do what for him?
Unlock it, but he never locked it back. If he didn't respond, he just went and got on something else.
He doesn't lock the phone, right? That's something that happens automatically based on time, right?
Yes.
When that phone locks up in the parking lot, it's not because he locked it, it's because there's a timing mechanism on your iPhone that makes it go dark, right?
I mean, yeah, but the first time we got the car, it's my phone. He stops me and asks for it, so it's not unlocked when he asks for it.
And then at some point, he starts texting NIGGA, pick up the FNO. He says that. He doesn't text it just once at 2:31. He sends this text again at 2:31 and 24 seconds. So he wants somebody to pick up that effing phone. Are you claiming when he's texting that, he's not saying anything to you?
No, not about that.
Do you see him desperately going like this?
No, not like he rushing. He just regularly typing.
He just casually texts,
yes.
Pick up the effing phone. Twice.
Yeah.
And that was something that if he had done it very erratically, you would have noticed, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't.
That might have tipped you off that something pretty important was happening, right?
I mean, if you say so.
So he's just casually typing that in, and then he's sharing the location again later, 2 hours later. But after this exchange, he never gets a phone call. There's no conversation in that car.
I don't remember him having a conversation there.
But he's not sending one other text after he desperately texts that twice, right?
I don't think he did.
You don't think, or you're not willing to tell?
What he texts, so.
And you don't remember or hearing him have any conversation in that car?
Not right there, no.
And you remember Detective Ramos when he was sitting next to you and he was kind of acting out what he thought happened after he saw the video footage and some of the messaging, that he's right next to you in that car and he's saying, he's sitting this close to you, right? He's in the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
And you are in the passenger seat, right?
Yeah.
Remember that exchange? And he kind of imitates and acts out, hey, get here, get here. He's going into the club now. You better get here now. That you're claiming something like that never happened.
No, I told you what he said.
Okay.
Only time he said something was when he flipped the camera and said it was packed. And where y'all at?
Do you also remember? Oh, so now they said where you're all at, right?
I'm talking about when he took the picture on the screenshot. That's what I said he said.
Okay. Did you know who he was talking to?
I mean, no, but I assumed it was his friends.
Do you remember when law enforcement specifically asked you about the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
That black Chevy Impala happened to be at the Home to Suites, correct?
I mean, yeah, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't see the black Chevy Impala when your boyfriend was circling around the parking lot not once but twice?
No, I didn't see that car.
That was a car that you had ridden down to Jacksonville with Sean Gathright, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't recognize that car in the parking lot?
I mean, I'm not going to know if it's them, though. I don't know if it's them.
So just a coincidence that you happened to be at Home to Suites, right?
I mean, I'm not driving, so I can't tell you why he went there.
You got out of the vehicle with Isaiah Chance at both of those clubs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said on your direct examination that you went up to the bouncers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lie, right?
I wasn't referring to those clubs. I was referring to the Players Club.
The detectives never mentioned the Players Club to you in that interview, right?
No, he showed me a video of a parking lot, so I just assumed it was that club.
He showed you the video of the two of you walking out of that club, correct?
No, he showed me a parking lot, the first video when I said that.
He also showed you Julio Foolio, is that correct?
He did.
At the front door.
I believe he did.
And they specifically asked you at Teasers and at Truth 18, the two clubs that you went to, whether or not you had talked to the bouncers, right?
I think he did ask me.
And you said that you had spoken to them at both and that the price was too high, correct?
Again, I was talking about Players Club. I had the clubs mixed up at the time. I didn't know the names. And I didn't say specifically that. I said I talked to the bouncer, the guys that be at the front door.
And there's no footage at Players Club, right?
No.
Overruled if she knows.
I said no.
You know that there's no video footage at Players, right?
I mean, if he would have investigated it, he would have found it probably.
And there is video footage at Teasers and Truth 18, correct?
Yeah, because that's all the detective went and looked for.
And you admit that you never went to any of the bouncers at Truth 18, right?
No, again, when I bring up the bouncers, I was referring to Players Club.
So you and your boyfriend on your reconciliation trip just went to walk in the parking lot of Teasers, right?
Teasers is the first club?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all you did, right? You just walked in the parking lot. You didn't even come close to the front door.
I mean, yeah, we were standing there, but it's his decision. He didn't want to go in there, so.
And you have no say in the matter on your reconciliation trip, whether or not you actually get to go into the club?
I mean, I didn't have an issue with it. If he didn't want to go, he didn't want to go.
So you're just happy on this trip to get back together with just walking in the parking lot?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, then you go to the second club, Truth 18. That's the club with the second story on the second floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And that same thing happens. You just walk in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following him.
Yeah. You don't even really walk up to the door. And it's at the same point when Charles Jones is at that location.
I mean, I didn't know he was there, so.
Okay. But you're okay just walking in the parking lot, right?
No, actually, I was irritated. I didn't really care to go in that when he chose the last club. After he took me to 2 locations, we didn't go anywhere. At that point, I am aggravated, so.
Well, you said they didn't go in because it was packed, right?
That's what he said.
Well, there was, at the time when you're walking on that video, there aren't tons of people in that parking lot, right?
It was people parked on the side as well.
You don't even walk up those stairs to see how many people are inside, right?
We went by how many cars are outside.
Oh, so that's the definition of how a car is, or how a club is packed, by the cars, right?
I mean, to young people, yeah.
Okay. You said the next morning that that Isaiah Chance, the one time he did come in, it was to what? So you could look at his outfit, give an outfit check?
Yeah, he was showing me various outfits, laying on the bed. He said, should he put back on what he had on because he didn't take any pictures? And that's what we were talking about.
Because he cares how he looks like, right?
Sometimes.
he got into a war with Julio Foolio online because Foolio was making fun of him wearing fake designer clothes, right?
I didn't know of that.
You had no idea about that?
No.
But he is doing an outfit check with you because he's concerned about it, right?
I mean, not really. He's just saying, what do you think I should wear? Like a regular person.
And the two of you, you said you're going clubbing, right?
I mean, supposed to be.
Right. And how do you up when you go clubbing?
I mean, this will be our second time going clubbing, so he wears whatever he wants to wear. When I go, I just wear whatever I want to wear.
You just kind of said that he's very controlling about what you wear on your direct examination. And as a young woman, when you go clubbing, you get dressed up, right?
Yeah.
In fact, on your phone, you had hundreds of photographs on your phone and videos of yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was wearing, it was June in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
He was wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt with the hoodie all the way pulled up and a COVID mask.
Okay.
To go clubbing.
Yeah, he don't really go out, so I don't know what he would typically wear.
And you were wearing what?
I put on a jean jacket. I think I had on the blue pants and a regular shirt.
Is that how you normally go when you're going out for a night on the town to go clubbing?
I mean, no. Eventually, when I first arrived, I had a dress on. But once I realized other people were there, I took that off. So what you see me wearing is what I had on to McDonald's. And we stayed in the car, so I didn't go change. So, I mean, I just kept what I had on.
Because when you go clubbing, you normally look like 75 C9, right? You like to get dressed up, wear a nice dress. Right?
Correction, I'm not clubbing in that. I'm out of town with my family.
Okay. And where are you going when you go out of town with your family?
Nowhere. I just put that on and take a picture.
Okay. But there are literally photo after photo, Instagram video after Instagram video of you going out with your friends, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not dressed in a jean jacket and what, were they sweatpants or?
No, they're just regular pants.
And when law enforcement asked you about Gutta, and I think the defense attorney played that for you, again, you specifically asked them, why are they calling him that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you are just surprised because they're law enforcement and you feel that they should be talking about his real name or mentioning him by his real name, right?
I mean, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying I would have thought they would have came in a different way. We're starting the interview and you just say, oh, Gutta, and I'm like, what? Like, I'm just confused.
But you didn't say what. You said, why do you call him that, right?
Yeah, that was my response, but I'm saying in my head, I'm thinking, like, why are two detectives coming to me saying a nickname? Like, what is this about?
And then they laughed, and then they said, do you or you don't call him Gutta? And you shook your head no, right?
No, I don't call him that.
And it wasn't just you shaking your head no. You said, that's not a thing, right?
I mean, it's not a thing for me to call him that. That's what I meant.
But you just said that's not a thing.
I said it's not a thing or something.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number. And Gutta, that's his rap name. That's the name that he uses for the gang, right? For those drill rap videos he makes. Gutta,
I
Gutta
wouldn't
Man.
necessarily say a drill name. It's just a nickname on Instagram.
But it's something you know, and you do call him that, don't you?
No, I don't call him that.
You just have it tattooed on your body, right? You have it tattooed down the middle of your chest. Gutta, right?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And that's not the only place. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 75G. It's there. It's a long tattoo, and it goes all the way down your chest, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're familiar that he calls himself Gutta.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that you have that tattoo on your body, you have never referred to him as Gutta?
No, I still call him my Zay.
That's not the only place on your body that you have that Gutta tattoo, is it?
No, I have another one behind my ear.
going to show you State 75C11. That's it right there. So
Yes.
not once, twice,
Yes, ma'am.
referencing Isaiah Chance.
Yeah.
Someone who you're no longer in a relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it wasn't a lie to law enforcement when you said that you don't call him that.
No, it wasn't a lie.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
At the time when that photo, you said your Isaiah Chance took that photo in the parking lot of Truth 18?
Yes, ma'am.
That is, at that timing, that is when Charles Jones and his party are still up on that second floor. And you're saying you never saw that?
No, I didn't look up there.
Where are you looking at?
I mean, at him.
And you're looking at him taking the photo?
I don't think I was.
What?
I don't think I was. I seen the picture after because it's in my phone.
Are you looking at him when the photo was taken, or are you not looking at him?
I don't think I was.
So what are you looking at?
I think I was looking at him.
At
Not like physically like what he's doing. I'm just sitting there just staring.
You're not looking at the club that you're supposed to be going to?
I can't remember if I was or not.
Okay. Well, you said that you can tell if a club is packed based on the cars in the parking lot, right?
Yeah, but we were parked on the other side. It was more cars.
Right, because there were parking spots available in Truth 18, right?
I don't remember that.
You could have driven through the parking lot and not even got out of the car if you could tell a club is packed just on the parking spots, right?
I mean, that's not my decision. Again, he's driving, so.
No. You said how young people determine whether or not a car or a club is packed is by the parking lot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Both at Truth 18 and Teasers, there were cars in that parking lot. You didn't need to get out of the car to go up to the door to know that Teasers was packed, right?
Yeah, it was. But again, it's not my issue with the back places. This is.
Well, what the issue is, you keep on giving us another reason why it is that you're in that parking lot. You understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just following him.
No, you said that you believed that you didn't go in because it's packed, right?
Yes, because that's what he said.
And you don't have to go into the club itself to know it's packed because of the parked cars in the parking lot, right, ma'am?
That's what I said. I don't know what he's thinking, though.
When you are at Teasers, you guys have to go around more than once to park because you can't find a parking spot, right?
Yeah, and then we see somebody coming out, so he just waited.
So it didn't matter that it's so packed you got to wait for a parking spot to open up?
Well, we did get out, but, I mean, all the people in the front, that's when he decided he didn't want to go in.
So it's not the parked cars in the parking lot that tells you if the club is packed?
It is, but I'm saying once you seen all the people up there and nobody was going in, he changed his mind.
Judge, I don't have anything further.
Okay, redirect.
Ms. Andrews, do you want to answer any more questions?
I can.
I'll ask you one more question. There's a tattoo that's missing that hasn't been described on your arm here. What does that tattoo say?
Psalms 46, God is within her, she will not fail.
I'm going to sustain the objection. And is there another motion?
Judge, we would move to strike that from the record.
Granted, stricken from the record. Jury's not to consider it. Gentlemen, just step out momentarily. Okay, we'll be right with you.
All rise.
defense table, and do you anticipate calling any other witnesses? Oh, okay, very good. I'll have you rest in front of the jury. State, do you anticipate any rebuttal?
No, Judge, we don't.
Okay, very good. So defense, do you have any, now that you have rested, do you have any additional motions at this time?
We want to supplement our motion for the disqualification, and we also will make our second motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay, we'll deal with the supplemental record regarding the motion to disqualify after the jury goes out. You can make your record. And so what's your second motion for JOA?
Second motion for judgment of acquittal, understanding that the standard has shifted now, so whether a reasonable juror could find that Mr. Andrews committed the offenses in this case. For all of the same reasons that we listed in our first judgment of acquittal motion, we're reiterating the very same things. This is a purely circumstantial case. This is a case where Alicia Andrews is accused of first-degree murder as a principal. The state has to prove that Ms. Andrews intended for the result to happen and that she did some act that caused, incited, or encouraged the intent to kill Mr. Charles Jones. And in this case, the state has neither of those elements for a reasonable juror to find that Ms. Andrews did that. The same is true for the conspiracy. There is no evidence that Ms. Andrews conspired with any of her co-defendants. She didn't know two of them at all, barely knew one of them, and the only one she didn't know was her boyfriend. Again, zero evidence that Ms. Andrews did anything to conspire with her co-defendants in this case to kill an individual. There's no evidence that she knew anyone was going to be killed. There's no evidence that she intended for anyone to die. There's no evidence that she committed any act that would further a conspiracy or a plot to murder Charles Jones.
State, what's your response?
Judge, again, there is overwhelming evidence in this case, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, that the defendant and her co-defendants conspired to commit this first-degree murder of Charles Jones, that there was planning, that there was premeditation, and that is the sole reason that all of them traveled here to Tampa, was to do this one mission. The video evidence is direct evidence. The hunting and stalking of the victim in this case is captured on video at 3 separate locations. There is coordination between both videos. The defendant is the one, her device, she is providing that device as coverage for her boyfriend. She's protecting him, so this is investigated, that he will not be caught or found. So there is a specific purpose. She is being used as coverage as well as part of the surveillance team, so he is not alone walking in that parking lot at both of those locations. She is the one who tried to book the Airbnb together before them at Tampa. It is clear in that messaging that she's booking it for us, is the language that she is using. It is being booked for one day. They are booking it at a location that is close where the victim is going to be. She's not even with the defendant when that first attempt is made. And she lied to law enforcement about it. That is consciousness of guilt. She continually lied, specifically about the Airbnb when first asked about it. She said no. This is an interview that only happened within a month or so of this crime. There is no reason why she would not know exactly what those law enforcement officers were talking about. It's not until they tell her they have the phone message that she says, oh yeah, I did try to book it. I tried to get half-offs. It is very clear there is overwhelming consciousness of guilt evidence in this case where she is purposely trying to evade law enforcement. It's very clear from the phone evidence where she is gotten rid of her phone and she is talking to her a friend or her sister back at home watching the house, where she knows law enforcement is looking for her, that they have her new device, and she is making fun that law enforcement doesn't really have the old device. Judge, all of that is consciousness of guilt. She is an active participant. She helped Isaiah Chance stalk that victim at multiple locations before they stalked him and hunted him down at the final location, and her and the defendant circled around the victim before the assailants came out and gunned him down.
All right, deny the second motion for JOA. There's enough evidence to go to the jury. Here is a copy of the final set of jury instructions, so I need you all just to quickly take a look at them, make sure there's no last-minute corrections we need to make, and then we'll come back in and do closing arguments, okay?
All right. We're at 198 likes. If you can hear my voice and you have not hit the like button yet, please do so. We are going to be winding down our coverage for today. We started at around 9:15, and it's a little bit after 6. So a nice long day for you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's get to 200 likes. We are at 198. 198. Do I hear 199? 199. Do I hear 199? 198. Can I get a 199? 199. Come on. Can we get up to 199? Oh, 199. Can I get 200? Can I get 200? We're at 199. 199. Can I get 200? 200. If you hear my voice. Come on. One more. Hey, we got it. Thank you, guys. Woohoo. We're at 201. Good night, Richard. Have a good one. One last like for Riker. We got up to 201. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I love having fun with you guys. Oh, we're at 202. All right. So that's it. That's going to complete our coverage for today. At the end of the day, we did this. We did all of this because we kind of wanted to do a little exercise. Did she get a fair trial? Can I get 500? Can I say 500? Anthony. Oh, we're at the 203. We're up to 203. All right. Focus. Debbie, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Woohoo! Awesome. Thanks so much, Debbie. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. All right. Have a good night, Alice. Good to see you. All right, Gina. Have a good night. Okay, so let me end the poll. The whole reason we were doing this was to see if Judge Sisco was biased or not. Thank you, Debbie. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. So let me end this poll. And I will go spend time with little Riker. I think she's resting. I think she's just she's chilling out upstairs. All right, 75 votes. And how credible do you find Alicia? 51% of you said nope, not at all. 28% of you said she knows some. 17% said little white lie here or there. 4% of you said very, 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 that you find her credible. Very, 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 very interesting. All right. So the whole point of this exercise was to see if we could find any points in time where Judge Sisco seemed to be biased. So we watched a couple little snippets. We watched maybe 7 or 8 snippets here or there. We saw the I didn't see it, but I'll go back and watch the moment with the two young gentlemen in court. We saw Sandricus Mays' attorney, Mr. Fusco. They accused him of taking pictures. The defense accused him of taking pictures. So there was definitely a lot that happened in this trial. There were some moments where Judge Sisco, got in some, there were some moments, I guess, but we've seen other judges far worse than her. So all that being said, I'll leave that to you guys if you thought that she was not fair, if you thought she was biased. Because that motion to disqualify, you heard Mr. Limont. He said he second time he wants to put that motion to disqualify, and Judge Sisco denied it the same day. But then eventually they did order from the District Court of Appeals, January 27th. They got a new trial, a new trial judge for her sentencing. So that's what's going to happen tomorrow. Judge Kimberly Fernandez is going to preside over this hearing tomorrow. We're hoping it's going to be streamed. If it's not, we have plenty of material for you. Aaron's gathering some stuff that I don't think anybody's really seen. So we're going to watch some good stuff. If the hearing is not shown. If it's not shown, we've got some stuff that I don't think a lot of you have seen. So we're excited to show you that. So with that, I will say good night. I'll let you guys go, and appreciate you guys joining us today. As always, I will show a little Super Ball here. Little Super Ball. No, put your butt down. Yeah, it's a good girl. All right. Super Ball. Yes, I know. Super Ball. Yeah, so good girl. All right. So have a great night. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to Super Ball for wrecking my thing here. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. 8:30 it starts, so we'll go on at 8:15. Yeah, so 8:15 Eastern tomorrow. And we will see you guys then. So until then, take care. Do something nice for yourself. Treat yourself. Treat the ones that you love to something positive. And we will see you guys tomorrow. And with that, Super Ball says, have a good night. All right. Bye, guys.